reporter Caroline Shively. She has more on all of this from Washington.
Stocks closed higher on Wall Street Monday after 7 straight weeks of decline. The rally came after President Biden said he may reduce tariffs against China and announced a new economic agreement with a dozen Indo-Pacific nations. The markets have been weighed down by high inflation worries. On Monday, the president spoke about how long it would be until Americans would get some relief from rising prices.
This is going to be a haul. This is going to take some time.
It's not just the markets focused on inflation, voters are too.
Inflation is overwhelmingly the #1 issue. Almost all Americans feel inflation. They see it in gasoline and particularly in food prices.
Investors are also focused on how the Federal Reserve is managing inflation, worried if the Fed raises interest rates too high, it could bring on a recession.
When inflation is greater than 4% and unemployment is under 4% like we have today, recession always follows. So history is not on our side today, but it doesn't feel like we're going there yet.
Small businesses' expectations of the economy to improve over 6 months has never been lower in the history of the series going back to the 70s. So recession is inevitable.
The markets will also be watching economic updates from the Commerce Department this week, including data on personal income and spending. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And we are now taking a live now look at New York City on this Tuesday morning. We are going to bring you the very latest when it comes to gas prices, as they have set records now for 2 weeks straight. A gallon of regular unleaded now at $4.60 across the United States. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to monkeypox, making headlines not only in the United States, but around the globe, right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is just past the 6:30 mark here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. As we do each and every morning here on Live Now from Fox, we do want to take you out to our triple box view of all of the top stories that we are keeping a close eye on this Tuesday. Here is a look at 3 of the biggest stories that we are monitoring We have officially hit the 3-month mark of the war in Ukraine. Back on February 24th, 2022, Russia decided and officially began its, quote, special military operation in Ukraine. And it is hard to believe that 3 months later, we are still monitoring the very latest when it comes to the situation on the ground. It is worth reminding you all that this was a war that was supposed to be won within 72 hours. Many top officials around the world had predicted that Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, would fall to Russian opposition within the first 3 days. And here we are 3 months later. We will get you up to speed on the latest reports coming into our newsroom, courtesy of our reporters on the ground. All of this comes on the day where President Joe Biden is returning from Tokyo after spending 4 days in Asia. His first trip to that portion of the world of his presidency. He actually met earlier this morning in a Quad summit. That is called Quad because it is 4 of the world leaders of the United States, Japan, Australia, and India gathering in Tokyo earlier today for a summit to discuss the very latest when it comes to all global issues, primarily with a strong emphasis on the latest on the ground in Ukraine. We also are monitoring a top story that affects all of you tuning in, and that is U.S. gas prices setting records for 2 weeks straight now. We can once again report that you will feel the pain at the pump. The national average for a gallon of gas is $4.60. It has climbed gradually over the course of the last 14 days, and it once again is up today. We will bring you the very latest when it comes to the latest business news as we are all feeling the pinch in our wallets. We will begin first and foremost with the latest when it comes to President Joe Biden's trip overseas. Here is a look at a video that it came into our newsroom from earlier today of President Joe Biden meeting with leaders of the Quad. There you are seeing Quad quite literally written on various platforms. The flags there behind the President of the United States. The United States flag, the Australian flag, the Japanese flag, and of course India as well. Secretary of State Antony Blinken also attended this meeting, and here are some brief remarks that we heard. We won't play them for you in full because we did bring you some of these remarks earlier this morning, in addition to being live in Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. But our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, she actually has a recap of some of the remarks that President Joe Biden has made over the course of his last 4 days and during this trip overseas to Asia. Once again, the first of his presidency. So let's listen into this latest report from Madeline Rivera.
President Biden making headlines in Tokyo when asked if the U.S. would intervene militarily in Taiwan if China were to invade.
Yes,
You are.
that's the commitment we made. We agree with a one China policy, but the idea that it could be taken by force, is just not appropriate.
The president's remarks are a clear break from the long-standing policy of strategic ambiguity toward Taiwan. For years, the U.S. has expressed support in helping Taiwan defend itself, but has remained vague about whether it would use military force. The White House quickly downplayed the president's statement, saying, as the president said, our policy has not changed. He reiterated our one China policy and our commitment to peace and stability across Taiwan Strait. A top Chinese spokesman is slamming the president.
Taiwan is an inalienable part of Chinese territory. The Taiwan issue is purely an internal affair of China and cannot be interfered with by external forces.
Still, some of the president's outspoken critics have backed the aggressive stance, especially in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
You don't want ambiguity in dealing with Beijing. You want them to understand an attack on Taiwan will lead to a very large war that they will lose.
While abroad, the president also addressed domestic issues, warning inflation may be here for the long haul, although he doesn't think the U.S. is headed for a recession. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And we'll head out live to Washington. Here's a live look at the nation's capital on this Tuesday morning, a cloudy day at the White House. President Joe Biden is on his way back home after that 4-day meeting across Asia. He was just last in Tokyo, as we just heard there from Madeline Rivera. He will be monitoring the latest fallout from this trip, those comments on Taiwan, how the United States will intervene militarily if China does invade Taiwan, and some of those comments that the White House has actually now had to walk back. He also, of course, will be monitoring the very latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine, as we have officially hit the 3-month mark. We do have video to bring to you all, the latest video coming into our newsroom of the situation on the ground. I do want to lower this natural sound for you because this is imagery coming into our newsroom from the Luhansk region, which is that eastern portion of the country where Russia is currently stepping up its shelling. We can report to you that this has been an area of the country that has come under heavy attacks recently, and this is smoke rising from an oil refinery outside of the Luhansk region after Russian troops targeted the area. Luhansk regional governor posted a video showing thick smoke pouring from the refinery, saying that Russian forces were targeting this route and had shelled the area systematically. This is the latest video and imagery coming into our newsroom on a week where we can report that the United States Embassy is actually getting back to work in Kyiv. The United States is reportedly considering the use of special military forces and forces personnel to secure its embassy in Kyiv. This comes as Russian troops continue their offensive in the east. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent, Greg Palkot, he has more on this from the Ukrainian capital.
We're down in hard-fought eastern Ukraine trying to secure battlefield gains, as Ukrainian forces fought back, in part with U.S. and Western military aid. A U.S.-led online meeting of Ukraine's allies netted 20 new commitments of weaponry for its troops.
Everyone here understands the stakes of this war, and they stretch far beyond Europe.
Amid a report, the State Department is considering beefing up security at the recently reopened U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, including Marines and Special Forces. The Pentagon tamped it down.
Any reintroduction of U.S. forces into Ukraine would require a presidential decision, so we're a ways away from anything like that.
In Kyiv today, the 21-year-old Russian tank commander who pleaded guilty to killing a Ukrainian civilian, a war crime, was sentenced to life in prison. And in Geneva, a veteran Russian diplomat quit his job, citing what he described in a post as an intolerable and aggressive war unleashed by Vladimir Putin. As Ukrainian President Zelensky made a virtual plea to a Swiss business gathering for more sanctions.
Do not allow the aggressor to feel that the world's opposition is not decisive enough.
Trying to sit pretty amid signs the existing sanctions are now biting Putin with one of his remaining allies, Belarus President Lukashenko.
Despite all the difficulties, I would like to note that the Russian economy is withstanding the sanctions hit, and withstanding it quite well.
And one more line from that departing Russian diplomat. In his online post, he added, "I have never been so ashamed." No word yet from Moscow to these brave words. In Kyiv, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
And thank you to Greg for that report. We'll keep you up to speed on all of the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We're back in the nation's capital because another top story that the President of the United States and the Biden administration will be monitoring is the monkeypox cases that are rising across the globe. U.S. officials are being cautious and do not expect a significant spread of the rare disease here at this time. Our Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul, he has the details on monkeypox from Los Angeles. Let's take a listen.
We're still in the early days of this outbreak, so there's a lot we're still learning.
Cases of monkeypox continue to climb across the globe. There have been 92 confirmed cases of the rare disease in 12 countries, and 28 potential cases are under investigation.
The transmission is really happening from close physical contact, skin-to-skin contact.
Officials from the World Health Organization expect cases to rise as contact tracing and disease surveillance expands in the coming days and weeks. Here in the U.S., monkeypox infections remain low. The first case was reported several days ago in a male patient who is currently in an isolation ward at a Massachusetts hospital. President Biden says everyone should be concerned, but stresses an outbreak is not likely at this time.
We've had this monkeypox in larger numbers in the past, number one. Number two, we have vaccines to take care of it.
Symptoms of the virus are similar to the flu and can include fever, chills, and rash-like bumps on the skin. Officials say monkeypox symptoms can last between 2 and 4 weeks in most people.
It's basically impossible for the monkeypox virus to cause a pandemic. It's not highly contagious. The transmission is inefficient, requires a very close contact for a prolonged period of time.
The CDC is asking all health providers to be on alert for patients who have symptoms that are consistent with monkeypox, regardless of travel history. In Los Angeles, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And thank you to Jeff for the latest. We're not only monitoring the news when it comes to monkeypox, but also the latest when it comes to COVID-19 vaccines. The youngest Americans could get their COVID shots as soon as this summer. The FDA's vaccine advisors will meet in just a few weeks to review 2 different formulas. Our Fox News correspondent Molly Line, she has more on this.
Access could soon expand. The FDA has announced its vaccine advisors will meet June 14th and 15th to discuss Pfizer's and Moderna's shots for children as young as 6 months old. Today, Pfizer announced its 3-dose series was about 80% effective in this age group. For Moderna's 2 shots, efficacy is about 40 to 50%. For some parents, the vaccines are a long time coming.
It's been really hard to keep waiting and have dates in mind and then those pass, and then to see the rest of the world move on has been a really big challenge for many of us.
The meetings come as COVID cases rise once again. The American Academy of Pediatrics reported 93,000 new infections in children for the week that ended May 12th. That's about a 75% increase in 2 weeks. Despite the uptick in cases, it's not clear how high demand will be to give younger Americans the shots. CDC data shows just 30% of 5 to 11-year-olds have been fully vaccinated. Meanwhile, COVID continues to have an impact overseas. Chinese health officials are maintaining their zero COVID policy. In Beijing, people are bracing for a widespread lockdown after a record number of new cases over the weekend.
The pandemic is far from over. And even as we continue to fight it, we face the task of restoring essential health services.
The World Health Organization says 60% of the global population is vaccinated against COVID-19. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
And thank you to Molly for that update. From Los Angeles out to Texas we go, where the Biden administration plans to drop Title 42, the COVID-related asylum rules at the southern border. But a federal judge in Louisiana actually blocked that move. Now thousands of migrants are camped out along the southern border, waiting to make asylum claims if and when those regulations are officially terminated. Our Fox News national correspondent William Lajeunesse is at the port of entry in Tijuana, Mexico, with this story.
Dozens of migrants from Mexico, Central America, Haiti, and Africa wait in line at shelters, clinics, and soup kitchens in Tijuana.
Nosotros podemos trabajar. Estamos con las fuerzas para trabajar.
They are strong men. They can work and they want to help their families.
Many waited for months for an end to Title 42 and are confused about what's happening now.
Pues yo sé que el 42 lo rechazaron, ¿verdad?
Oh, there's no going on, 42.
Bueno, ellos están peleando, pero pues no sé si...
Today might open up.
Migrants have 3 choices: return home, wait in Mexico, or cross illegally. With some 11 million jobs open in the U.S., border agents fear many won't wait. And we'll see scenes like these from Texas all across the border.
I have no reason to believe that they're going to wait in line like they should. They're going to continue to come across the border in waves, and that's what we're seeing right now.
According to Border Patrol statistics, most migrants still cross in South Texas, followed by Yuma, Arizona, then Southern California. Some migrants say they will continue to wait.
I want to follow the legal route. That is why I'm seeking to go to the immigration office at the border, because I don't want to cross illegally.
Do you think anyone's going home?
No creo.
I don't think so.
Lucharon mucho para llegar hasta aquí.
They have fought so hard to get here.
So what hasn't changed? The push and pull factors. The U.S. still has more jobs than workers. The root cause is global poverty is actually getting worse, and the border remains open for about half of those who cross illegally, despite Title 42. So don't expect operational control anytime soon. In Tijuana, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
And from the latest at the border to the latest when it comes to the baby formula shortage that has been rocking the nation, parents nationwide are breathing a sigh of relief after the United States military flew in more than 75,000 pounds of formula over the weekend. The shipment comes as lawmakers are set to grill executives from several baby formula companies on what caused this nationwide shortage. Our Fox News senior correspondent Lauren Engel, she has more on this story. So let's take a listen to this latest report from Laura.
Our administration is working around the clock to ensure that there is enough safe baby formula available for all who need it.
Relief is on the way for families as baby formula begins to trickle into retailers as part of the Biden administration's Operation Fly Formula. The first batch of baby formula imported from Europe arrived in the U.S. over the weekend, and several flights are expected to arrive in the coming days to help alleviate the nationwide shortage.
It is a large shipment of very specific and specialized formula.
This weekend's cargo consisted of 78,000 pounds of formula, enough to fill more than 500,000 baby bottles.
I know this is a scary situation for our parents and the caregivers who are taking care of these babies.
Meanwhile, Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says the federal government needs to do more to ensure that poorer families have access to the scarce supply of baby formula.
I'm telling the Secretary of Agriculture, you need to open the internet. Give them the key to unlock online sales. WIC participants ought to have equal treatment when it comes to online purchases.
The closed Abbott nutrition plant, which sparked the shortage, is expected to reopen in the next few days, though the FDA says it could be weeks before there's new formula from Abbott on store shelves. About 45% of formula products are still not available in the U.S., as executives from Abbott and other formula makers have agreed to testify before lawmakers on the root causes of the shortage later this week. In New York, Laura Engel, Fox News.
And thank you to Laura for that update. We are also monitoring the very latest when it comes to the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, as it is and has officially entered its 6th and final week. Depp is suing Heard for $50 million. That is over a 2018 op-ed she wrote identifying herself as a victim of domestic abuse, which the actor says destroyed his career. Heard is countersuing her ex-husband for $100 million, accusing him of conspiring with his lawyers to defame her. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, she has the very latest on this trial from Virginia.
All eyes were on a Fairfax, Virginia courtroom Monday as actor Johnny Depp was expected to take the stand in his $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. But in a midday update, Heard's team said they would not be calling on Depp. Instead, the day began with expert testimony, first from an orthopedic surgeon who tried to cast doubt about how Depp's finger was severed in 2015.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him? No.
Depp is accusing Heard of throwing that vodka bottle at him. However, the surgeon testifying for Heard's defense says Depp's allegations and the photos of his injury don't add up.
To create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
On cross-examination, Depp's lawyer tried to undermine that assessment, saying the surgeon had never treated or examined the actor's hand in person. Additionally, Heard's team brought in a psychiatrist who also did not treat Depp, but reviewed the case.
So, in my opinion, Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who is a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Depp's team has indicated his ex-girlfriend Kate Moss could be called to the stand as a rebuttal witness on Wednesday. Heard brought up Moss during her testimony, referencing a rumor that Depp once pushed the model down a flight of stairs. In Fairfax, Virginia, Matt Rivera, Fox News.
And thank you to Madeline for that report. We are recapping a tumultuous start to the markets this week. While the markets are up, the Dow was up 618, the S&P added 72, and the NASDAQ gained 180 on Monday. U.S. gas prices are also up for 2 weeks straight now. The record has hit a new high as the national average for a gallon of regular gas is $4.60 and climbing, as it has been for the past 2 weeks. While overseas, President Joe Biden declared the fight against inflation in the United States. He said it's, quote, going to be a haul, words that really no American wants to hear. Our Fox News reporter Caroline Shively, she has more on this from Washington.
Stocks closed higher on Wall Street Monday after 7 straight weeks of decline. The rally came after President Biden said he may reduce tariffs against China and announced a new economic agreement with a dozen Indo-Pacific nations. The markets have been weighed down by high inflation worries. On Monday, the president spoke about how long it would be until Americans would get some relief from rising prices.
This is going to be a haul. This is going to take some time.
It's not just the markets focused on inflation, voters are too.
Inflation is overwhelmingly the #1 issue. Almost all Americans feel inflation. They see it in gasoline and particularly in food prices.
Investors are also focused on how the Federal Reserve is managing inflation, worried if the Fed raises interest rates too high, it could bring on a recession.
When inflation is greater than 4% and unemployment is under 4%, like we have today, recession always follows. So history is not on our side today, but it doesn't feel like we're going there yet.
Small businesses' expectations of the economy to improve over 6 months has never been lower in the history of the series going back to the 70s. So recession is inevitable.
The markets will also be watching economic updates from the Commerce Department this week, including data on personal income and spending. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline for that report. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, we are going to head back out to Davos, Switzerland, where we have been all morning long at the World Economic Forum. We actually didn't get to listen in to these remarks from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. She is being introduced here by this gentleman, and she actually gives an address on the state of Europe at a time where we have officially hit the 90-day mark, 3-month mark in the war in Ukraine. So when we come back, we will head out to Switzerland and listen back into these remarks made once again by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. You won't want to miss it. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are going to be heading out to Davos, Switzerland, where the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen spoke earlier this morning. All of this as we have officially hit the 3-month mark in the war in Ukraine. So let's listen back into these remarks live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Dear Klaus, it is difficult to believe that in Davos today, we're talking about war, because the Davos spirit, dear Klaus, it is difficult to believe that in Davos today, we're talking about war, because the Davos spirit is the antithesis of war. It is about forging ties and together finding solutions for the big challenges of the world. You might remember, and you worked on it together with us, that in recent years we have looked at smart and sustainable ways to fight climate change and how to shape a force for good and mitigate its risks for democracies. So Davos is all about crafting a better future together. That is what we should be talking here about today. But instead, we must address the cost and consequences of Putin's war of choice. The playbook of Russia's aggression against Ukraine comes straight out of another century, treating millions of people not as human beings, but as faceless populations to be moved or controlled or set as a buffer between military forces, trying to trample the aspiration of an entire nation with tanks. This is not just a matter of Ukraine's survival. This is not just an issue of European security. This is putting our whole international order into question. And that's why countering Russia's aggression is a task for the entire global community. Ukraine must win this war. And Putin's aggression must be a strategic failure. So we will do everything we can to help Ukrainians prevail and retake the future into their hands. For the first time in history, the European Union is providing military aid to a country under attack. We are mobilizing our full economic power. Our sanctions and the self-sanctionings of companies themselves are draining Russia's economy and thus draining the Kremlin's war machine. Our member states are caring for 6 million Ukrainian refugees, and actually there are 8 million internally displaced people in Ukraine itself. And in parallel, Ukraine needs direct budget support now to keep the economy running. It's about pensions, it's about salaries, it's about the basic services that have to be provided, and therefore we have proposed a 10 billion euros macro-financial assistance. It is the largest package of macro-financial assistance ever conceived by the European Union for a third country. Other countries, starting with our friends in the United States, are doing their utmost too. It is an economic relief operation with no precedent in recent history. But that is the short term, and much more needs to be done. So with the same resolve, we will, hand in hand, help Ukraine rise from the ashes. That's the idea behind the reconstruction platform that I proposed to President Zelensky. You remember that yesterday, in his speech here in Davos, he recognized the unprecedented unity of the democratic world, the understanding that freedom must be fought for. So the rebuilding of Ukraine also calls for an unprecedented unity. As President Zelensky said, the work that has to be done is colossal. But together, we can and we will master the challenge. And that is why I have proposed this reconstruction platform to be led by Ukraine and the European Commission, because we will combine reform with investment. The platform invites global contributions from any country that cares about the future of Ukraine, from international financial institutions, from the private sector. We need everyone on board. And I was very glad to hear about the Lugano initiative yesterday. Volker Brende called it a Marshall Plan for Ukraine. And, ladies and gentlemen, we should leave no stone unturned. That is, including, if possible, the Russian assets that we have frozen. But this is not only about undoing the damage of Putin's destructive fury. It is also about building the future that Ukrainians have chosen themselves. For years now, the people of Ukraine have worked for change. And that is why they elected Volodymyr Zelensky in the first place. The reconstruction of the country should combine massive investment with ambitious reforms. For example, to modernize Ukraine's administrative capacity, to firmly establish the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary, to fight corruption, get rid of the oligarchs, to build a fair, sustainable and strong, competitive economy, and thus to firmly support Ukraine in pursuing its European path. Ukraine belongs into the European family. Ukrainians have stood tall in the face of brutal violence. They have stood for their own freedom, but also for our values and for humanity. So we stand with them, and I think this is a defining moment for all democracies on the whole globe. Ladies and gentlemen, this conflict is also sending shockwaves throughout the world, further disrupting supply chains already stretched by the pandemic. It is putting new burdens on businesses and households, and it has created a thick fog of uncertainty for investors across the globe. And more companies and countries already battered by 2 years of COVID-19 and all the resulting supply chain issues must now cope with rising prices for energy as a direct result of Putin's unpardonable war. And Russia has tried to put pressure on us, for example, by cutting the energy supplies, the gas supplies of Bulgaria, Poland, and now lately Finland. But this war and this behavior we see has only strengthened Europe's resolve to get rid of Russian fossil fuel dependency rapidly. The climate cannot wait, but now the geopolitical reasons are evident too. We have to diversify away from fossil fuels. We have set our course already towards climate neutrality, so now we must accelerate our clean energy transition. And fortunately, we are already having in place the means to do so. The European Green Deal is already ambitious, but now we are taking our ambition yet to another level. Last week, the European Commission tabled and proposed Repower EU. That is our €300 billion plan to phase out of Russian fossil fuels and fast forward the green transition. And today, if we look at the share of renewables we have in Europe, almost a quarter of the energy we consume in Europe stems from renewable sources already. This is the famous European Green Deal. But now, through Repower EU, we will practically double this share to 45% in 2030. This is only possible by also bringing cross-border cooperation to a new level. Take, for example, the North Sea of Europe and what is happening there. Last week, we had 4 European member states joining forces to harness the energy of offshore wind, and they decided to quadruple their offshore wind capacity by 2030. That will mean wind farms in the North Sea will cover the annual energy consumption of more than 50 million homes. This is roughly 1/4 of all European households. This is the right way to go. Renewable energy is basically our springboard towards net zero CO2 emissions. And it is good for the climate, but it is also good for our independence and for our security of energy supply. The same is true for the diversification of our gas supply. This is another pillar of Repower EU. As we speak, Europe is concluding new arrangements with reliable, trustworthy suppliers all over the world. In March, I agreed with President Biden to significantly step up LNG deliveries from the United States to the European Union. The amount will replace around about 1/3 of the Russian gas we have today. More LNG pipeline gas will also come from the Middle East and North Africa. New LNG terminals in Greece, in Cyprus, and in Poland will soon become operational, as will new interconnectors. And important is that the connecting pipeline infrastructure will then, over time, form the core of our hydrogen corridors. Hydrogen, ladies and gentlemen, the new frontier of Europe's energy network. But we must also think further ahead. The economies of the future will no longer rely on oil and coal, but on lithium for batteries, on silicon metal for chips, on rare earth permanent magnets for electric vehicles and wind turbines. And it's sure, the green and digital transition will massively increase our need for these materials. However, if we look at where we are today, access to these materials is not at all a given. For many of them, we rely on a handful of producers all over the world. So we must avoid falling into the same trap as with oil and gas. We should not replace old dependencies with new ones. We are therefore working to ensure the resilience of our supply chains. And again, strong international partnerships are at the heart of the solution. So the Commission has already secured strategic raw material partnerships with countries, for example, like Canada, and additional reliable partnerships will follow. Once again, together we can create more balanced interdependencies and build supply chains that we can really trust. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing how Russia is weaponizing its energy supplies. And indeed, this is having global repercussions. Unfortunately, we're seeing the same pattern emerging in food security. Ukraine is one of the world's most fertile countries, and even its flag symbolizes the most common Ukrainian landscape, a yellow field of grain under blue, blue sky. Now, those fields of grain have been scorched. In Russian-occupied Ukraine,
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 24th. We have been live and worldwide all morning long, mostly in Davos, Switzerland. That is where we have been tuning in to guest speakers at the World Economic Forum, really focusing in on how the world's economy has been impacted by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has officially marked 3 months since it first happened. Russia first invading on February 24th of this year, and it is now May 24th. So we are currently listening in to the latest remarks from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who basically said Russia is using food supplies as a weapon with global repercussions, acting the same way as it does in the energy sector. So again, a lot of remarks honing in on Russia's war in Ukraine, how Russia is using natural gas as really another weapon and threat to other nations' economies. That's something that NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg mentioned when he spoke. So we are going to continue bringing you out to Switzerland throughout our morning and kind of recapping what some of these speakers said. We've also got some live events continuing to happen out there within the next couple of hours. But some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to shift gears to a story that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox for the past several days now. We've got the CDC investigating several suspected monkeypox cases here in the United States. When we come back from this quick 2-minute commercial break, we're going to head out live to Atlanta, Georgia, to be joined by their medical team reporter, Beth Galvin. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is Tuesday, May 24th, little after 7:20 a.m. here on the East Coast. And like I promised before that quick 2-minute commercial break, we are shifting our focus to a major top story, health-related news that we've been covering for the last several days. The CDC is tracking several clusters of people sickened by something called monkeypox. The viral illness is usually only reported in Western and Central Africa, but now there are 2 confirmed cases here in the U.S., in Massachusetts and New York, and dozens more in Europe. So what is monkeypox? How concerned should we be about these cases, as if a COVID-19 pandemic isn't enough to worry about? Well, I do want to continue this conversation by welcoming in Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin. She is joining us live from Atlanta, Georgia, to kind of weigh in on what we should know about monkeypox. Beth, good morning to you. How are you doing?
And good morning, Regina. I'm fine. I'm glad to be with you this morning.
Absolutely. We're glad to have you because, you know, it's easy to get scared when you hear about something called monkeypox. People are seeing the pictures of these blisters on cases that have already been reported around the world. So really, to break it down for us, you know, what is monkeypox and how did we really get here?
So monkeypox is the illness that's caused by the monkeypox virus, and that's an orthopox virus that's in the same family as smallpox. So you see that telltale rash that has kind of pustules, you know, that makes a lot of people squeamish when you look at it on your TV. And as you said, it's usually found in West and Central Africa, but it's not usually found in the United States or North America or Europe, where they're seeing these cases. And the World Health Organization says they have had about 200 cases in North America, in Europe, and they believe that they are primarily linked to gay and bisexual men and sex between men, but not all of them. And so what they're saying is that, you know, this typically can start out, Regina, with sort of flu-like symptoms. So it can feel like fever, body aches, headaches, swollen lymph nodes, and then it can evolve as the days go on into this rash that can happen anywhere on the body. But in the case of the CDC is saying that in the cases that we've had here in the United States, and now we're up to, as of last night when they had a press conference, 5 either confirmed or suspected cases. All of them really, they believe, are going to be monkeypox in 5 men from different areas: New York, Florida, Massachusetts, 2 men in Utah. And they say that the rash can be confused with a sexually transmitted disease, that you might go to the doctor thinking that you have herpes or something else, and it could in fact be monkeypox. So they're really trying to get the word out, Regina, to medical providers to say, hey, you know, if you've got somebody that's coming in that has this very strange, you know, appearing rash, ask about monkeypox, ask about possible exposure to travel, because we know all of 5 men in the cases that were reported as of last night, all of them had traveled outside the country, but not necessarily to places where you would find monkeypox. And that's the issue here. They're wondering, how is this virus being spread? Why is it outside, you know, spreading in so many areas outside of the regions where it's endemic? Regina?
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to these cases and these clusters that doctors are calling it, how concerned are they right now? Because I understand, Beth, there is no exact cure for it. Am I right?
So a couple of things there. Because this is so closely related to smallpox, we do have a couple of vaccines that could technically be used for monkeypox. So we do have vaccines that could be used to protect people, you know, who might have been exposed, things like that. We also have an antiviral that we might be able to use. So, you know, the doctor who spoke yesterday from the CDC with reporters said, you know, I just want to make this clear. We know a lot about monkeypox. Monkeypox has been around for 50 years. We know how it behaves. We know, you know, what to expect from it. We do have treatments. We do have, you know, vaccines that we could potentially use. So we're not starting at square one with this outbreak. What we need is to better understand, you know, why and how this virus is moving, and who might be most at risk. Now, yes, we said gay and bisexual men might be most at risk, but, you know, there are other groups that are, you know, that could be at risk too. So we don't want to rule anybody out. But what they're saying is this is not a virus that's easily spread. It requires close contact, typically contact with the lesions. So it's not the kind of thing where you're going to, it's like the pandemic, you know, where somebody's going to cough on you in a store, you know, and you could potentially, you know, contract the virus. It's much more difficult. It typically requires prolonged or even intimate contact to pick up the virus with somebody who's sick. Most of the people, though, Regina, they say will recover within a couple of weeks without requiring medical care. But obviously, they want to catch these cases and get these people diagnosed so that they can kind of work on their contacts around them and keep this virus from being able to grow and spread. Regina?
Yeah, definitely. And obviously still a lot to learn. So we really appreciate you joining us here live this morning to get our viewers up to speed on what we do know and how we can continue moving forward with this information. So Beth Galvin, Fox Medical Team reporter, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate your insight and knowledge.
Thank you, Regina.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. This is a major top story that we are going to continue to follow and touch base with our owned and operated stations about. We did get that confirmed case officially in New York just yesterday, so we will be in touch with our Fox 5 New York team on that. And in just a little bit, we'll get to some more health-related topics when it comes to the baby formula shortage and how that is being handled. We do know that several formula officials from Nestle, from Abbott, they're going to be testifying on Capitol Hill later this week to talk to Congress about how this could have possibly happened. And we also could see more COVID-19 vaccines coming to the world's youngest children, hopefully very soon. We did get new information from the FDA just yesterday. So a couple of those health-related stories that we're following for you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to entirely switch gears here back to President Biden's first trip to Asia as, well, I should say as president since he took office. This is a look at the White House. We did just get some feeds a couple of hours ago of him boarding Air Force One to make his way back to the United States. He is expected to land in Washington, D.C. in just a couple of hours. He's actually going to Alaska first, and then he's going to land in Washington, D.C. Very late this evening. So already dealing with that really large time change. I think it's 13 hours ahead of us is what Japan is. So he's definitely going to be on an interesting schedule, but he'll be headed to Alaska first and then back to Washington, D.C. So we'll have some more information on that a little bit later. But when we come back, we're going to take a look back at his visit, plus the latest from Ukraine as the Russian invasion of Ukraine has officially hit that 3-month mark. So don't go anywhere. Lots of top stories to get to when we come back. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. Happy Tuesday. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from our Orlando studios. I'll be with you for the next several hours, bringing you all of the latest developments on top stories that we're following, and not only here in the U.S., but internationally as well. We've also got some live events expected to come our way within the next several hours. We are going to have more from inside live of that courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia, as the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard $50 million defamation trial is in its final week. Be sure to not only tune in on our stream, but if we ever do break away from the trial to get to other news, we do have an entire stream on our Live Now from Fox YouTube page that airs the trial basically from when it starts to when it ends, all day, every day, in its entirety, raw and unfiltered. Viewer discretion is advised when we do bring you this trial because we've definitely gotten some very profanic audio messages that they've looked back on, some photos, some videos. So again, if you're going to be joining us a little bit later, viewer discretion is advised. But speaking of international news, we're going to stay in the Washington, D.C. area for just a moment here. Here's a look at the White House in our nation's capital. And that is because I do want to bring you the latest when it comes to President Biden's first trip to Asia since taking office. It has officially come to an end. He did board Air Force One, first stopping in Anchorage, Alaska, which we've actually learned here is pretty common, a pretty common pit stop for the president when he does do an international tour. And then he'll be making his way back to Washington, D.C., expected to land very late tonight. But we do want to bring you some of the highlights from his time overseas. So this is a look at some of the video we got from a very high stakes meeting in Tokyo as President Biden did join leaders of Japan, Australia, and India for a series of meetings addressing a wide range of social and economic topics. He also met with Australia's newly elected Prime Minister for the first time since he actually won the office just last Saturday. Now, the president also met with India's Prime Minister to discuss its relationship with Russia, agreeing to work together to try and stop the war in Ukraine, which we'll get to more information in a minute on the fact that it has officially been 3 months since the invasion first started, and India has come under fire since the invasion began for its role as a major Russian trade partner. So this is just some of the video we got here from his very high stakes quad meeting, as they are calling it, in Tokyo before he boarded Air Force One to return home. So I actually do want to give you a closer look at his entire trip overseas to Asia overall from Fox's Madeline Rivera. Let's listen in.
President Biden making headlines in Tokyo when asked if the U.S. would intervene militarily in Taiwan if China were to invade.
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made. We agree with a one China policy, but the idea that it could be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate.
The president's remarks are a clear break from the long-standing policy of strategic ambiguity toward Taiwan. For years, the U.S. has expressed support in helping Taiwan defend itself, but has remained vague about whether it would use military force. The White House quickly downplayed the president's statement, saying, "As the president said, our policy has not changed." He reiterated our one China policy and our commitment to peace and stability across Taiwan Strait. A top Chinese spokesman is slamming the president.
Taiwan is an inalienable part of Chinese territory. The Taiwan issue is purely an internal affair of China and cannot be interfered with by external forces.
Still, some of the president's outspoken critics have backed the aggressive stance, especially in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
You don't want ambiguity in dealing with Beijing. You want them to understand an attack on Taiwan will lead to a very large war that they will lose.
While abroad, the president also addressed domestic issues, warning inflation may be here for the long haul, although he doesn't think the U.S. is headed for a recession. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. Meanwhile, as mentioned several times throughout our morning, hard to believe it has officially been 3 months since Russia first invaded Ukraine. It's been a topic of conversation at the World Economic Forum, which we actually do have some live feeds coming from, and we will bring you out there live in just a couple of minutes. But as we continue to talk about the economy, especially here in America, as we see record high gas prices, the national average for today, according to AAA, officially $4.60. And then we also have learned that here in America, for the first time ever, in all 50 states, the average is more than $4. So President Biden, like Madeline just said, did reference the inflation here in the United States while overseas in Tokyo. And it's also been a topic of conversation at the World Economic Forum. But I do want to bring you this latest report from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater. He has more on how the price all of us are paying here at home is just continuing to get higher.
We're definitely seeing some inflation fatigue out there, and while the president says a recession isn't inevitable, not everyone shares his confidence.
President Biden wrapped up his trip to Asia this morning, spending nearly a week trying to rally support for a new trade pact and solidify opposition to Russian President Vladimir Putin.
It's so important that Putin pay a dear price for his barbarism in Ukraine.
And today, 3 months after the invasion of Ukraine began, it's clear that Ukrainians are paying the highest price for what Biden calls Putin's barbarism. But it's costing Americans, too. While gas prices were on the rise well before the Russian invasion, the recent spike has been explosive. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm visits the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve today, which the president is tapping to help bring gas prices down. But AAA, which just marked another record for gas prices this morning, says the reserve won't do much.
It does not make that big a difference. It's a literal drop in the bucket compared to what global demand and consumption is.
Do not allow for the aggressor to feel the world's opposition is not decisive enough.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tried to encourage leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos to hold their ground against Russia. But at the same time, support here at home may be faltering. A new AP poll shows that a small majority of U.S. adults now think we should prioritize the economy over imposing sanctions on Russia.
And just last month, those numbers were almost the opposite, with more robust support for holding Russia accountable. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazater for that report. Speaking of that World Economic Forum, we are getting this feed live into our desk right now. We've got John Kerry, U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, speaking along other comrades from around the world about safeguarding our planet and climate change, what bold innovations and actions are needed to build a more and secure, resilient planet. Well, let's listen in to some of their suggestions here on Live Now from Fox.
Fires, mudslides, floods, storms with greater intensity that comes from the increased moisture coming from the ocean, which comes from the increased heat going into the ocean, because 90% of the warming of the planet goes into the ocean. And the oceans, they are at risk. The chemistry changing faster than they have in millions of years. And you can't solve the problem of the oceans if you don't solve climate. You can't solve the problem of climate if you don't solve the ocean. And people need to understand that 51% of the oxygen we breathe comes from the ocean. So we're dealing with a crisis here, folks. It's a crisis made by human beings. As President Kennedy reminded us, most of the problems on the planet are caused by human beings, but that means they can be solved by human beings. And this can be solved. In Glasgow, we left Glasgow, thanks to Minister Scheer and Franz Timmermans and countless other ministers and countries. We came together knowing what the stakes were, recognizing that we needed to come together and compromise, find a way forward. But for the first time ever, The whole community of nations that came together said we must reduce the consumption of fossil fuel. We must phase down the use of coal. That's never happened before. We embraced a 1.5 degrees target. And the 1.5 degrees was not something anybody pulled out of the sky or did as a matter of politics or ideology. The 1.5 degrees is based on science. In fact, everything that we think we're talking about doing is based on math, mathematics, and physics. And it is rare that you can get the kind of certainty about what is happening to us as opposed to all the investments that countries make. Any individual makes an investment. You can't be as certain about that investment, usually, as you can be certain about what is happening to the planet and why. So we need to move. We need to accelerate. We need to do more. And Xi Jinping understands that. He's committed to that, as we are. And we're working together now to try to find the way that we can move forward. 20 countries, ladies and gentlemen, equal 80% of all the emissions on the planet. Think of it that way. And if those 20 countries can move rapidly enough, we can win this battle. We left Glasgow with 65% of global GDP committing to real plans that can get you to 1.5 degrees. That means 35% did not join that. And what we need to do now is help some countries that need assistance to be able to make the transformation do it. So we're working. The United States is working together with Germany and Britain and France, other countries, UAE, with India, with South Africa, with Indonesia, with Vietnam, with Mexico, with other countries, to help them to get the investable financing and the technology that will help them make this transition. I am absolutely convinced we will get to a low-carbon, no-carbon economy on this planet. I cannot tell you I'm convinced that we will get there in time, that we will do what the scientists told us we must do 4 years ago, which was reduced by 45% minimum over the next 12 years. We lost 4 of those years, and you all know why. Now we didn't lose them completely because other nations kept going and people kept doing things, even in America. But we didn't have momentum. Now we have momentum, and we have the ability to be able to actually keep the world at the degrees we're aiming for. Fatih Birol and the IEA let the world know that if we implemented everything that we agreed to do in Glasgow, we would be at 1.8 degrees centigrade of warming by 2050. That doesn't tell me we can be satisfied with 1.8 degrees. It tells me that with a little more effort, we can get to 1.5. And every tenth of a degree makes a world of difference. Bottom line, I'll just close by saying to you, no government has the money to be able to solve this problem by itself. No government will move fast enough to solve this government by itself. We need you. We need the private sector all around the world to step up, as major financial institutions are stepping up, as companies that have joined the First Movers Coalition, who are saying, even by paying a green premium, they're going to buy 10% green steel. They're going to buy green cement. They're going to have, some of them have invested in electric airplanes. Some of them are going to make new ships, Maersk, for instance, that are carbon-free. We're starting. We're on the move. We simply have to accelerate this by several times. But I am convinced that through technology, through innovation, through human ingenuity, if we will find the human will to make the choices available to us, we can win this battle. That's where we stand.
Thank you, Secretary Kerry, for that. I think you deserve a great applause. And Minister Chair, welcome to you. And thank you also for your leadership at COP26 and on the environment and climate for decades. You heard what Secretary Kerry said about that we have to accelerate this several times just now. And we know that China has committed to peak emissions before 2030 and also being climate neutral by 2060. Could you share with us what next steps and what will take place from China's side in the coming years based on these ambitions? Can it be accelerated? And do you also feel that the collaboration from Glasgow between Secretary Kerry and yourself could be continued in the run-up to COP27? Minister, and welcome.
谢谢主席，谢谢刚才克里特使的讲话。台下有好多我的老朋友，向大家问好。我首先呢，先向大家介绍一下，在对待气候变化这个问题上，中国政府的一贯的一些立场。今年的1月份，习近平主席在2022年世界经济论坛视频会议上发表了演讲，他提出了要携手战胜疫情，化解各类风险，跨越发展鸿沟，实现共促共赢等四点主张，为世界走出困难、战胜挑战，再一次呢贡献了中国的方案。去年9月，习近平主席发起全球发展倡议，目的是同各方一道，加快落实2030年可持续发展议程，实现更加强劲、绿色、健康的全球发展。气候变化和绿色发展是倡议的重点领域之一。面对人类共同的未来，各方应该同舟共济，各尽所能，合作共赢，应对气候变化等全球性的挑战。只有合作才是根本的出路。第二呢，中国始终积极地践行应对气候变化的务实行动。习近平主席宣布了双碳的目标，刚才布伦德主席讲的， 2030年达峰，2060年要实现碳中和。实际上呢，前面还有一个字“前 ”，2030年前和2060年前。也就是说呢，我们要努力的争取呢，做得更好。为了实现这个目标，在中央的层面成立了碳达峰、碳中和的领导小组。
All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox. We are currently listening in to this roundtable discussion at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. As you saw, John Kerry, the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, was really talking about climate change, carbon emissions, protecting our oceans, and really what innovations and actions are needed to build a more secure and resilient planet. But as you can see, we've got other ambassadors speaking. This is actually China's Special Envoy for Climate Change, Xi Zhenhua, speaking right now. So we are going to send some of you to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will continue on with some more coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine as it officially enters its 3rd month mark. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are slowly approaching the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. We were just live and worldwide in Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. The global economy, not the only topic of conversation, but also climate change and, weather and natural disasters that we have seen so much of, even more than average over the last several years. So we actually did just have a U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, speaking at a roundtable about safeguarding our planet. So we will continue to dip in and out of some of their discussions and their events throughout our morning and throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. But hard to believe that we are covering the fact that it has officially been 3 months since the war in Ukraine first started, and there is no sign of it ending anytime soon. We're actually getting more reports each and every day that Russia and their forces are stepping up shellings in some of these major cities. So we do want to head out overseas on the ground in Ukraine right now. That is where Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Pockett is bringing us the latest from Kyiv, talking about the fact that the United States is reportedly considering the use of special forces personnel to secure its embassy in Kyiv, which did just open back up for the first time since the invasion a couple of days ago. So let's listen in.
Russian forces bore down in hard-fought eastern Ukraine, trying to secure battlefield gains, as Ukrainian forces fought back, in part with U.S. and Western military aid. A U.S.-led online meeting of Ukraine's allies netted 20 new commitments of weaponry for its troops.
Everyone here understands the stakes of this war, and they stretch far beyond Europe.
Amid a report, the State Department is considering beefing up security at the recently reopened U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, including Marines and Special Forces. The Pentagon tamped it down.
Any reintroduction of U.S. forces into Ukraine would require a presidential decision. So we're a ways away from anything like that.
In Kyiv today, the 21-year-old Russian tank commander who pleaded guilty to killing a Ukrainian civilian, a war crime, was sentenced to life in prison. And in Geneva, a veteran Russian diplomat quit his job, citing what he described in a post as an intolerable and aggressive war unleashed by Vladimir Putin. As Ukrainian President Zelensky made a virtual plea to a Swiss business gathering for more sanctions.
Do not allow the aggressor to feel that the world's opposition is not decisive enough.
Trying to sit pretty amid signs the existing sanctions are now biting Putin with one of his remaining allies, Belarus President Lukashenko.
Despite all the difficulties, I would like to note that the Russian economy is withstanding the sanctions hit, and withstanding it quite well.
And one more line from that departing Russian diplomat. In his online post, he added, "I have never been so ashamed." No word yet from Moscow to these brave words. In Kyiv, Greg Pockett, Fox News.
Meanwhile, we're continuing to bring you some more video from on the ground there in Ukraine, like we do each and every day here. This is some video of smoke rising from an oil refinery outside of an area in the Luhansk region after Russian troops targeted that specific area. Now, Luhansk's regional governor posted this video showing thick smoke pouring from the refinery, saying that Russian forces were targeting this area, this specific route, and had shelled the area systematically. He also added that the Russians were also trying to surround nearby bridges to further isolate the area, and said Ukrainian forces repelled more than 16 Russian attacks in the last 24 hours. Meanwhile, we also do want to show you some of this video here. Ukraine's First Lady Olena Zelenska addressing an assembly of the World Health Organization by video yesterday, outlining efforts to tackle the psychological impact of war in her country. She has been hidden in an undisclosed location for safety after Russia's invasion began 3 months ago, and returned to public view here recently when she attended the funeral of Ukraine's first president in in Kyiv last week alongside her husband, current President Volodymyr Zelensky. So the two since appeared in a joint television interview during which Zelensky spoke about being separated from him. And then just yesterday, she did deliver this video address to the World Health Assembly, telling delegates that her war would stay with Ukrainians for years, impacting their mental health. So again, just really a really up close and raw look and depiction of the humanitarian crisis, the mental toll that this is taking on so many innocent civilians out there, as well as the First Lady and the President. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, it'll be the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern Time hour, and we'll regroup here and bring you all of the latest developments on the top stories that we're following here on this Tuesday, May 24th. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 24th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando studios. It has been a busy morning. We brought you live and worldwide, not only to Tokyo, Japan, where President Biden did officially board Air Force One to make his way back to the United States. But we've also been in Davos, Switzerland, where the World Economic Forum has been taking place. We've heard some major key speakers make remarks today, including NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. A lot of focus at this forum has been how our global economy has been impacted by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has officially entered its 3-month mark. Today, it is May 24th, and the invasion first began back on February 24th. So I do want to give you a look at some of the top stories that we are following, and some of those do have to do with all of the highlights coming from President Biden's first trip to Asia since taking office last year. And today, before he left Tokyo, Japan, he did hold a very high-stakes meeting joining the leaders of Japan, Australia, and India for a series of meetings addressing a wide range of social and economic topics. It's being called a Quad meeting. And he also met with Australia's newly elected Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, for the first time since he won the office, actually just last Saturday. The president also met with India's Prime Minister to discuss its relationship with Russia, agreeing to work together to try and stop the war, because India has actually come under fire since the invasion began for its role as a major Russian trade partner. So President Biden said that they discussed the ongoing effects of Russia's brutal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. That's a direct quote. And the effect it has on the entire global world order. And the U.S. and India are going to continue consulting closely on how to mitigate these negative effects. So And just direct quote there coming from the president himself in Tokyo, Japan, at this Quad Fellowship meeting before he did board Air Force One. He will be stopping in Anchorage, Alaska first, and then he will be making his way back to Washington, D.C. Here's a live now look at the White House in our nation's capital. But back to some of our top stories here. We do want to let you know that we are also following the fact that this war in Ukraine has hit its 3-month mark, and there is no sign of Russian forces backing down. In just a couple of minutes, we are going to bring you the latest report and segment, I should say, from our very own Andrew Kraft and retired Marine counterintelligence officer Hal Kempfer. He's basically joined us every day for the last 3 months talking about every latest development when it comes to this war. And we are actually going to shift our focus right now to a report from our very own Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader, because when it comes to the fact that this invasion has hit the 3-month mark, we here in America have been paying the price when it comes to inflation, when it comes to gas prices, which, as you can see on that side panel graphic we have for you, that's another top story we're following. The fact that these gas prices have just continued to hit record highs for the last 2 weeks. Today's national average confirmed by AAA, $4.60 a gallon for a gallon of regular alone. And this is only in some states. I was checking the AAA statistics in each state, and we do know that in California, a gallon of regular is basically more than $6 a gallon. So let's get the very latest on what we've been seeing here in the United States as an impact from this Russian invasion of Ukraine, again, officially entering its 3-month mark. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader.
We're definitely seeing some inflation fatigue out there, and while the president says a recession isn't inevitable, not everyone shares his confidence.
President Biden wrapped up his trip to Asia this morning, spending nearly a week trying to rally support for a new trade pact and solidify opposition to Russian President Vladimir Putin.
It's so important that Putin pay a dear price for his barbarism in Ukraine.
And today, 3 months after the invasion of Ukraine began, it's clear that Ukrainians are paying the highest price for what Biden calls Putin's barbarism. But it's costing Americans too. While gas prices were on the rise well before the Russian invasion, the recent spike has been explosive. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm visits the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve today, which the president is tapping to help bring gas prices down. But AAA, which just marked another record for gas prices this morning, says the reserve won't do much.
It does not make that big a difference. It's a literal drop in the bucket compared to what global demand and consumption is.
Do not allow for the aggressor to feel the world's opposition is not decisive enough.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tried to encourage leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos to hold their ground against Russia. But at the same time, support here at home may be faltering. A new AP poll shows that a small majority of U.S. adults now think we should prioritize the economy over imposing sanctions on Russia.
And just last month, those numbers were almost the opposite, with more robust support for holding Russia accountable. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. Meanwhile, while overseas, President Biden declared the fight against inflation in the United States, saying that it's going to, quote, be a haul. Some economists are echoing that sentiment and basically fear that a recession is looming. Now, with the 2022 midterms just a few months away, voters are paying really close attention to rising prices at the gas pump and the grocery store. And this is something that Fox News reporter Caroline Shively has the very latest on from Washington, D.C.
Stocks closed higher on Wall Street Monday after 7 straight weeks of decline. The rally came after President Biden said he may reduce tariffs against China and announced a new economic agreement with a dozen Indo-Pacific nations. The markets have been weighed down by high inflation worries. On Monday, the president spoke about how long it would be until Americans would get some relief from rising prices.
This is going to be a haul. This is going to take some time.
It's not just the markets focused on inflation, voters are too.
Inflation is overwhelmingly the #1 issue. Almost all Americans feel inflation. They see it in gasoline and particularly in food prices.
Investors are also focused on how the Federal Reserve is managing inflation, worried if the Fed raises interest rates too high, it could bring on a recession.
When inflation is greater than 4% and unemployment is under 4%, like we have today, recession always follows. So history is not on our side today, but it doesn't feel like we're going there yet.
Small businesses' expectations of the economy to improve over 6 months has never been lower in the history of the series going back to the 70s. So recession is inevitable.
The markets will also be watching economic updates from the Commerce Department this week, including data on personal income and spending. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Caroline Shively for that report. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Speaking of midterms, speaking of voters, today is more primary elections in several states across the nation. So when we come back, we are actually going to head out to the state of Georgia to talk about the latest governor's race. We do know that Kemp does have a lead on Purdue as voters are heading to the polls as we speak. Stay with us. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are out in Georgia right now. Here's a live look over Atlanta, and that is because we are covering the fact that a new Insider Advantage / Fox 5 Atlanta poll is showing incumbent Brian Kemp maintaining his lead over former U.S. Senator David Perdue ahead of today's Republican primary for governor. So we do have our Fox 5 Atlanta team covering the very latest information on this and the fact that this has become a little bit of a competition between former Vice President Mike Pence and former President Donald Trump when it comes to campaigning and backing these two candidates. So let's get the very latest here on Live Now from Fox.
Brian Kemp is truly an embarrassment to the Republican Party.
Thanks to your governor, it is easier to vote and harder to cheat than ever before in Georgia history.
Both candidates brought in the big guns for the final night of campaigning. Former President Donald Trump, who endorsed David Perdue as part of his revenge efforts against Governor Kemp, held a tele-rally during which he said the former senator has a better chance at winning in November.
I don't believe Kemp can do it. He's got too many people in the Republican Party that will refuse to vote.
Former Vice President Mike Pence split with his one-time boss and stumped for Governor Kemp in Cobb County. He says Kemp is devoted to faith, family, and the people of Georgia.
Vote to renominate Governor Brian Kemp for 4 more years.
Most polls show Kemp with a sizable lead. The question is, will he be able to avoid a runoff? At least publicly, neither candidate is putting a lot of stock in those polls.
Some pollsters really do a pretty good job, but it's hard to pick up two dynamics going on in this race. One is the voter fraud issue, and one is the Donald Trump influence.
We're doing this for a reason. We got more wood to chop the rest of the night, all day tomorrow, till the last poll closed. And let's bring this home.
And we will be touching base with our Fox 5 Atlanta teams and reporters throughout the day when it comes to the very latest on the primaries in Georgia. And we'll also be bringing you the latest on the primary races in other states happening today as well. But I do want to head out to the state of Texas right now. A major story that we were following, especially yesterday, with the fact that the Biden administration did plan to drop Title 42, which is the COVID-related asylum rules at the southern border, but a federal judge in Louisiana blocked that move. So now thousands of migrants are camped out along the southern border, basically waiting to make asylum claims if and when those regulations are terminated. So Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse is at the port of entry at our nation's border.
Dozens of migrants from Mexico, Central America, Haiti, and Africa wait in line at shelters, clinics, and soup kitchens in Tijuana.
Nosotros podemos trabajar. Estamos con las fuerzas para trabajar.
They are strong men. They can work and they want to help their families. Many waited for months for an end to Title 42 and are confused about what's happening now.
Pues yo sé que el 42 lo rechazaron, ¿verdad?
Oh, there's no going on, 42.
Bueno, ellos están peleando, pero no sé si...
Today might open up. Migrants have 3 choices: return home, wait in Mexico, or cross illegally. With some 11 million jobs open in the U.S., border agents fear many won't wait. And we'll see scenes like these from Texas all across the border.
I have no reason to believe that they're going to wait in line like they should. They're going to continue to come across the border in waves, and that's what we're seeing right now.
According to Border Patrol statistics, most migrants still cross in South Texas, followed by Yuma, Arizona, then Southern California. Some migrants say they will continue to wait.
I want to follow the legal route. That is why I'm seeking to go to the immigration office at the border, because I don't want to cross illegally.
Do you think anyone's going home?
No creo.
I don't think so.
Lucharon mucho para llegar hasta aquí.
They have fought so hard to get here. So what hasn't changed? The push and pull factors. The U.S. still has more jobs than workers. The root cause is global poverty is actually getting worse, and the border remains open for about half of those who cross illegally, despite Title 42. So don't expect operational control anytime soon. In Tijuana, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
All right, thank you to William LaJeunesse for that report. Meanwhile, yesterday was that May 23rd deadline. So in order to follow up related to this topic and this conversation, our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft did catch up with a legal analyst. His name is Doug Burns when it comes to the latest on Title 42 and that May 23rd expiration date that was now no more. Let's listen in here.
Now, let's talk even further about this and why that judge put this injunction on it and blocked this. We're being joined right now by legal expert Doug Burns, friend of the program. Doug, hope you had a good weekend. So let's talk about this even further. My main point that I keep getting across and reiterating to you is This has to do with the furtherance, really, of the COVID-19 pandemic. That was what the judge was citing, because this is a public health order put in place by the CDC restricting those seeking asylum during the pandemic. It's been in place for the last 2 years. But this judge is citing a very kind of arcane and complex law. It's called the Administrative Procedure Act. As to why he blocked it, let's talk about this even further. What is that law?
Sure. It's a classic example, and you and I talk about this a lot, of a legal principle versus the political discussions and the around the dining room table discussions, at the cocktail party discussions, et cetera. So the point is, the Administrative Procedures Act requires that before you make a change like this, you have to have what's called notice and comment. So the point is, you put people on notice that the change is being proposed, you give them an opportunity to comment, and the judge ruled that that procedure wasn't followed properly, and therefore there's no legal basis to turn around without following the notice and comment requirements. You cannot remove the Title 42. On the merits of it, Title 42 was steeped, of course, in the pandemic. The concept was not allowing claims of asylum when people are coming from countries, with serious documented evidence of communicable disease. You can't avoid the politics here. I mean, let's face it. And the point is that there's a huge toxic dust-up ideologically between the left and the right over the border. And there are amazing political ironies here because you have each side taking a position essentially contrary to their core position all throughout the pandemic. Okay, so the right side has been saying the restrictions are too onerous, you no longer need them, look at the medical statistics of improvement. Yet when it's in this context, they want continuing protection against COVID. In reverse, on the left, these are the people who are lecturing and preaching to everybody. Even to this day, tonight, as we sit here, new resurgences, new strains. Yet on this issue, oh no, it's fine. We don't have to be concerned. So I think the best way for me as an analyst to crystallize this is that when you start politicizing legal discussions, you get into these hypocritical scenarios, Andrew.
And I just want to go into one of those seemingly hypocritical scenarios, because we saw the big legal fight that's still really playing out about lifting the mask mandate on public transit, airplanes, buses, trains. The Biden administration was going to fight, and the DOJ, tooth and nail, to keep those emergency powers for the CDC in place in the event of possibly another pandemic, God forbid. But you see this federal judge, though, in Louisiana taking kind of a different tact, saying, no, we have to keep Title 42 in place. He laid out the legal justification for it. So I think a lot of Americans are confused, especially when it comes to COVID-19 and these kind of two disparate federal rulings, keeping some in place, doing away with others. Is the pandemic here or is it over? And so I think it is confusing. But just from a kind of executive powers standpoint, Doug, former President Trump put this in place. Biden wanted to lift it. Isn't it under the purview of the executive branch to lift an executive order they put in place? Why don't they have that power?
No, it's a good question. They do have that power. But I mean, Title 42, Section 265, I believe it is, lays out a congressional statute that if there's, a legitimate concern, an issue with communicable disease potentially being introduced into the United States, then the normal procedure of affording somebody a claim of asylum. So it's really congressional. So the executive order, doesn't quite do it. And that's why 22 or 24 states, I don't recall the exact number, went to court. A couple other legal points real quick. Number one, and I know people get this, but it's worth repeating. This is a preliminary injunctive relief move. Simple translation, it doesn't mean the case has been fully adjudicated. It's the judge determining that he feels that one side is likely to prevail, and for now, we're going to keep it in place. That's one thing. Another thing gets a little in the weeds, and a lot of professors have discussed this, And it's actually a very interesting topic, and that is, should one single district court in the United States, and there are 94 districts, just so the viewers are following me, should one court be able to put in a ruling that effectively governs the whole country, what we lawyers call a nationwide injunction? Again, we don't need to get all in the weeds. I just wanted to raise the issues for people thinking about this. But to your core question, this is the key. Again, what happens is the dialogue, you know, as you're initiating it tonight, and other journalists and pundits and experts, you know, makes perfect sense in terms of looking at, you know, the issue, safety, the ideological strains that are going on. But the fact of the matter is, legally speaking, the judges do their best, not to sound corny, to go through the legal X's and O's. And if the Administrative Procedures Act, obscure, arcane as it might be, requires notice and comment, and it wasn't followed, then the judge rules accordingly, you know, regardless of where the chips fall. But it's really, it is more of an overall policy question, obviously, than a legal question for the courts. And we see that problem over and over and over, you know, whether it's abortion, the border, guns, you know, as a global proposition from 30,000 feet, a lot of these are really core legislative matters more than legal ones.
No, that's such a good point. Do you think this will kind of rise to the level that this will have to be, you know, ruled upon possibly at the Supreme Court, at the highest level? Is that what you're kind of gaming out here?
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. The case apparently goes to, I think I read, the Fifth Circuit. You know, the circuits can be a little confusing. There's 13 of them around the country. I believe Louisiana is in the Fifth Circuit. This is in the District Court for the Western District of Louisiana. And then, in my opinion, to answer your question, I absolutely think it could very well go to the Supreme Court. But you have to remember something else, like another just global point. You know, in these law cases, these are wide open standards. So, and this is why you have such vitriolic, you know, media arguments about it. But in the courtroom, it's like, well, wait a minute. Is there a legitimate, statistically based, evidentiarily based worry and problem about introducing a disease into the United States? Or on the other hand, are we past that? Can it be lifted? Opinions can differ wildly in terms of a political discussion. But again, in a law court, the question is, look, you want to lift this policy that's been in effect, that's governed by a congressional statute, that's fine. You have to follow certain hoops of notice and comment, again, to be a broken record.
You know, and one of the other, I guess, legal examples that Judge Robert Summerhays cited was, you know, this was, if it was lifted, it would have been thrown to the states to decide what to do. And he essentially said that that would be too messy.
Well, yeah, he said that. And you know, you and I and everybody have been in all kinds of discussions in the abortion context. What's a state issue? What should be governed by states? What's a federal issue? So here, though, it's a fairly reasonable argument to say that the CDC is the national, you know, medical organization governing this. And I think what the judge was getting at, Andrew, is that, you know, I think he was going a little bit with the implied sarcasm of the hypocrisy, which is, you know, on one breath before breakfast, the CDC is wonderful and fantastic and everything they say should be followed. And then in another breath after lunch, they shouldn't be followed, if you follow my point, you know?
Yeah, of course. And there are a lot of contradictions, especially politically. Many critics of Title 42 are essentially saying that it is kind of acting as a stand-in for kind of a wider immigration policy. So it's interesting to see how COVID-19, immigration, two of the top issues of the day here, are intersecting. Final thoughts, Doug.
Final thoughts are, again, you know, the broken record. It's becoming increasingly frustrating to me as a legal analyst, you know, to watch legal discussions being overtaken by, you know, the emotions of issues. And I commend you, honestly, for, you know, breaking it down and laying it out the way you did tonight.
Well, thank you. Doug Burns, as always, we appreciate your time. Hope you had a good weekend. We'll be talking again very soon, I'm sure.
All right, a great conversation there from our very own Live Now from Fox host Andrew Kraft with legal expert Doug Burns talking about that Title 42 expiration date that was yesterday and where we are kind of going with it moving forward. So we'll continue to keep you updated on that story as we learn more details here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We are slowly approaching the 8:30 a.m. Eastern time mark, and I do kind of want to give you a little look at what we've got going on here. So we are just about a half hour away from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard $50 million defamation trial getting underway once again in its final week in this Fairfax County, Virginia courtroom. Here is an outside look of that courtroom. And I got to say, this isn't even the money shot. The money shot has been the fact that so many fans have lined up early in the morning. Basically, a official out there in Fairfax County, Virginia, we learned, told fans that they are going to start ticketing people and even possibly arresting people if they saw them lining up earlier than 1 o'clock in the morning during days when this trial was taking place. So we have seen them as early as 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. It's something that our Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard has been covering for the last several days. And some of the stories that have come from outside this courtroom, we've heard of people spending up to $30,000 to come to Virginia and just even get a glimpse of Johnny Depp walking in or out of this trial. We've also heard of somebody bringing 2 alpacas outside of the courtroom so that way Johnny Depp could see them and hopefully smile and brighten his day a little bit better. We've also heard of people putting their stuff in storage out in the United Kingdom and spending all of their money, using all of their paid time off to fly here and sit outside of this trial. So definitely quite some stories coming out of Fairfax County, Virginia. Again, closing arguments are expected to get underway inside of this courtroom on Friday. So be sure to stream it here on Live Now from Fox. This has been a trial that has had a lot of dramatic revelations, a lot of graphic videos. So we do want to let you know if you do plan on tuning in either later today or throughout the week, viewer discretion is certainly advised. We've also got President Biden making his way back to the United States today. Here's a live look at the White House in our nation's capital. He wrapped up meetings in Tokyo, Japan. That was the last stop in his first trip to Asia since taking office. And then we've also been live in Switzerland for the entire morning, really basically in and out, because we've got that World Economic Forum happening out there in Davos. This is actually a feed that we've been getting from them. We've kind of been bringing you in and out of certain discussions that have been taking place out there, especially when it comes to the war in Ukraine, officially marking its 3rd month. And they've been talking about how the war has impacted our global economy. So that's just a look at some of what we've got going on for you here. When we come back, we are going to shift gears to some more major stories that we are following for you, including Operation Fly Formula officially underway. 78,000 pounds of baby formula making their way to the United States, landing on Sunday in Indiana. This is a look at some of the footage we've got of that first shipment. We're also monitoring symptoms, signs, and whether or not we as Americans should be worried about the CDC investigating monkeypox cases here in the United States. And then we're also going to monitor the fact that gas prices are continuing to hit record highs, really just continuing to rise over the past couple of weeks. AAA confirming that today's national average is $4.60 a gallon. And that's just in some states. When I was looking at some of the numbers coming from individual states, I saw that in California alone, a tank of regular is going for about more than $6 a gallon at this point. So we'll get you up to speed on all of these top stories when we come back. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It's a story we've been following for several days now. Monkeypox cases rising across the globe, but U.S. officials are being cautious and do not expect a significant spread of the rare disease here at this time. If you were tuning in about an hour ago, we did speak with a Fox medical team reporter about what monkeypox are, should we be concerned, what are some of the symptoms, and how are they transmitted. Well, let's get the very latest from Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul. He's got the latest details from Los Angeles this morning.
We're still in the early days of this outbreak, so there's a lot we're still learning.
Cases of monkeypox continue to climb across the globe. There have been 92 confirmed cases of the rare disease in 12 countries, and 28 potential cases are under investigation.
The transmission is really happening from close physical contact, skin-to-skin contact.
Officials from the World Health Organization expect cases to rise as contact tracing and disease surveillance expands in the coming days and weeks. Here in the U.S., monkeypox infections remain low. The first case was reported several days ago in a male patient who is currently in an isolation ward at a Massachusetts hospital. President Biden says everyone should be concerned, but stresses an outbreak is not likely at this time.
We've had this monkeypox in larger numbers in the past, number one. Number two, we have vaccines to take care of it.
Symptoms of the virus are similar to the flu and can include fever, chills, and rash-like bumps on the skin. Officials say monkeypox symptoms can last between 2 and 4 weeks in most people.
It's basically impossible for the monkeypox virus to cause a pandemic. It's not highly contagious. The transmission is inefficient, requires a very close contact for a prolonged period of time.
The CDC is asking all health providers to be on alert for patients who have symptoms that are consistent with monkeypox, regardless of travel history. In Los Angeles, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jeff Paul for that report. Meanwhile, another health-related story we've been following here on Live Now from Fox. The latest when it comes to the baby formula shortage. While parents nationwide breathing a little more of a sigh of relief after the U.S. military flew in more than 75,000 pounds of formula over the weekend, and the shipment is coming as lawmakers are actually set to grill executives from several baby formula companies on what caused the nationwide shortage that's happening a little later this week. Fox News senior correspondent Laura Ingle has more on that story.
Our administration is working around the clock to ensure that there is enough safe baby formula available for all who need it.
Relief is on the way for families as baby formula begins to trickle into retailers as part of the Biden administration's Operation Fly Formula. The first batch of baby formula imported from Europe arrived in the U.S. over the weekend, and several flights are expected to arrive in the coming days to help alleviate the nationwide shortage.
It is a large shipment of very specific and specialized formula.
This weekend's cargo consisted of 78,000 pounds of formula, enough to fill more than 500,000 baby bottles.
I know this is a scary situation for our parents and the caregivers who are taking care of these babies.
Meanwhile, Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says the federal government needs to do more to ensure that poorer families have access to the scarce supply of baby formula.
I'm telling the Secretary of Agriculture, you need to open the internet. Give them the key to unlock online sales. WIC participants ought to have equal treatment when it comes to online purchases.
The closed Abbott nutrition plant, which sparked the shortage, is expected to reopen in the next few days, though the FDA says it could be weeks before there's new formula from Abbott on store shelves. About 45% of formula products are still not available in the U.S., as executives from Abbott and other formula makers have agreed to testify before lawmakers on the root causes of the shortage later this week. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Laura Engel for that report. Meanwhile, I do want to shift our focus to the latest when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic. The youngest Americans could soon get their COVID shots as soon as this summer. Actually, the FDA's vaccine advisors are going to meet in just a few weeks to talk about multiple formulas. So let's get the very latest from Fox News correspondent Molly Line.
COVID vaccine access could soon expand. The FDA has announced its vaccine advisors will meet June 14th and 15th to discuss Pfizer's and Moderna's shots for children as young as 6 months old. Today, Pfizer announced its 3-dose series was about 80% effective in this age group. For Moderna's 2 shots, efficacy is about 40 to 50%. For some parents, the vaccines are a long time coming.
It's been really hard to keep waiting and have dates in mind and then those pass, and then to see the rest of the world move on has been a really big challenge for many of us.
The meetings come as COVID cases rise once again. The American Academy of Pediatrics reported 93,000 new infections in children for the week that ended May 12th. That's about a 75% increase in 2 weeks. Despite the uptick in cases, it's not clear how high demand will be to give younger Americans the shots. CDC data shows just 30% of 5 to 11-year-olds have been fully vaccinated. Meanwhile, COVID continues to have an impact overseas. Chinese health officials are maintaining their zero COVID policy. In Beijing, people are bracing for a widespread lockdown after a record number of new cases over the weekend.
The pandemic is far from over. And even as we continue to fight it, we face the task of restoring essential health services.
The World Health Organization says 60% of the global population is vaccinated against COVID-19. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Molly Line for that report. Meanwhile, I do want to turn our focus to some latest news when it comes to the economy, the state of our economy, and the fact that gas prices are continuing to rise as we are approaching a huge travel weekend, and a lot of people continuing to go about their trips because we are also, in a new phase of a pandemic where people are vaccinated, people are starting to trust getting on planes, trust going to these certain major destinations. And as Memorial Day is approaching, analysts actually have some tips to help you save gas if you are planning on hitting the roads. According to AAA, there will be nearly 40 million people on the road during this Memorial Day weekend, which is an increase of 8.3% from last year. Travel experts recommend booking car rentals early for more chances to save, while analysts suggest paying cash and shopping at grocery stores with fuel rewards programs to save. Some even advocate driving 10 to 15 miles per hour slower to improve fuel economy and save a decent amount of money. So this is just one topic that they are hitting on in this latest Fox Means Business report. Let's listen in.
Drivers still can't catch a break at the pump. The national average for regular unleaded gas hitting another all-time high over the weekend. A gallon now at $4.60. That's up nearly 50 cents in just the past month. We'll keep watching it. We are also keeping an eye on oil prices, now back on the rise, up for 3 straight sessions. A barrel is just above $110. That's up around 46% so far this year. Meantime, looks like it's hard for a lot of you to part with your current ride. According to a report from S&P Global, the average age of a vehicle in the U.S. is at 12.2 years. That's a new record. High gas prices, along with supply chain issues, keeping more drivers from buying new wheels right now. To Wall Street, and how about this? A rally to start the week. The Dow gaining 618 points on Monday. That's business. I'm Lydia Hu.
All All right, thank you to Lydia for that report. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head out live outside of a courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia, because we are expecting the Johnny Depp Amber Heard $50 million defamation trial to continue there. Things expected to get underway in just a little more than 15 minutes. So we're going to get an update from Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. He's kind of been monitoring the crowds outside of this courtroom. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, we've had several pretty wild stories of people spending thousands of dollars to come visit Fairfax County, Virginia to get a glimpse of Johnny Depp, even walking in or out of this courtroom. People have brought alpacas. People have used all their paid time off to be here. Talk about super fans. So we'll get the very latest from Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard when we come back. All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 24th. This is something that we have brought you live, raw, and unfiltered for the last several weeks now. Johnny Depp's $50 million defamation case against his ex-wife Amber Heard continuing into its final week with closing arguments expected on Friday. And several high-profile witnesses, including potentially Johnny Depp himself, are expected to take the stand. And then while this is all happening inside, we've also seen fans lining up outside to even get a glimpse of Johnny Depp or even Amber Heard walking in or out of the courtroom. So all this is something that our very own Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard has been staying on top of, and he is actually joining us live right now from outside of that courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. Bob, good morning to you. How are you doing? And what can you tell us as we're expected to have things get started here in that courtroom in a little less than 15 minutes?
That's right, Regina. It's kind of a rainy day here in the D.C. area. Good morning. Good to see you. I almost feel like I should have a British accent, you know, these court dramas that seem to be, you know, over in the other side of the pond. It's just a daily mix of interesting people and sensational testimony inside the courtroom. We'll start there. We're not sure of the witness list today. Johnny Depp, I was talking to Mackenzie yesterday. Johnny Depp was supposed to testify yesterday, and then in the afternoon, her defense team decided not to call him. So Johnny Depp did not testify yesterday, but there's talk that he may actually testify tomorrow when his legal team offers a rebuttal to the defense that Amber Heard has presented. So there's a chance Johnny Depp will be on the stand tomorrow. Again, we were pretty sure he was going to be on yesterday, and he wasn't, so we don't know for sure. But also we're hearing that Kate Moss, an old girlfriend of Johnny's, may appear live via a video hookup to answer some questions. Her name was brought up during the course of the trial at one point by Amber Heard's team, some kind of incident that she had had, Kate Moss, with Johnny Depp. They were romantically involved some years ago, where Johnny allegedly threw her down some stairs during a fight. When that was brought up, Johnny's legal team kind of lit up because they knew then they could bring her into court, by video in this case, and answer some questions about the relationship that she, Kate Moss, had with Johnny, which apparently ended amicably. So, you know, there is a chance that Kate Moss will be testifying that Johnny and I had a good relationship, and he was never violent, never, you know, physically violent with her. So we'll see how that goes. And yeah, there's always kind of the drama outside the courthouse as people line up to go in. Again, the trial resumes in less than 15 minutes. There was this one thing you may have heard about or read about, Regina, where some lady stood up during a break in the action yesterday with a baby and said something to the effect that, hey, Johnny, this baby is yours. We saw that woman outside the courthouse yesterday morning. She had apparently lined up like late the night before with a baby that didn't have socks. It was kind of a raw morning. Some accusing her of cutting the line. And at one point, Fairfax County Sheriff's deputies, who kind of manage everything outside and inside the courthouse, kind of took her out of the line, this woman with her stroller and her baby, just to make sure that they were okay, that the baby was being cared for. She eventually got the opportunity to go inside the courtroom, and when the judge had just left the courtroom during a break, and Johnny stood up to kind of go out for a cigarette break, which apparently he does routinely, this woman stood up with the baby and said, hello, we have a relationship and this is your baby. And I think people were stunned. Just the latest kind of interesting situation that comes about with these passionate fans of his, who some get into the courtroom and some try and go home disappointed, but are just kind of like drawn like a moth to a flame to this courthouse during this now 6-week-long defamation case.
Yeah, and Bob, did Johnny Depp himself respond? Did she get any reaction out of him after doing that?
Apparently, no. He kind of like acknowledged her after she said Johnny, Johnny, Johnny or whatever. What I'm told by people who were in the courtroom, because there's no video of this, because I think they cut the feed, you know, before this happened. But we've spoken to a couple of people who were in there, and this one guy was telling me that when she was kind of in the back of the courtroom, stood up and called out, he kind of looked over and acknowledged this woman holding the baby. But then when she went off on this whole, this is yours, there was really no reaction. He kind of just turned and left the courtroom. So obviously didn't recognize her.
Yeah, and you know, it's crazy because I feel like we've seen so many dramatic revelations and testimonies coming from this trial. So obviously you got to have some drama outside of the trial itself too. So Bob, thank you so much for joining us as always, like you have been, getting our viewers up to speed on what we've seen inside and outside of that courtroom each day. So we really appreciate you, and I'm sure we'll be chatting again soon. Stay safe out there.
Cheerio. Thank you very much there, Regina. Appreciate it.
Cheerio, Bob. Oh, you've been hanging around these fans too much. Have a good day. All right, everybody. A huge thanks to our very own Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. Really out there almost every morning as fans have lined up. Like I mentioned, we've heard a lot of these wild stories of people bringing their babies, claiming that they are Johnny Depp's, bringing alpacas outside of the courthouse, hoping that Johnny Depp would see them and put a smile on his face. People taking all their pay time off to go and visit Fairfax County, Virginia for this trial, and also spend thousands of dollars on plane tickets. So really, we've just been using the term super fan. And we're talking about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. They have both seen fans from outside of that courtroom and even inside. So again, it's something that we're following for you here on Live Now from Fox. But when it comes to everything that we saw as far as testimony, it was something that I even myself brought you right here on Live Now from Fox as it got started at around 9 a.m. Eastern time yesterday. We heard from a orthopedic surgeon and hand specialist who who was really taking a look back at some of the x-rays and reports of that alleged fight between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard in Australia back in 2015, where Depp alleged that Amber Heard threw 2 vodka bottles at him, one of which partially severed one of his fingers. And then we also heard from a psychiatrist who basically said that Johnny Depp exhibited behavior and patterns of behavior that contributes to domestic violence. So let's take a look back at everything we saw just yesterday in that courtroom. That didn't include Johnny Depp. It was rumored that he would testify yesterday to be cross-examined by Amber Heard's lawyers, but we did not see that. So let's take a look at what we did see.
All eyes were on a Fairfax, Virginia courtroom Monday as actor Johnny Depp was expected to take the stand in his $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. But in a midday update, Heard's team said they would not be calling on Depp. Instead, the day began with expert testimony, first from an orthopedic surgeon who tried to cast doubt about how Depp's finger was severed in 2015.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him? No.
Depp is accusing Heard of throwing that vodka bottle at him. However, the surgeon testifying for Heard's defense says Depp's allegations and the photos of his injury don't add up.
To create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
On cross-examination, Depp's lawyer tried to undermine that assessment, saying the surgeon had never treated or examined the actor's hand in person. Additionally, Heard's team brought in a psychiatrist who also did not treat Depp, but reviewed the case.
So, in my opinion, Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who is a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Depp's team has indicated his ex-girlfriend Kate Moss could be called to the stand as a rebuttal witness on Wednesday. Heard brought up Moss during her testimony, referencing a rumor that Depp once pushed the model down a flight of stairs. In Fairfax, Virginia, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. Meanwhile, to take a closer look at what we saw yesterday, as well as throughout the last couple of weeks of this trial, and now kind of looking ahead to potential testimony from actress and a former ex-girlfriend of Johnny Depp, Kate Moss, as well as Depp himself, I do want to bring you a look at this segment that we have from our very own Live Now from Fox team with a legal expert. And then I also do want to let you know that we did just get feeds from live inside of the courtroom. You could see Amber Heard greeted by her attorneys here, and we are also hopefully going to get some insight into who we can expect to take the stand today. You've got Johnny Depp over there to the right-hand side of your screen in the middle of his attorneys, his specific attorney, Camille, really becoming a powerhouse on social media, nonetheless, when it came to her very tough questioning of his ex-wife, Amber Heard, just last week. So let's get the very latest again on what we've seen throughout the course of this trial just yesterday and what we can kind of see looking ahead before closing arguments happen on Friday.
Eyes were on a Fairfax, Virginia courtroom Monday as actor Johnny Depp was expected to take the stand in his $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. But in a midday update, Heard's team said they would not be calling on Depp. Instead, the day began with expert testimony, first from an orthopedic surgeon who tried to cast doubt about how Depp's finger was severed in 2015.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
No.
Depp is accusing Heard of throwing that vodka bottle at him. However, the surgeon testifying for Heard's defense says Depp's allegations and the photos of his injury don't add up.
To create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
On cross-examination, Depp's lawyer tried to undermine that assessment, saying the surgeon had never treated or examined the actor's hand in person. Additionally, Heard's team brought in a psychiatrist who also did not treat Depp, but reviewed the case.
So, in my opinion, Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who is a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Depp's team has indicated his ex-girlfriend Kate Moss could be called to the stand as a rebuttal witness on Wednesday. Heard brought up Moss during her testimony, referencing a rumor that Depp once pushed the model down a flight of stairs. In Fairfax, Virginia, Matla Rivera, Fox News.
So really one of the biggest developments today, the fact that Amber Heard's team is not planning on bringing Johnny Depp back to the stand. That was a last-minute decision. I want to bring in legal analyst Julie Rendelman to talk a little bit more about this. First, though, Julie, I want to read this off. A source close to Amber Heard told our Fox 5 team, quote, "Calling Depp back to the stand would be as relevant to us as a bicycle to a fish. Everything Depp has testified up to this point has been irrelevant to the heart of this case, and there's no reason to believe it would be any different now." Do you think they made the right decision?
Yeah, I've never heard the phrase "bicycle to a fish." That was a new one to me, and it was interesting, and it's funny because I mean, if you remember, Amber Heard in the middle of the trial switched PR firms because she didn't feel like she was getting the support she needed, and this seems to be, quote unquote, the support she's trying to get in terms of trying to make some excuse as to why they're now not calling Johnny Depp. And so to me, here's the problem for Heard's team is that Johnny Depp did a very good job on direct and cross-examination. And I don't think they want the jury to hear from him again. He's very charming. Whether you believe him or not, there is a likability about him that is hard to ignore. And I don't think, and I think they're right to understand this, that at this point they have anything to.
All right, everybody, as we do listen in to this legal expert weighing in on the testimony that we've seen thus far in the Depp vs. Heard trial, as you can see to the upper right-hand side of your screen, the judge has just taken her seat. So we are going to go in live to the Depp vs. Heard trial in Fairfax County, Virginia. But before we do that, we do have some breaking news to bring you out of Los Alamitos, California, where crews are battling a very large structure fire. As you can see, this is who we are and what we do when news breaks. We are able to give you a front row seat. You can see multiple engines on scene, lots of water, lots of hoses going to try and combat these flames. We do not have an indication right now as to what exactly this building is. This is really near Orange County, California, so it's basically near Los Angeles. It is a large industrial building that we are learning. Now, they don't have crews inside of the building. They're actually just around the perimeter, as you could see, so they could try to combat the flames from spreading any further. There are light wind conditions, which are kind of impacting their efforts to get a grip on some of these really, really harsh flames that you could see coming from all sectors of the building, multiple engines on scene. So we are going to continue to monitor this here on LiveNOW from Fox. What is inside of the building is unclear. Ash is blowing around our Fox 11 Los Angeles chopper, as you can see right in front of your face. So this is about 25 minutes outside of Los Angeles, about a 25-minute drive. So again, we are going to continue monitoring this breaking news situation for you here on LiveNOW from Fox. But in the meantime, I do want to head out live as the Amber Heard Johnny Depp $50 million defamation trial is getting underway once again in Fairfax County, Virginia.
To fill what we believe is a gaping hole with respect to the elements of her proof. Again, there's no record evidence whatsoever that Mr. Depp ever saw any of the three statements about which Ms. Heard is purportedly suing him for $100 million. As Your Honor is aware, the elements of defamation are as follows. 1, publication. Of 2, an actionable statement. With 3, the requisite intent. See Thorpe versus Sanders, 285 Virginia 476 at 2013. The requisite intent for defamation against a public figure is actual malice. That is, the statement must be made with knowledge that it was false or with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not. See Sanders v. Harris, 213 Virginia 369 at 372, a 1972 case. See also Jackson v. Hartig, 274 Virginia at 2019. Reckless disregard, as Your Honor is aware, quote, is not measured by whether a reasonably prudent person would have published or would have investigated before publishing, ellipsis. There must be sufficient evidence to permit the conclusion that the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of his publication, unquote. St. Amant versus Thompson, 390 U.S. Supreme Court, 727 at 731. Your Honor, the evidence shows that Ms. Heard cannot prevail on her claim because she cannot and did not establish that Mr. Waldman made the statements with actual malice. Mr. Waldman testified that he conducted extensive investigation and reasonably believed that the three statements he made were true. Ms. Heard presented nothing to contradict that undisputed fact. Ms. Heard has no evidence of direct liability because obviously, Your Honor, we need to talk about direct and vicarious liability, but it bears noting that she has no evidence of direct liability and cannot prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman when making the three statements at issue. It is undisputed that Mr. Depp did not make any of the three statements at issue in Ms. Heard's counterclaim. Moreover, in order for Mr. Depp to be liable for the conduct of one of his attorneys, there must be some showing that he directed, participated, or otherwise authorized Mr. Waldman to make the statements at issue. There is no such evidence on the record that Mr. Depp directed or otherwise authorized Mr. Waldman to make the three allegedly defamatory statements at issue in the counterclaims. Indeed, there is no evidence of any communication or coordination between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman regarding the counterclaim statements or anything else. For this reason as well, Your Honor, Ms. Heard cannot meet her burden of proving that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his employment as our agency on behalf of Mr. Depp. Again, it bears noting that there's no evidence that Mr. Depp even saw the statements by Mr. Waldman until he was sued, served with the counterclaims well into this case. It was more than a year after Mr. Depp filed his complaint and Ms. Heard lost a series of motions to dismiss that she finally asserted her counterclaims, most of which have already been dismissed by opinion letter of this court. Whereas here there is no evidence of direct liability, Ms. Heard must rely on a theory of vicarious liability to hold Mr. Depp liable for the actions or statements, rather, of his purported agent, Mr. Waldman. Vicarious liability is by definition, quote, liability for the tort of another person, unquote. So to hold Mr. Depp liable for Mr. Waldman's statements, Ms. Heard must establish that Mr. Waldman himself committed all the elements of defamation. I know the court's familiar with this, so I'll try to run through it quickly. See Parker versus Carillon Clinic, 296 Virginia 319 at 332, a 2018 case. Quote, vicarious liability is liability for the tort of another person. It necessarily follows that a claimant cannot make out a case for vicarious liability against an employer without first proving that the employee committed a tort within the scope of his employment. See also Roughton Pontiac Corp. Versus Alston, 236 Virginia 152 at page 156. Which standard Ms. Heard has not met? And Your Honor, we cite a string citation to cases from other jurisdictions, which we obviously are not binding on the court, but we believe are influential. We presented those to the court for its review. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove by clear and convincing evidence, or ultimately, to prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. And while it is well settled law in Virginia, as Your Honor has pointed out last week, that an agent's knowledge can be imputed to a principal, and this is the
All right, everybody, it does appear as though our feed of this Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial is currently frozen. We're going to step away for a quick break and see if we can get this figured out. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 9 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and happening right now, of course, the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial is continuing today in Fairfax, Virginia, entering its 6th and final week. If you didn't know, Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million over a 2018 op-ed that she wrote identifying herself as a victim of domestic abuse. The actor says it destroyed his career. So again, we are in the final week of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Ms. Heard cannot possibly show that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice, and her defamation claim must fail. 2, Mr. Waldman is an independent contractor, not an employee. It is axiomatic, Your Honor, that a person who hires an independent contractor is not liable for the independent contractor's actions. See Sanchez versus Medicorp Health System, 270 Virginia, 299 at 344. An independent contractor is a person who is engaged to produce a specific result, but who is not subject to the control of the employer principal as to the way to bring about that result. See Atkinson versus Sachno, 261 Virginia, 378 at 284. That's a 2001 case. An outside lawyer retained by a client in connection with litigation is an independent contractor. C. King versus Dalton, 895 F. Sup. 831, Eastern District of Virginia, 1995, where Judge Ellis, a legendary jurist known by all Virginia practitioners, held that, quote, a law firm attorney working with a client is nonetheless an independent contractor and is not an employee of the client corporation. In that case, the employer was the corporation, but the same logic applies when it's an individual like Mr. Depp. That was Mr. Waldman's role. Indeed, clients hire lawyers to obtain specific results, or to try to obtain specific results, but they do not control the means by which the results are accomplished. Lawyers, as Your Honor has reminded us, are subject to professional obligations to exercise independent professional judgment. We are not at the whim of our clients as much as we want to serve them. See Virginia State Bar Professional Guidelines, Rule 1:2 and 2.1. And just to quote 2.1, in representing a client, a lawyer shall exercise independent professional judgment, unquote. Mr. Waldman is, as a matter of law, an independent contractor, and Mr. Depp cannot be held responsible for any alleged tort by his attorney, particularly for statements about which he was unaware until he was sued for them. Mr. Waldman testified, and it's unrebutted, that he has his own law firm. He's not an employee of Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp or none of his loan-out companies have issued him a W-2, and Mr. Waldman provides legal services to clients other than, in addition to, Mr. Depp, and that's found at the transcript, page 6020 through 21. All of that is unrebutted by Ms. Hurd. Mr. Waldman's statements, the third reason for which we respectfully submit the counterclaim should be stricken, is that Mr. Waldman's statements were protected opinion. And I won't run through all of that, but very briefly, taken in their proper context, the counterclaim statements are non-actionable expressions of opinion entitled to protection under the First Amendment. See Gertz versus Robert Welchink, 418 U.S. 323 at 339. That's a 1974 case from the United States Supreme Court. See also Shacker v. Bufault, a Virginia Supreme Court case found at 290 Virginia 83, a 2015 case, noting that where, quote, all sides of the issue, as well as the rationale for the speaker's view were exposed, the assertion of deceit reasonably could be understood only as the speaker's personal conclusion, unquote, and finding an accusation of deceit to be opinion. In context, Your Honor, any reporter or any reasonable reader would understand and expect a lawyer associated with Mr. Depp, as Mr. Waldman was, to challenge Ms. Hurd's version of the inherently controversial events of the parties' marriage. Just as Ms. Hurd's lawyers were quoted challenging Mr. Depp, and Your Honor will remember the context of these quotes that were in a British tabloid where Mr. Waldman's statements were buried well into article in which both points of view were clearly expressed, and Mr. Waldman was clearly identified not as an independent expert on the U.S. Constitution, but as one of Mr. Depp's attorneys. C. Chavez, 230 Virginia 112 at page 119, quote, the most unsophisticated recipient of such a claim, i.e. any reader of the British tabloid, made by a competitor against another could only regard it as a relative statement of opinion grounded upon the speaker's obvious bias, unquote. Mr. Waldman has never did anything to hide his support and belief in Mr. Depp. Finally, Your Honor, and for the rest, ultimately, Mr. Waldman's statements reflect the existence of two competing narratives and are merely his subjective view about events that he never claims to have witnessed, and there was no doubt about that. Turning to the second part of the argument, which will be more abridged, Ms. Heard is not entitled to anti-SLAPP immunity. As a threshold matter, Virginia Code Section 8.01-223.2, which is, as Your Honor well knows, is the Virginia anti-SLAPP statute amended most recently in 2019, provides in relevant part, quote, the immunity provided by this section shall not apply to any statements made with actual or constructive knowledge that they are false or with reckless disregard for whether they are false. Here, in addition to Mr. Depp's testimony, several witnesses have testified that A, they never witnessed Mr. Depp abuse Ms. Heard, and B, that they observed Ms. Heard without any injuries, marks, bruising, swelling, etc., during periods when Ms. Heard claimed to have injuries, marks, bruises, etc. Such witnesses include, but are not limited to, Isaac Baruch, Kate James, Dr. David Kipper, Nurse Debbie Lloyd, Officer Sines and Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and former U.S. Marine Starling Jenkins. Ms. Heard's request for anti-SLAPP immunity should be stricken, and even if there were disputed facts as to that, the anti-SLAPP immunity does not apply because the defamatory implication of Ms. Heard's statements are not solely relating to a matter of public concern, as is required under the statute. As has become quite clear, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing about any of the public policy commentary made by the ACLU when it drafted the op-ed, and Ms. Heard put her name to it. What he is suing about here are the three statements that were directed at him. He has no issue with women's rights. He supports women's rights. In fact, he was the one, Your Honor, as Your Honor knows, who made that first $100,000 contribution to the ACLU, and he made it also to the CHLA.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. Mr. Chu has largely just read his brief and confined his arguments to those directed in the motion, but like we saw with the last motion to strike, he's now directing his arguments to something other than what's at issue here, and I would object because I think making an argument not to you but to the cameras, it's disrespectful to the court and to everyone's time, and it also threatens to undermine the integrity of this process and risk the jury being influenced by outside factors.
Well, it's his argument. I'll allow him to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was trying to say, what Mr. Depp is suing about are the three statements. And it's very clear, despite the pious opening statement about the First Amendment, that with the testimony of Terrence Doherty and the emails that were admitted as exhibits, that the ACLU and Ms. Heard were conspiring to make it very clear that those three statements were related to Mr. Depp, because otherwise nobody had any interest in the article. And it's crystal clear from that. They wanted to time this thing with the release of Aquaman, which was her first film of any significance in terms of popularity, and to do that. That's very clear. So the charade that this had something to do with public policy is risible, and that is not why the anti-SLAPP protections were enacted. They were enacted to protect the rest of the article, not what Mr. Depp is suing about. As generally analyzed by the courts, a matter of public concern is one which relates to, quote, a matter of political, social, or other concern to the community, unquote, as opposed to a matter of only, quote, personal interest, unquote. That's Connick versus Myers, 461 U.S. 138 at page 146. Instead, the defamatory implication at issue in each of the three statements at bar relate to the personal grievances between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, which does not rise to the level of a matter of public concern with broader implications for society beyond the two litigants in this action any more than Mr. Waldman's statements. I mean, adding the gloss of public policy might immunize the statements that relate to public policy, but those are not at issue here. Mr. Depp agrees with those statements. We're talking about the three statements that they very intentionally and very cleverly put in to make it clear the implication that it was about Mr. Depp. They had lawyers from the ACLU working around the clock with Eric George to be as clever about this as possible. And Your Honor remembers the testimony of Mr. Doherty about the consternation at the ACLU when they realized that USA Today and everybody else who read the article knew darn well that this was about Mr. Depp. This cannot be protected by the anti-SLAPP statute. It is a cynical runaround. And I think now that we have the undisputed evidence from the ACLU in the form of the testimony of Terrence Doherty, who is not only their corporate representative, he was their general counsel. He is a brainiac lawyer. They knew exactly what they were doing, Your Honor. And he referred to testimony of a woman at the ACLU who said she had nightmares about Ms. Heard, and he expressed no concern about that. Now, that was either because they knew about, that was either a reference to this game they were playing with the op-ed or the conspiracy they had to cover up her failure to make the donations. The donations became pledges, but we have evidence that she refused to sign the pledge card. So she's caught either way. Simply stated, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing Ms. Heard for making statements about society in general. I think that's very clear from the record evidence. Mr. Depp is suing her for publicly naming him as an abuser by implication and forever tarnishing his good name, an act that, coming from an ex-spouse, is fundamentally personal in nature. For that reason as well, Your Honor, Virginia's anti-SLAPP statute is not applicable. And based on the foregoing, Your Honor, Mr. Depp respectfully submits that the court should grant plaintiff's motion to strike the counterclaims and also strike her claim that she is immune under the anti-SLAPP statute. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Your Honor knows, the trial court is required to accept as true all the evidence favorable to Amber at this point, as well as any reasonable inference a jury might draw therefrom which would sustain the counterclaim. That's the correct standard here. I'll address the actual malice argument first, the agency argument. Your Honor, there's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could determine that Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent. He made those statements. The statements referred to him as Mr. Depp's attorney. As Your Honor ruled on Friday with respect to the jury instruction conference, an attorney is an agent of his client. Mr. Waldman testified that he's been Mr. Depp's attorney since 2016. He freely admitted speaking to the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, and he refused to answer questions. Didn't see the comments that were made that are the subject of the counterclaim. But as Your Honor well knows, whether he saw them or not is not the standard for agency. There's also evidence that Mr. Depp met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Waldman prior to the defamatory statements being made and released. I believe that was in February of 2020, just 2 months prior. Mr. Waldman also concocted a story that Amber was being investigated for perjury by filing a perjury complaint against her with the LAPD. He disregarded any evidence that he didn't believe would fit in his narrative, that would fit in this story that he was speaking about on behalf of Mr. Depp. And after Mr. Depp lost the UK proceeding, after Mr. Depp was ruled to be a wife beater by the court in the UK proceeding, the court there found him to be a wife beater. Mr. Waldman then got an overseas tabloid to run a story claiming that Amber was being investigated for perjury, which simply wasn't true. He walked into the LAPD, filed a complaint for perjury against Ms. Heard, found a media outlet that doesn't follow the two-source rule, and then he had let the world believe that the LAPD was investigating Ms. Heard for perjury. That's a shameful and a sickening example, Your Honor, of the links that Mr. Depp, through his agent, Mr. Waldman, would go to smear and to defame Amber Heard, and that continued in the 3 statements in the counterclaim. Your Honor has heard evidence, I won't go through all the evidence, but Your Honor's heard evidence from Ron Schnell, who's traced the negative hashtags toward Amber Heard online associated with those defamatory statements, and noted the staggeringly high number of them that were associated with Mr. Waldman. Under the principles of the agent-principal relationship in Virginia, Your Honor, when Mr. Waldman made those statements, he was standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. They are one and the same for the purposes of those statements. As Your Honor discussed at length on Friday, Mr. Waldman made these statements with actual malice. There's plenty of evidence from which the jury could infer that, and his own, both from the actual malice from Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's own reckless disregard of facts that didn't support Mr. Depp, and his attempts to manufacture false evidence that did. As Your Honor found in the hearing, I believe it was on March 24th, after Your Honor denied Mr. Depp's motion for summary judgment, Your Honor said, as to malice, a fact finder could reasonably conclude that Mr. Waldman made the statements with malice because Mr. Waldman has no personal knowledge of the party's marriage and still made the statements at issue. Nothing in this case has changed that. If anything, the evidence has only made it more clear that that is an inference that the jury can and we believe will find. So, Your Honor, there's no basis to grant a motion to strike on this agency argument, on the actual malice argument. The evidence shows that not only was Mr. Waldman Mr. Depp's agent, but that the two of them conspired to falsely accuse Amber of creating a hoax and falsify evidence that they believed supported their theory and what they wanted to achieve. As Your Honor well knows, too, I won't go through all the law, but both agency and malice can be inferred through circumstantial evidence. There's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could infer those. Moving on, Your Honor, to the independent contractor, the court's already rejected this argument, ruled that an attorney-client have a principal-agent relationship, and as Your Honor said on Friday, there's no evidence in this case of anything otherwise. As to the argument that the counterclaim statements are statements of opinion, the court has already found twice that they are not statements of opinion, both on January 4th, 2021, in its opinion letter denying Mr. Depp's demur as to the counterclaim statements, and at the motion for summary judgment hearing in March of this year. As to the anti-SLAPP argument, the court again has already ruled at the March 24th, 2021 opinion that the statements are as a matter of law regarding matters of public opinion. The court has already ruled that. Therefore, the only remaining issue for anti-SLAPP is whether the intent element of immunity is met. As we discussed on Friday, the intent element of immunity is substantially the same as the actual malice standard, which the evidence in this case easily allows the jury to find in favor of Ms. Heard on that. I won't go through the litany of evidence that supports that Mr. Depp is an abuser here, but I'll touch on a few things that relate to Mr. Chu's argument. One, Mr. Chu was totally misrepresenting Mr. Doherty's testimony. There's not a single piece of evidence, Your Honor, in this case suggesting that Ms. Heard and the ACLU were somehow conspiring to achieve a defamatory implication to Mr. Depp. That's simply not what Mr. Doherty said. Mr. Chu, feel free to argue that to the jury, but that's not what his testimony reflects. Your Honor, there's also plenty of evidence that's been adduced both in Mr. Depp's claim and in Ms. Heard's counterclaim that show that absolutely that the counterclaim statements are 100% false. There was no hoax perpetrated. Mr. Depp is an abuser who abused Ms. Heard. She did not conspire with her friends to create a hoax. She did not create a hoax herself. And just very briefly, some of the evidence that's come up since the last motion to strike, Your Honor, that Mr. Chu conveniently disregards in this brief are the testimony of Rocky Pennington, the testimony of Josh Drew, the testimony of Elizabeth Mars, all of whom completely corroborate Ms. Heard's account of the events of May 21st, 2016. The testimony of Melanie Iglesias, who testified that she covered Ms. Heard's bruises with makeup right after the December 15th incident, that provided ample testimony to support that Ms. Heard often would cover her bruises that were caused by the
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we were taking you live inside of the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, where we are now on the 6th and final week of that $50 million defamation trial between actors Johnny Depp and Amber Heard happening in Fairfax, Virginia. It does appear as though our feeds cut out. We are going to step away for a quick break and work to get this fixed. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you for the next few hours, of course, bringing you up to speed on some of the top stories that we are covering today here on Live Now from Fox. We are showing you several live feeds today at this very moment. Of course, the ongoing Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, which is in its 6th and final week in Fairfax, Virginia. We'll take you back live inside of the courtroom in just a moment. But here's a look at some of our top stories. President Joe Biden met with 4 leaders of the so-called Quad in Tokyo on his last day of his trip to Asia. We do know the president will be stopping in Anchorage, Alaska today on his way back to Washington, D.C. Also, the war in Ukraine has hit the 3-month mark, 90 days since Russian troops invaded Ukraine back on February 24th, with no end in sight to Putin's invasion. Also, gas prices hit record highs for 2 weeks straight, as national average for a gallon of regular unleaded gasoline is now $4.60 a gallon. Also, stocks just opened, the market down a little bit, about 218 points. But again, it did just open about 7 minutes ago. So we, of course, will keep that up on the screen for all of you concerned about inflation and the economy. And we do have some breaking news coming into our desk from California, the Los Alamitos area of Los Angeles, where we do have firefighters battling a massive structure fire. You can see on your screen it's a little bit hazy there, a little bit cloudy from the smoke, again, as those crews work to put that fire out. We do know that the Orange County and Long Beach fire departments are currently on the scene working to contain that fire. Again, that is burning at a large industrial building. This is a view from our Fox 11 Sky Team chopper. We do know officials said firefighters have secured the perimeter to make sure that the fire stays contained to one building and does not spread. Thankfully, light winds are helping to aid firefighters, again, as they work to get that fire under control. But we do, as promised, want to head back live inside of the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, where we have attorneys for Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, of course, speaking to the court, addressing the court right now, as we are now in the 6th and final week of this $50 million defamation trial happening in Fairfax. Let's go ahead and listen in.
That Mr. George made statements supporting Ms. Heard's position. Ms. Kaplan made very clear statements supporting her client's position on the merits, and so did Mr. Waldman. But everybody knows when reading those that those are statements bipartisan. So for the reasons that we've stated and the reasons set forth in the brief, we respectfully submit that the court should grant the motion to strike, or in light of the fact that Mr. Depp may reappear, at the very least, take these motions under advisement until the close of all evidence. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, in this matter, I've reviewed all the defendant's evidence as to her counterclaim, and I've considered the arguments of her counsel and plaintiff's counsel. First, to address a few issues that I believe are outside the motion to strike, and that's as to the slap defense. The slap defense is just that, it's a defense, so it's really not considered in a motion to strike. Having said that, we went down that legal road on Friday as far as the slap defense goes, as far as the jury instructions. In this particular case, if the plaintiff prevails, it must be with actual malice. Therefore, if it's with actual malice, immunity does not apply under that statute. So we will deal with that with jury instructions, and we have. As to independent contractor, again, I think it's outside the motion to strike. However, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney since 2016. Before the initiation of litigation, there is evidence that Mr. Waldman had a certain role during the prior divorce proceedings in the UK case. Additionally, there is evidence that shows his legal representation was broader than just a limited litigation, as outlined in all the cases presenting an attorney as an independent contractor. So the only evidence in this case to this point is that Mr. Waldman was an agent to Mr. Depp, and that is the basis to weigh the motion to strike. As far as the opinions argument, again, I think that is outside the motion to strike. The opinions argument, the court has already ruled on this matter as to the three statements that are at issue in the counterclaim, ruled that they were not opinion at the demur and at summary judgment. So that argument will not be part of the motion to strike. So when assessing a motion to strike, the court accepts the favorable evidence adduced as true towards the non-moving party. The court cannot reject any inference from the evidence favorable to the non-moving party unless it would defy logic and common sense. When there is any doubt and question, the court should overrule a motion to strike. Agency may be inferred from the conduct of the parties and from surrounding facts and circumstances. When there is no direct evidence, circumstances may, and usually are, relied upon to determine whether an agency relationship exists. A principal is liable for the tortious acts of his agent if the agent was performing his principal's business and acting within the scope of his agency. If an agent's tortious act arises from their agency relationship is enacted in part to service the principal can be held liable for the tort. Here, the alleged tort is defamation. Besides demonstrating the agency relationship, the defendant must prove Mr. Waldman published an actionable statement, meaning a statement that is both false and defamatory, with the requisite intent. As to agency, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney at the time of the alleged defamatory statements were made. Mr. Waldman does not deny this, and neither does the plaintiff. Moreover, Mr. Waldman made the allegedly defamatory statements about the defendant during the proceedings of this action and interacted with the defendant once the statements were made while still representing the plaintiff. Taking the surrounding circumstances as a whole, an agency relationship can be inferred, and thus a scintilla of evidence regarding agency must be turned over to the jury. In addition, the jury may infer that Mr. Waldman made these specific statements to a third party to serve as plaintiff by portraying defendant as an opposing litigant in a negative light. It is not disputed that Mr. Waldman published statements and that there is a question as to whether statements are false, and both parties disagree and have presented conflicting evidence as such. As to actual malice, Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements after he met with his client. In addition, there is evidence the plaintiff was with Mr. Waldman at a meeting in February 2020 with the Daily Mail online. Further, defendant claimed that she met with Mr. Waldman where he threw the paper containing the counterclaim statements within them. Consequently, there is more than a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror may infer Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements while realizing they were false or with a reckless disregard for their truth. It is not my role to measure the veracity or weight of the evidence. The Fourth Circuit and the Virginia Supreme Court have made it crystal clear that actual malice is a question for the fact finder. So therefore, the plaintiff's motion to strike is denied. Okay? Thank you. Is there any other preliminary matters before the jury? Yes, Your Honor. Okay.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, the sixth and final week of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial currently underway in Fairfax, Virginia. We did just hear from the attorneys on both sides, both Heard's and Depp's attorneys addressing the courtroom and now having a brief sidebar, a private sidebar conversation with the judge. So we will dip back into this courtroom, but we do want to let you know, as always, since day one of this trial, we have been streaming inside of the courtroom on our YouTube page. So if you go to YouTube and search Live Now from Fox, you'll be able to watch this trial from start to finish uninterrupted. You can see Johnny Depp there at the table right now. So again, if you'd like to tune in for this nonstop, you can head over to our YouTube page where you can watch that nonstop again as we enter week 6, the final week of this trial. In the meantime, we are also showing you the stock market right now, opening just about 14 minutes ago. And we do know that while overseas, President Biden declared the fight against inflation in the United States is, quote, going to be a haul. Definitely not the news that we want to hear. Some economists are echoing that same sentiment and fear that a recession is looming. With the 2022 midterms just a few months away, voters are paying close attention to those rising costs at the gas pump and the grocery store. Our Fox News reporter Caroline Shively has more from Washington.
Stocks closed higher on Wall Street Monday after 7 straight weeks of decline. The rally came after President Biden said he may reduce tariffs against China and announced a new economic agreement with a dozen Indo-Pacific nations. The markets have been weighed down by high inflation worries. On Monday, the president spoke about how long it would be until Americans would get some relief from rising prices.
This is going to be a haul. This is going to take some time.
It's not just the markets focused on inflation, voters are too.
Inflation is overwhelmingly the #1 issue. Almost all Americans feel inflation. They see it in gasoline and particularly in food prices.
Investors are also focused on how the Federal Reserve is managing inflation, worried if the Fed raises interest rates too high, it could bring on a recession.
When inflation is greater than 4% and unemployment is under 4% like we have today, recession always follows. So history is not on our side today, but it doesn't feel like we're going there yet.
Small businesses' expectations of the economy to improve over 6 months has never been lower in the history of the series going back to the 70s. So recession is inevitable.
The markets will also be watching economic updates from the Commerce Department this week, including data on personal income and spending. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. Speaking about the economy and inflation, summer's around the corner and gas prices, just like the temperatures, keep going up. Just a few days ago, average gas prices here in the U.S. hit a record high on Thursday, reaching $4.59 a gallon. And as we first reported to you, gas prices have been hitting record highs for 2 weeks straight, with the national price for a gallon of unleaded now at $4.60. Our Fox News correspondent Nate Foy is in New York City with the latest.
AAA projects over 39 million Americans to travel for the upcoming holiday weekend on Memorial Day. 35 million of them are expected to drive, and they will be paying record or near record gas prices. The national average per gallon sitting at $4.59, but many are paying more, especially here in New York. This particular station charging $6.39 per gallon for regular and just a penny shy of $7 per gallon for Supreme. Now, I mentioned all drivers are getting impacted by this. Take a look at this map of the states that are getting hit the hardest. You see a cluster of states on the West Coast getting hit especially hard, as well as the Northeast. In California, the average price for gas is $6.06 a gallon. In Illinois, they're just 2 cents shy of $5 per gallon. Now take a look at how quickly prices have gone up. Again, according to AAA, in the past week, the average price is up 14 cents. In the past month, it's up almost 50 cents. And in the past year, prices are up more than $1.50 per gallon. So if you have a 15-gallon tank, that's $23 more every single time you fill up your car. Take a listen to impacted drivers.
I usually used to fill up my gas for like $40. Now it's like $55, so it's really hard.
I can't believe the way the prices has increased. You know, it's really, impacting a lot. It costs over $100 to fill this van up, and it's getting kind of tough.
Also, according to AAA, for the first time ever this week, the average price for gas in each and every U.S. state is over $4 per gallon. And with summer travel demand up, prices are not expected to improve anytime soon. Again, 39 million Americans expected to travel for Memorial Day weekend. That's an 8% increase from last year, but still not quite at the pre-pandemic numbers that we saw back in 2019. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you for that report. And we do know, as you just heard in his story, Memorial Day, of course, coming up next week. And analysts have some tips to help you save on gas. According to AAA, there will be nearly 40 million people on the road during this Memorial Day weekend, which is an increase of 8.3% compared to last year. Travel experts recommend booking car rentals early for more chances to save. And while those analysts suggest paying cash and shopping at grocery stores with fuel rewards programs to save, some even advocate driving 10 to 15 miles per hour slower to improve fuel economy and save a decent amount of money. Clearly some advice from those analysts. And on that very same topic, we do know President Joe Biden may order the release of diesel fuel from the U.S. reserves. Diesel prices, along with unleaded gas, have shot up even higher than crude and gasoline since Russia invaded Ukraine. The diesel supply on the East Coast is currently at its lowest level in more than 30 years. Big rigs, as well as farm and construction equipment, depend on diesel. Those high fuel prices are being passed along to us consumers. The nation's strategic diesel reserve has only been tapped once, and that was after Superstorm Sandy about 10 years ago. And as we first mentioned to you when we started the show, the Russian invasion of Ukraine now going on 3 months. So it has been 90 days since Russian troops invaded Ukraine. We do know that the invasion, again, hitting that 3-month mark with no end in sight. And as the war drags on, American support may now be wavering. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more on the price all of us are paying here at home.
We're definitely seeing some inflation fatigue out there. And while the president says a recession isn't inevitable, not everyone shares his confidence.
President Biden wrapped up his trip to Asia this morning, spending nearly a week trying to rally support for a new trade pact and solidify opposition to Russian President Vladimir Putin.
It's so important that Putin pay a dear price for his barbarism in Ukraine.
And today, 3 months after the invasion of Ukraine began, it's clear that Ukrainians are paying the highest price for what Biden calls Putin's barbarism. But it's costing Americans, too. While gas prices were on the rise well before the Russian invasion, the recent spike has been explosive. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm visits the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve today, which the president is tapping to help bring gas prices down. But AAA, which just marked another record for gas prices this morning, says the reserve won't do much.
It does not make that big a difference. It's a literal drop in the bucket compared to what global demand and consumption is.
Do not allow for the aggressor to feel the world's opposition is not decisive enough.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tried to encourage leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos to hold their ground against Russia. But at the same time, support here at home may be faltering. A new AP poll shows that a small majority of U.S. adults now think we should prioritize the economy over imposing sanctions on Russia.
And just last month, those numbers were almost the opposite, with more robust support for holding Russia accountable. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you back out live to this breaking news we, of course, are keeping our eyes on. This is a massive fire happening at an industrial building in Los Alamitos, which is about 26 miles from Los Angeles. This helicopter bird's eye view coming in from our Fox 11 team in Los Angeles. What we know so far is that multiple firefighters, multiple fire departments are on scene battling a structure fire in Los Alamitos. Orange County and Long Beach fire departments are at the scene working to contain the fire. You can see their trucks on the scene, several streets blocked off in this area as they work to get this large fire at an industrial building contained. Officials say that firefighters have secured the perimeter to make sure that the fire stays contained to just one building. You can see that area pretty crowded. So again, that fire pretty massive just about an hour ago. So crews have been on the scene for quite a while. Thankfully, light winds are helping to aid firefighters as they work to get that fire under control. And as always, as soon as we get more information from our Fox 11 LA team, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to get to another story that we have really been following from the get-go, talking about the baby formula shortage. Again, that has been going on across America. A lot of parents working to find and really go to any store they can to get their hands on that baby formula. Thankfully, a second shipment of formula from overseas is expected to arrive here in the U.S. tomorrow. Officials say formula from the first shipment, which arrived on Sunday, you can see in this video, that won't immediately go to store shelves. Instead, it's going to be delivered to hospitals, doctors' offices, and pharmacies in areas with the most need. As we said, parents nationwide are breathing a sigh of relief after the U.S. military flew in more than 75,000 pounds of formula over the weekend. And that shipment comes as lawmakers are set to grill executives from several baby formula companies on what caused and led to this nationwide shortage. Our Fox News senior correspondent Laura Engel has more on this story.
Our administration is working around the clock to ensure that there is enough safe baby formula available for all who need it.
Relief is on the way for families as baby formula begins to trickle into retailers as part of the Biden administration's Operation Fly Formula. The first batch of baby formula imported from Europe arrived in the U.S. over the weekend, and several flights are expected to arrive in the coming days to help alleviate the nationwide shortage.
It is a large shipment of very specific and specialized formula.
This weekend's cargo consisted of 78,000 pounds of formula, enough to fill more than 500,000 baby bottles.
I know this is a scary situation for our parents and the caregivers who are taking care of these babies.
Meanwhile, Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal says the federal government needs to do more to ensure that poorer families have access to the scarce supply of baby formula.
I'm telling the Secretary of Agriculture, you need to open the internet. Give them the key to unlock online sales. WIC participants ought to have equal treatment when it comes to online purchases.
The closed Abbott nutrition plant, which sparked the shortage, is expected to reopen in the next few days, though the FDA says it could be weeks before there's new formula from Abbott on store shelves. About 45% of formula products are still not available in the U.S., as executives from Abbott and other formula makers have agreed to testify before lawmakers on the root causes of the shortage later this week. In New York, Laura Engel, Fox News.
Laura, thank you for that report. We do want to switch to some COVID-related news pertaining to the COVID vaccine and, of course, COVID cases. The youngest Americans could get their COVID shots as soon as this summer. The FDA has announced its vaccine advisors will meet on June 14th and 15th to discuss Pfizer's and Moderna's shots for children as young as 6 months old. Pfizer again announced its 3-dose series was about 80% effective in that age group. And for Moderna's 2 shots, efficacy is about 40 to 50%. And for some parents, those vaccines are a long time coming. Fox News correspondent Molly Line has more.
COVID vaccine access could soon expand. The FDA has announced its vaccine advisors will meet June 14th and 15th to discuss Pfizer's and Moderna's shots for children as young as 6 months old. Today, Pfizer announced its 3-dose series was about 80% effective in this age group. For Moderna's 2 shots, efficacy is about 40 to 50%. For some parents, the vaccines are a long time coming.
It's been really hard to keep waiting and have dates in mind and then those pass, and then to see the rest of the world move on has been a really big challenge for many of us.
The meetings come as COVID cases rise once again. The American Academy of Pediatrics reported 93,000 new infections in children for the week that ended May 12th. That's about a 75% increase in 2 weeks. Despite the uptick in cases, it's not clear how high demand will be to give younger Americans the shots. CDC data shows just 30% of 5 to 11-year-olds have been fully vaccinated. Meanwhile, COVID continues to have an impact overseas. Chinese health officials are maintaining their zero COVID policy. In Beijing, people are bracing for a widespread lockdown after a record number of new cases over the weekend.
The pandemic is far from over. And even as we continue to fight it, we face the task of restoring essential health services.
The World Health Organization says 60% of the global population is vaccinated against COVID-19. In Boston, Molly Line, Fox News.
Molly, thank you for that report. Masks are back. Students and faculty members at the Berkeley Unified School District in California are once again required to wear masks until the end of the school year. Fox's LaMonica Peters has more on the mandate and the rising number of cases that led to it.
Lots of kids are getting infected and lots of teachers are getting infected.
After consulting with public health officials, Berkeley Unified School District will implement a mask policy for the last 2 weeks of the school year. Anyone on a district campus will have to wear a mask.
If teachers can't come in and teach, the classes obviously can't meet. And if the kids are sick, they're going to be missing school. So we need to be doing everything we can right now to keep the schools open and safe.
Berkeley Unified's superintendent says because of an increase in teacher absences and a shortage of substitutes, district administrators have gone back to working in classrooms as teachers. The district has only been able to fill about 50% of its teacher absences with substitute teachers. Schwartzberg says a subvariant of the Omicron strain is the primary cause of the latest increase of COVID-19 cases.
I think having masks on in class is a small price to pay to really not give us 100% assurance that there won't be infections, but to really mitigate the infections very significantly.
So far this month, Berkeley Public Schools reports 276 confirmed COVID-19 cases, including its adult school campus and district facilities. The school district also plans to go back to conducting Zoom meetings and move indoor events to outdoors whenever possible.
We've got to be able to pivot very quickly when we're challenged with something new.
All right, and as always, a huge thanks to our Fox team for that report. We want to switch gears and talk about news pertaining to Title 42 and those issues at the border that we have really been talking about also since the get-go. The Biden administration planned to drop Title 42, which is the COVID-related asylum rule at the southern border, but a federal judge in Louisiana blocked that move. And now thousands of migrants are camped out along the southern border waiting to make it to asylum camps, and if and when those regulations are terminated. Our Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse is at the port of entry in Tijuana, Mexico.
Dozens of migrants from Mexico, Central America, Haiti, and Africa wait in line at shelters, clinics, and soup kitchens in Tijuana.
Nosotros podemos trabajar. Estamos con las fuerzas para trabajar.
They are strong men. They can work and they want to help their families.
Many waited for months for an end to Title 42 and are confused about what's happening now.
Pues yo sé que el 42 lo rechazaron, ¿verdad?
Oh, there's no going on, 42.
Bueno, ahí están peleando, pero pues no sé si...
Today might open up.
Migrants have three choices: return home, wait in Mexico, or cross illegally. With some 11 million jobs open in the U.S., border agents fear many won't wait. And we'll see scenes like these from Texas all across the border.
I have no reason to believe that they're going to wait in line like they should. They're going to continue to come across the border in waves, and that's what we're seeing right now.
According to Border Patrol statistics, most migrants still cross in South Texas, followed by Yuma, Arizona, then Southern California. Some migrants say they will continue to wait.
I want to follow the legal route. That is why I'm seeking to go to the immigration office at the border, because I don't want to cross illegally.
Do you think anyone's going home?
No creo.
I don't think so.
Lucharon mucho para llegar hasta aquí.
They have fought so hard to get here.
So what hasn't changed? The push and pull factors. The U.S. still has more jobs than workers. The root cause is global poverty is actually getting worse, and the border remains open for about half of those who cross illegally, despite Title 42. So don't expect operational control anytime soon. In Tijuana, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
William, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you out to a live press conference that we currently have going on in Havana, Florida at this very moment. We're talking about Florida Governor Ron DeSantis apparently speaking about infrastructure improvements here in the Sunshine State. So as we wait for the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial to get back underway, we're going to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered to this live feed of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Become governor, part of it is, I think, we do some investments. It goes a lot further in some of the rural areas than in some of the more urban areas. That's just the reality of it. And so if you're talking about infrastructure, if you're talking about job training, if you're talking about some of these key things, if the state can go in there and help, particularly these fiscally constrained communities, that can make a huge, huge impact. So we've been excited to be able to do that. Since I've been governor, we've actually done public events in every one of the 67 counties. And I don't think any other governor has done that in 3 years' time. And so we're here today. Before we get started with today's announcement, I do just want to say, the gas prices are going up dramatically, and I just have to disagree with the president saying that this is somehow an incredible opportunity to have this transition. Fact of the matter is, this is really punishing a lot of people at the pump. It's very difficult to afford. What are you going to do? Just not go to work all of a sudden? People are basically stuck with having to pay these prices. And unfortunately, I think when we have Memorial Day and into the summer, I think it's going to go up even more. And so you're going to be looking at, for unleaded, Florida, we're actually probably average or even slightly below average of the nation. I think the nation is going to be over $5 a gallon this summer, and many parts of Florida, unfortunately, are going to see it. Now, we have a gas tax holiday in next year's budget, and that'll help, but that's like 25 cents a gallon if it's going up this much. And so it's something that is really, really significant for a lot of people. And then the fuel, it's not just the people getting it at the pump. It goes into every business in terms of their energy costs, and it helps drive up the price of everything that people consume. I mean, the grocery bills, have gone through the roof, and there's different things for that, but the energy is a big part of that. Fertilizer costs, all these things are doing it. And, we're proud in Florida, our unemployment rate's far below the national average. We have more job openings than we have people to even fill them now. And a lot of people wouldn't have predicted that just a couple years ago. But if you look, even if you make 5–10% more year over year, if fuel is up 50% and groceries are up 20% and utilities are up, then you've actually lost ground potentially. And so I think it's a huge issue. And, we have a big tax package that are going to affect July 1st to try to provide some relief. We're also going through the budget. I mean, I'm gonna trim some of the budget, quite frankly, because I'm sensitive about doing anything to fuel the inflation. And so you got to be smart about how you're doing it. But I think these gas prices are a big problem. And so I hope that they will reevaluate that and not view that as an incredible thing, because the fact of the matter is, right now at this time, you can't just run an economy on solar and wind. And we've done a lot on solar in Florida. We've done a lot on electric vehicles. We've put in charging stations on the Florida Turnpike, and we've got more coming in all across the state. And I'm fine doing that, but you can't do that at the exclusion of making sure people have access to affordable energy. So we stand in favor of doing everything the U.S. can do to regain our energy independence, which we actually had for the first time in a long time. So we're here today because, I think rural communities really matter in the state of Florida. I think we have tremendous potential in rural communities, obviously in North Florida, but even you go down to the heartland of Florida, and I think people have great potential. I just think about my own administration. Our Secretary of the Lottery grew up in Pahokee, right on Lake Okeechobee.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis currently talking about rising gas prices live from Havana, Florida. Also, we do know that the Georgia Secretary of State will be holding a press conference at any moment discussing his monitoring of the Georgia primary midterm election results. If you've been following election results for the past few years, you know that transparency and those election results and counting has, of course, been a huge issue in Georgia. Also, we are on week 6, the final week of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. The judge and attorneys were having a private sidebar conversation, so we did dip out of that, but we do want to take you back live inside of the courtroom where it does appear as though there is a witness who is currently speaking virtually. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Was Ms. Heard ever released by Warner Brothers from the Aquaman 2 contract, or what you call the option agreement?
No.
Was she released from her Aquaman 2 contract on or about February 22, 2021?
No.
Was Ms. Heard ever rehired for Aquaman 2 by Warner Brothers?
No.
Did Ms. Heard receive a pay increase for Aquaman 2?
No.
Why not?
As a rule, as a company, we go through a lot of trouble when we make our deals with our actors. We get options on them for subsequent movies. And I think traditionally, prior to me joining the company, every option was renegotiated. And one of the things that we were trying to put a rein in on was not renegotiating every deal, with the understanding that people come in and make these deals and they have an understanding that there will be options and that there was a deal in place. And it was a big part of our philosophy that we were going to hold people to their options moving forward.
But did Warner Brothers at any point in time reduce Ms. Heard's role in Aquaman 2?
The role in the film the size of the role in the film that she has was determined in the early development of the script, which would have happened in 2018, I would say. So, and from there, beyond normal development, the role sort of, the character's involvement in the story was sort of what it was from the beginning.
Was her role ever reduced for any reason?
No, I mean, again, from the early stages of the development of the script, the movie was built around the character of Arthur and the character of Orm, Arthur being Jason Momoa and Orm being Patrick Wilson. So they were always the two co-leads of the movie.
Did Warner Brothers ever plan to portray Ms. Heard as the co-lead in Aquaman 2?
No, the movie was always pitched as a buddy comedy between Jason Momoa and Patrick Wilson.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman 2?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 1?
Yes.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected in any way by anything said by Johnny Depp?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by Adam Waldman?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by anybody representing Johnny Depp?
No.
Was there any delay in Warner Brothers exercising the option to cast Ms. Heard in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was.
How long a delay was there?
I don't know, probably weeks.
What was the cause of the delay?
There were conversations about potentially recasting.
Who was the producer?
Peter Safran.
Who was the director?
James Wan.
Did Warner Brothers believe that those concerns were legitimate?
Yeah, I mean, I had no reason not to believe the director and the producer of the movie.
And you are testifying today as a representative of Warner, correct?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, creative concerns did Warner Brothers have about casting Amber Heard as Mira in Aquaman 2?
It was the concerns that were brought up at the wrap of the first movie, production of the first movie, which is the issue of chemistry. Did the two have chemistry? I think editorially they were able to make that relationship work in the first movie, but there was a concern that it took a lot of effort to get there, and would we be better off recasting, finding someone who had better, more natural chemistry with Jason Momoa and move forward that way?
Did Warner Brothers take any steps affirmatively to audition other actresses for the role of Mira in Aquaman 2?
No, we did not.
Other than the creative concerns and concerns about chemistry you testified about, was there any other reason Warner Brothers delayed in picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
No, it was all concerns about whether she was the right bit of casting for the movie.
What role, if any, did Ms. Heard's dispute with Johnny Depp have in Warner Brothers' delay in picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
There was none from our end.
At any point in time, was Warner Brothers considering paying Ms. Heard more money for Aquaman 2 than is set forth in the option contract you previously identified?
No, as I said, we were determined to hold our actors to their option agreements.
Would Warner Brothers have paid Ms. Heard more money on Aquaman 2 if it had picked up her option earlier?
No.
At any time from the beginning of history through today, did Warner Brothers ever release Ms. Heard from the Aquaman 2 contract?
No.
At any point in time from the beginning of history to today, did Warner Brothers rehire Ms. Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, because we just picked up her option.
And when is the last time you spoke with Rob Cohen relating in any manner to whether to exercise the option on Amber Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, it would have been the same time that I was having those conversations with Peter Safran.
So
in 2020.
Did you speak with Zack Snyder at all relating to whether to exercise the option for Amber Heard on Aquaman 2?
No, I've not had any conversations with Zack Snyder.
Did you speak at all with Jason Momoa in preparation for your deposition today?
No.
Have you ever spoken with Jason Momoa about any issues relating to chemistry between he and Amber Heard?
Yes.
When did you speak with Jason Momoa about chemistry issues between he and Amber Heard?
It would have been in that same time period where we were prior to green light of the movie.
Now, you were asked some questions about scripts. Did you review any of the drafts of the script for Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When?
Part of my role is I read all the drafts of the scripts as they come in.
When was the first script for Aquaman 2?
Oh, boy. I cannot tell you. Probably in 2018, the latter part of 2018 would be my guess.
And how many versions of the script had been written by the beginning of 2021 for Aquaman 2?
Oh, there were probably half dozen drafts of the script.
All right. What, if anything, did Rob Cohen say to you about chemistry? What specifically about the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Just the fact that they didn't really have a lot of chemistry together. The reality is it's not uncommon on movies for two leads to not have chemistry, and that it's sort of movie magic and editorial, the ability to sort of put performances together, and with the magic of, a great score and how you put the pieces together, you can fabricate sort of that chemistry. And so I think at the end of the day, I think if you watch the movie, they look like they had great chemistry. But I just know that through the course of the post-production that it took a lot of effort to get there. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's very easy. You just put the, characters on screen together and they work. And sometimes it's harder. And so...
Can you give me anything more specific about what it was with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa that was difficult for the chemistry?
No, because it's like what makes a movie star a movie star. Like you know it when you see it, and the chemistry wasn't there.
Now, you've used the term fabricated a number of times. What did you do to fabricate the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Well, those are just, it's editorial. A good editor and a good filmmaker can pick the right takes, can pick the right moments, and put scenes together. Again, score is a big, the music in a scene makes a big difference. It can make a happy scene feel sadder or a sad scene feel happier. And so it was sort of it's it's just the magic of post-production, editing, sound design, music, etc.
And what do you mean by fabricating, though? I mean, were they literally falsifying, or were they just picking the best music? Let me finish my question. Were they picking the best music and picking the best looks because that's their job and that's what you do on every scene?
That is what we do in post-production. That's what filmmakers do. This is, on any production, you're doing that. You're putting performances together. Sometimes it's easier than others. This one was more difficult because of the lack of chemistry between the two. But they were able to, James Wan and the editor were able to get it to a place where the end result actually works. And it's great.
And in fact, that's the job of every filmmaker, right? Is to put all the combinations together to make the most successful production.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what has been marked as exhibit number 5. It's ALH 18247. And this is a text message exchange between James Wan and Amber Heard. And you mentioned James Wan was the director of Aquaman 2, is that correct? And
That's correct.
And Aquaman, the first one, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And James is texting to Amber on August 25, 2018. You rated really high with the audience, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Do you see that?
Yes.
This is August 25, 2018. What's going on August 25, 2018 that would cause the director to send a text message to Amber saying...
That'd be a test screening. So during our post-production of movie, we test the movie with an audience, and the audience tells us what they liked and what they didn't like. And so that's what he's referring to there.
And they really liked Amber Heard, correct?
Yes, she did. She tested well.
It hit $1 billion, is that correct?
Yeah.
And more specifically, did you play any role in the determination to communicate to Amber's representatives that Warner Brothers was considering not exercising her option?
Yeah, probably in the sense of we had the conversations, and I believe, if I recall, we had, that's where Peter Safran offered to reach out to the agent and express which direction we were leaning.
Have you seen any document that says there was any chemistry issues between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa in Aquaman 1?
Documents? No, I mean, those were all conversations.
But if Jason came back and James Wan came back, you were guaranteeing that Amber Heard would play Mira, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Jason Momoa was able to negotiate a different compensation structure, was he not, for Aquaman 2?
That's true. He did renegotiate.
Now, Aquaman was the highest grossing DC film ever for Warner Brothers, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And what, if any, issues did you have with Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
My understanding is actually the production went very smoothly.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Colburn next, but I know we have a preliminary matter that we need to deal with briefly, if we may approach.
Sure.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we were just listening in to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial, which is now on week 6, its final week. We did just listen into a video deposition from Walter Hamada, who is the president of DC Films, which is owned by Warner Brothers, currently answering questions about Amber Heard's part in Aquaman 2 and about how her part was reduced, her role was reduced in that film. So again, that was one of the witnesses that we are hearing from today in Again, this defamation trial, this $50 million defamation trial, currently underway in Fairfax, Virginia at this very moment. It does appear as though the attorneys for both sides having a private conversation with the judge. We do want to bring you out to the stock market, down about 402 points about an hour after opening. Also, another live feed that we have coming into our desk from Atlanta, Georgia. We do know that the Georgia Secretary of State is expected to speak at any moment, talking about the Georgia midterm primaries, which are underway. Polls opened about 3.5 hours ago. So again, we are expected to hear from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who of course his office will be monitoring the election results and providing updates from the Georgia election headquarters all day. So that briefing again is expected to happen at any moment. And if you've been following the midterm primaries, of course, voters in several states are heading to the polls today for those midterm primaries. Important races in Alabama, Arkansas, Minnesota, and Texas, but all eyes are on Georgia's primaries. We'll have an update on that when we come back from this quick break in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you for the next 30 minutes or so, of course, bringing you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are covering today. We're currently in a brief lull of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial, which has entered its 6th and final week in Fairfax, Virginia. We are expected to hear from their next witness at any moment, but for right now, again, we are in a brief lull. And we do want to mention, though, you can always head over to our YouTube page, Live Now from Fox, where we are streaming the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial non-stop when it starts until it ends, so completely uninterrupted. So as we experience these lulls in this trial, we can, of course, dip in and out of this, but if you want to see it from start to finish, you can always, again, head over to our YouTube page and watch it there. Also, we are awaiting the Georgia Secretary of State, who is going to be speaking also at any moment, talking about the ongoing Georgia midterm primaries, where the polls in Georgia opened about 3.5 hours ago, talking about some big races there. All eyes are on Georgia's primaries. Republican Governor Brian Kemp is facing some serious competition from former Senator David Perdue, who has the backing of ex-President Donald Trump. Trump reportedly urged Perdue to enter the Republican primary and challenge the incumbent governor as retribution against Kemp, who refused to help Trump in his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential win in Georgia, while former President Mike Pence is endorsing Kemp. But whoever wins will be facing off against Stacey Abrams in the November election. And we do want to bring you also live out to Atlanta, Georgia, where we are expected to hear from Stacey Abrams at any moment. She is running unopposed in the Democratic gubernatorial race. So whoever gets the Republican ticket for governor will face off against Abrams in November. She actually lost against Governor Kemp back in 2018. So this is going to be her second run for governor. But we do want to head to a full story on this from our Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner.
Brian Kemp is truly an embarrassment to the Republican Party.
Thanks to your governor, it is easier to vote and harder to cheat than ever before in Georgia history.
Both candidates brought in the big guns for the final night of campaigning. Former President Donald Trump, who endorsed David Perdue as part of his revenge efforts against Governor Kemp, held a tele-rally during which he said the former senator has a better chance at winning in November.
I don't believe Kemp can do it. He's got too many people in the Republican Party that will refuse to vote.
Former Vice President Mike Pence split with his one-time boss and stumped for Governor Kemp in Cobb County. He says Kemp is devoted to faith, family, and the people of Georgia.
Vote to renominate Governor Brian Kemp for 4 more years.
Most polls show Kemp with a sizable lead. The question is, will he be able to avoid a runoff? At least publicly, neither candidate is putting a lot of stock in those polls.
Some pollsters really do a pretty good job, but it's hard to pick up two dynamics going on in this race. One is the voter fraud issue, and one is the Donald Trump influence.
We're doing this for a reason. We got more wood to chop the rest of the night, all day tomorrow, till the last poll closed. And let's bring this home.
All right, and as always, a big thanks to our Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner for that report. Again, we are taking you live back out to Atlanta, Georgia, where we just mentioned we are awaiting the Georgia Secretary of State to talk about fair, transparent election results and monitoring in Georgia as those midterm primaries are underway. And as we said previously, we are awaiting some remarks from Stacey Abrams, who is expected to, of course, be the Democratic nominee for the governor of Georgia. So as soon as we get that feed from her, we, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to get to a story we first brought you earlier this morning, talking about President Joe Biden, who has spent the past few days in Asia. He stopped in Korea and also stopped in Japan as well. He did depart Tokyo today, where we do know he is making a stop in Anchorage, Alaska, and then of course will be heading back to the nation's capital. And President Biden signaling a more confrontational approach toward China during that visit, with remarks that appeared to take even his own administration officials by surprise. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more.
President Biden making headlines in Tokyo when asked if the U.S. would intervene militarily in Taiwan if China were to invade.
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made. We agree with a one China policy, but the idea that it could be taken by force just taken by force is just not appropriate.
The president's remarks are a clear break from the long-standing policy of strategic ambiguity toward Taiwan. For years, the U.S. has expressed support in helping Taiwan defend itself, but has remained vague about whether it would use military force. The White House quickly downplayed the president's statement, saying, "As the president said, our policy has not changed." He reiterated our One China policy and our commitment to peace and stability across Taiwan Strait. A top Chinese spokesman is slamming the president.
Taiwan is an inalienable part of Chinese territory. The Taiwan issue is purely an internal affair of China and cannot be interfered with by external forces.
Still, some of the president's outspoken critics have backed the aggressive stance, especially in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
You don't want ambiguity in dealing with Beijing. You want them to understand an attack on Taiwan will lead to a very large war that they will lose.
While abroad, the president also addressed domestic issues, warning inflation may be here for the long haul, although he doesn't think the U.S. is headed for a recession. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you live out to a live event we have coming in from Davos, Switzerland. We are, of course, talking about the World Economic Forum, where we have been bringing you there really for the past few days in Switzerland. We do now know that we are currently touching base about the ongoing war in Ukraine, which has now entered 3 months. We have hit the 3-month mark at this very moment for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And we currently have several speakers right now talking about how the war has united the European Union and also how it has impacted the global economy. Let's go ahead and listen in.
More than anyone is one the world, they seek peace, but it should be just. Our sovereignty and territorial integrity are not subject of the compromise. We are dealing with the ideologies and practices terribly alike the worst dictatorships in the last century. History teaches us that pacifying an aggressor is futile. They always take peacefulness for the weakness. They demand more with every next concession. Therefore, there is only one way to prevent the war in Ukraine from escalating into continental and even world war. Help Ukraine win. Now you don't have to wage this war. Just help us to do it. Otherwise, you'll have sent your troops to the battles. Helping Ukraine is a way to resolve the construction between value policy and real politics. This is a way to send a clear signal to potential aggressor in the future. Their actions will not go to unpunished. So Ukraine immediate goal to stop Russia brutal aggression and ensures the complete withdrawal of these troops from our lands. Then we must.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to one of the speakers coming in from Davos, Switzerland at the World Economic Forum, which of course is focusing on the world economy. They're also talking about climate change and the impact of the war in Ukraine to the entire world. We do now want to head out to Atlanta, Georgia, where, as promised, we told you we were covering the 2022 midterm primaries across the country. Georgia, really all eyes are on Georgia at this very moment. A lot of important primaries happening there. So we do have Stacey Abrams, who is the Democratic candidate for governor in the state of Georgia. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Back to where she came from. Would you care to respond?
No, not at all. I will say this. I have listened to Republicans for the last 6 months attack me, but they've done nothing to attack the challenges facing Georgia. They've done nothing to articulate their plans for the future of Georgia. Their response to a comment on their record is to deflect and to pretend that they have done good for the people of Georgia. We are #1 in maternal mortality, #2 in the number of uninsured. We are #6 in infant mortality, #9 in gun violence. We are #48 in the provision of mental health services. And the challenge I have is that the answer from Republicans, from our former senator to our current governor, is to fight me instead of fighting the problems that are facing Georgia. And I urge everyone to pay less attention to rhetoric and more attention to the record and to the results. And I'm here to provide results for the future of Georgia.
Almost 400,000 Hispanic Georgia voters.
I'm sorry, say again?
Your message for the almost 400,000 Hispanic voters.
I want to say to all of the voters, especially the Hispanic voters, that your turnout is changing the future of this state. These are communities that have not only come recently, but have been here for generations. And what we can do together in Georgia is make certain that every Georgian can thrive, especially our Hispanic populations. We care about education, we care about job access and good wages. We care about making sure that our future is together. We know the Hispanic population has actually one of the lowest insurance rates, which means when they get sick or when they need mental health, they're the least likely to get it. I want to expand Medicaid to make certain that we are solidifying access, that we are guaranteeing opportunity, and that we're creating 64,000 jobs across the state of Georgia. And I want the Hispanic community to know that I've been with you, will stand with you, and will stay with you. I've never demonized, but I've always tried to deliver, and that's what I'll do as the next governor of Georgia.
Leader, Republicans have had a field day with your comment about this is the worst state to live in. Was that a mistake?
I had an elegant delivery of a statement that I will keep making, and that is that Brian Kemp is a failed governor who doesn't care about the people of Georgia. If you look at his record, if you look at the results under his 4 years of leadership, there has been failure after failure. When we faced being ninth in gun violence, his response is to create open season on Georgians by creating criminal carry. When we needed help for being the #1 state with HIV diagnoses, his answer was to slash $4 million out of the state budget that would have helped those families. Just recently, this is the governor who, in the midst of rising costs for food and a baby formula shortage, has decided to decline $120 million in benefits for working families in Georgia who need help with food. This is going to hurt Georgians across the board, especially rural Georgians and Georgians who are desperately in need of support, because while he may have declared the pandemic over, it is not over for millions of Georgians, and they deserve his help, not his scorn.
How is this rematch with Governor Kemp going to be different? And you've seen former President Trump get awfully invested in the Georgia primary so far. How should Democrats be running against him since he's inserted himself in it?
4 years ago, I warned about the failure that Kemp was going to be, and 4 years later, I'm going to prove that he was the wrong choice for Georgia. We have seen a surge in Democratic voting despite not having competitive races at the top of the ticket. But what we've seen even more acutely are people who are struggling, who need Brian Kemp to pay attention to their needs, and he instead is paying attention to those who have and have more. We need him to pay attention to those who want more, who are willing to work for more, but they need a governor in partnership with them, not in opposition to them. Brian Kemp doesn't care about the people of Georgia, and you need only look at the fact that 3 hospitals have shut down under his watch during the worst healthcare crisis in a generation. If he cared about Georgians, he would be doing more to serve Georgians instead of serving himself.
Leader Abrams, why do you believe that your personal brand is strong enough in Georgia to outrun the headwinds facing your national party? And is there anyone from the Biden administration that you would like to campaign with in the general election?
Georgia is a state of greatness. We have incredible opportunity. And what I want people to understand is that we cannot achieve that opportunity if we don't acknowledge the challenges we have. I am here because I believe that we can talk about our challenges and work together towards success. That's the point of this campaign, and that's the point of the work I've been doing for the last 4 years. Whether I'm in office or not, my commitment is to Georgia. That's why I paid off the debts of 68,000 Georgians. That's why I delivered Wi-Fi devices across 150 communities when Brian Kemp sat silent and let communities suffer. I've done the work I can do when I didn't have the position, and now I want the job of leading Georgia. And that is, I think, emblematic of what every Georgian really wants. What we know is that there are going to be national headwinds. There always are. But what we can do here in Georgia is come together and fight together. And I welcome anyone willing to lift Georgia up to come to Georgia and help me get it done.
How do you plan to rebuild the multiracial coalition that you constructed in 2018 and 2020?
Could you face this way? Certainly. Sorry. The way we build that coalition is by doing exactly what we've done for the last 10 years and for the last 4 years. I've never stopped talking to Georgians. I've never stopped being in community with Georgians. We have worked with communities across the state, racially diverse communities, ethnically diverse communities, religiously diverse communities. The responsibility we have is to not show up when we want votes, but to show up when they have needs, and I have done that through organizations I've created, through work I've done independently in the private sector, in the public sector, and in the nonprofit sector. I believe that we can rebuild that coalition, and we're already seeing it turn out. In this primary, despite not having the resources of Republicans or the competition of Republicans, what we have seen is record turnout among communities of color, among Latino and Hispanic and Black communities. Those are voters who weren't in the mix 4 years ago, and they are showing up in this primary, and we know they'll show up again in November. But it's my responsibility to give them a reason to vote. And part of my goal is to make certain they know that I see all of them, I hear them, and I will represent all of Georgia.
Leader Abrams, what do the early voting numbers tell you? Is it possible that Democrats were wrong and that the new law isn't suppressing votes?
The question about voter suppression and voter turnout is causation without correlation. I'm sorry, see, you can make mistakes even when you know what you're talking about. It's correlation without causation. We know that increased turnout has nothing to do with suppression. Suppression is about whether or not you make it difficult for voters to access the ballot. And in Georgia, we know difficulty has been put in place for too many Georgians who wanted to vote by mail, who had to figure out a calendar of applying just early enough but not too late, who had to have wet signatures so they could print things out, take a picture, upload it. We know that across the state, counties have taken advantage of county election boards that have shifted their dynamic. In Spalding County, they eliminated Sunday voting to target a Black community that was showing up. We know that across this state, voters are still facing difficulties, and this is just the primary. Primary voters tend to be more active and engaged voters, but despite the difficulty, despite the outrage that is legitimate and real, we know voters want their right to vote to be made real and be held sacrosanct, and so they are showing up. We know that voter turnout is not proof that there isn't suppression. It is the antidote to suppression, and that's why we're going to keep fighting to make certain every Georgia voter who wants to cast a ballot can do so.
Leader Abrams, Eva McCann, CNN. When you speak to your supporters across the state, there is still some rawness from 2018. They say things like, you were robbed. Have you done enough to dispel the notion that the 2018 election, your 2018 election, was illegitimate?
In 2018, voters across the state were denied access to the right to vote. They were denied the ability to register and stay on the rolls. They were denied the ability to cast a ballot and the ability to have that ballot counted. I am not entitled to victory. And this election, the 2018 challenges were never about me. They were about whether Georgians were going to be treated as full citizens in the state. And to the extent that the 2021 laws returned us to a time when their votes were dismissed and their voting histories were discounted, then I'm going to keep fighting. But my important message is that the way we fight is by turning out more voters, by calling out voter suppression from Brian Kemp and Brad Raffensperger, but not just laying there, but standing up and fighting for more voters to turn out. And that's the work we're going to do. I'm looking for some local. Yes.
Hi, Blaine Alexander with NBC. Yes. After tonight, you become officially the Democratic nominee. Talk to us about your strategy going forward. Does your campaign shift into a new...
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to a live press conference from Georgia Democratic candidate for governor Stacey Abrams. She again is currently speaking in Atlanta, Georgia at this very moment. If you've been following this news, of course, the Georgia primaries are underway. The polls opened at about 7 o'clock this morning, and we do want to mention, Stacey Abrams, she is running unopposed again for the Democratic nomination for the governor of Georgia. Also, we do know that Republican Governor Brian Kemp is facing some competition from former Senator David Perdue, who has the backing of former President Donald Trump. So Trump reportedly urged Perdue to enter the race and challenge the incumbent, Governor Brian Kemp as retribution against Kemp, who refused to help Trump in his efforts to overturn Biden's 2020 presidential win in Georgia, while former Vice President Mike Pence is currently endorsing Kemp. So whoever wins on the Republican side will again face off against Stacey Abrams in November. She's right there on your screen speaking to the press. We do want to mention Abrams actually lost against Kemp back in 2018. and again is running unopposed in her second run for the governor of Georgia. The Election Day poll hours for Georgia's primaries will remain open for 12 hours, so you definitely want to stay tuned and stick with us here on Live Now from Fox later on as those election results roll in from 5 different states. Our Live Now team in Phoenix, Arizona will, of course, be bringing you those results as they trickle in. We do want to step away from this and take you out to Switzerland, where we do have the World Economic Forum currently happening in Davos, Switzerland, talking about not only world economics and the global economy, but also the impact that the ongoing war in Ukraine has had on the world economy. So we do want to take you live out to Switzerland. We'll take this graphic down and bring you live here, where we do have NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg, again, speaking live in Davos, Switzerland. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Providing support is actually to do what they're asking for, and that is to deliver weapons. And that's exactly what allies are doing at unprecedented level. And then the issue of NATO membership is further down the road. The important thing now is to support Ukraine in their heroic fight for their freedom, which is also important for our security.
Prime Minister, what do you see as the most important thing in terms of a common defense strategy in Europe right now?
Well, I think we European countries are waking up from a certain degree of naiveness that we've had the last decades, thinking that full-scale war on the European continent would never come back, and especially not this type of war. And the good thing is that as European countries, we're not alone. I mean, in a moment like this, if you are alone, or you're scared to death, or you're joining NATO, which is what we're seeing with Finland and Sweden these days. So it's good that this is a collective thing. Of course, the collective defensive umbrella is something that we also need to contribute to, and all European countries are scaling up in a gradual way their investment. We in Belgium have decided so a few months ago. We will continue in doing so. What is important to me is that if we invest more in defense, is that, to me, there are 3 elements which are important. First element is less fragmentation. Today, European defense is incredibly fragmented, which makes it expensive and not very operational. Second element is more industrial return for European industry. Today, that industrial return is way too low. Third element is more societal return. If we do investments in cybersecurity, it should be for our industry and our population. If we invest in intelligence, it should help us, for example, in counterterrorism. If we invest in a well-developed defense, it should be also a way of training part of our population. Maybe the last element that I want to put forward is that security is not just defense. We have to have a much more holistic view of this. And why is this holistic view necessary? That's because Vladimir Putin has also a much broader view of destabilizing Europe. He's not only destabilizing Europe just with the war in Ukraine. He's doing it with the war in Ukraine. He's doing it with strategically using his energy reserves. He's doing it with disinformation campaigns. He's doing it with refugee flows that he's trying to weaponize through Belarus. I mean, there's so many tracks that he is using to try to destabilize Europe, which means that if we want to stabilize Europe, we also have to have a much broader view than only the defense part. But the defense part is the most urgent one, then it's good to see that European countries are all stepping up.
But President Pendarovsky, if we talk about the defense part, it took years for your country to actually accede to NATO. What do you make of the fact that we're now trying to accelerate the accession of 2 member countries?
You know, being the last entry into the alliance, 2 years now, I know the desires of the Ukrainian people, why they would like to join the alliance. And I wouldn't like to forget, speaking about the NATO membership, the membership in the European Union. They have applied for that recently as well, because these are 2 corridors, so to say, for the better, more secure and prosperous future. We have been waiting for 21 years to become the member of the alliance, since becoming the candidate country for membership in 1999, and we have finally succeeded in 2020. And unfortunately, we're still waiting, speaking about the European Union, 17 years with the status of a candidate country for membership. So we should help Ukraine to persuade other allies, which might be skeptical. I'm not speaking only about our allies in NATO, but in the European Union as well, that both gates of these both organizations should stay open for those people, for this country, because they're not fighting only for their freedom in the first place, of course, but they're fighting. This is the war of one autocracy towards democracy. They're fighting for the democratic values for all of us. And if Putin somehow succeeds in winning this war, then it's not going to be only Ukraine. So a few days ago, I have sent a letter to President Zelensky saying that we are doing everything we can as a small country. Do not forget that North Macedonia is 1.8 million inhabitants. We have a military budget of only 171 million euros, but we are helping Ukraine as much as we can, from the military hardware to the diplomatic support throughout the international fora. So, and send to him that we are going to speak with our partners, both organizations, that gates should stay open. As I said, the open door policy should not apply only for the NATO alliance, but for the European Union as well. Otherwise, the concept to have the united Europe, to be at peace with itself and with the world, from the Atlantic to the Ural, will be only a dream.
Mr. Ollengren, how much money, how much funding do we need actually to secure Europe? And how much can your country and allies keep on sending to Ukraine in terms of weapons?
Well, in terms of weapons, I think yesterday we had a meeting in the Ramstein format, so that was 40-plus countries that coordinate their efforts to help Ukraine with the weapons they need. Ukraine is very good at articulating very precisely what is needed, and I think we are now also much better coordinating amongst ourselves in a way that we can actually provide what they need. If we can not do it ourselves as the Netherlands, we can join forces with Germany or with other countries. And in that way provide them with really complex, advanced weapons systems.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are taking you live to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum, where we currently have Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, the Defense Minister of the Netherlands, also the Prime Minister of Belgium, and several other world leaders, again, in Switzerland, talking about how the ongoing war in Ukraine, which hit the 3-month mark today, is impacting the global economy. So definitely something we will continue to follow. Also, it is week 6, the final week of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. You can stream that and watch that nonstop on our YouTube page throughout the day. Stocks down today after yesterday's rally. You can see the board there at this very moment, down about 434 points, just about an hour and a half after opening, something we, of course, will continue to keep an eye on as well. It is just before 11 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you always joining us here as we're taking a look here at the markets right now, entering a new hour here, 400 points roughly in the red here. We will definitely be keeping an eye on it for you, always right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here once again. And now we are coming at you live from the Phoenix headquarters of Live Now, bringing you top stories, headlines from all over the country. And that's exactly what we do right here. Give you these live feeds as they're coming in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Let's go out right now to Ohio, where we do have Representative Kevin McCarthy. He is out there in Ohio talking about national security at the National Air and Space Intelligence Center. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Critical. We just recently returned from our trip from Poland, Romania to the border of Ukraine and into Brussels. And not just the knowledge that Congressman Turner has, the relationships that he has, but the importance here of Wright-Patterson. I also want to thank everyone that works here. The work you do is so critical. The information you can't tell the public, but it's critical to our security and safety, not just to the United States, but to our allies as well. And that's why this is my third trip here. Continue to learn more each and every time. And for those in the armed services that are stationed here at Wright-Patterson, but are now doing the work helping what is going on from Ukraine, but in Poland and others, I want to thank them for their service as well. It is very critical that we continue to be on the front line of everything that we're learning right here at Wright-Patterson. And I think having Mike Turner in the position that he is, to become chair of the Intel Committee, it would change that committee to what it should have been in the past. Not a political committee, but a committee that is forward-looking and making sure that America is protected. And just the work that he has done and the other members on it, I just had a briefing last week, so impressed with that leadership and the direction that it's going in. And much more from the working also across the aisle. When you talk about these issues, they're American issues. They're protecting all Americans. And I think that's how Mike Turner approaches it, which is different from the current chairman of the Intel Committee, which is so refreshing as well. So with that, thank you for welcoming me back. And if you have any questions, we'll take some.
With your recent trip there to Poland and the border of Ukraine, do you believe that we, in America, through the Biden administration, is doing enough to help Ukrainian people and the government?
Look, I had a difference of opinion with this president. I thought he waited too late. This goes all the way back to 2015 when I met with him when he was vice president, trying to get the javelin to those in Ukraine early. I think we could have deterred Russia from entering. You know, the Ukrainian people don't ask for American men and women to fight. They just want to have the weapons to defend themselves. I think, in part, that I told the president prior, just saying sanctions after you enter, I think, wasn't the appropriate thing. If you had provided the weapons that we are now to Ukraine, I think the war would have been different. It could have maybe never happened. I definitely probably would have saved more lives. I think Biden is now trying to play catch up, but I think history will show had we acted sooner. But we should learn from what is happening today to our other allies, to Taiwan, especially for the weapons that they want to purchase now. Give them the ability to defend themselves so war does not happen. I think that's a much better approach and forward-looking, and that's a lesson that we should learn from the mistakes that President Biden had made here. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, on regards to Taiwan, yesterday the President mentioned that a possible U.S. involvement in regards to troops in the defense of Taiwan. Now, of course, I was quickly walked back, but can you please clarify some of the confusion that the mixed signals were kind of getting?
Well, I think the confusion is, here's the President Biden that continues to make confusion. He made confusion when, prior to the invasion of Ukraine, he gave an opening to saying, well, if it was a small incursion, it wouldn't be as much. I mean, I think you've got to be very strong and very direct. I personally believe I'd like to defend Taiwan. I do not believe that China should invade Taiwan. I think we have our 3 communiques with China as well. I think the way to avoid any hypothetical question like this is to make sure Taiwan is able to defend themselves. They have a number of American weapons they want to have to defend themselves. I think we should make sure it gets delivered to them as well.
So with that include American troops on the ground?
Look, I think that's a decision that Congress always has to make and be debated upon. I would never do a hypothetical. I would let Congress debate.
Based on your visit back to Wright-Patterson Air Force today, Mr. Speaker, were you further impressed with the work that's been done since you were here last time?
I'm very impressed, and this is where Mr. Turner does such a great job. There's new things happening all the time here that are critical to our security, and that's why it's important not to just to read about them, but to be on the ground, to talk to the individuals, and that's why I can't thank enough the people who actually work here. They can't come out and talk to you about it, but they are doing the most critical work possible to keep our security and keep us safe for the future, and that's why I like to meet them firsthand and talk to them about it. We've got some new buildings going up that are critical that will get done in 24. We're able to see the progress with that as well.
On the edge of Memorial Day weekend, is there anything personally you would like to send out to all the military people?
Well, listen, when we think about Memorial Day, we should think about it each and every day. We should think about those individuals that gave the ultimate sacrifice to provide our freedom, and even more especially today what is going on. And that's what I like so much about Congressman Mike Turner. He does that each and every day, but he's also making sure that we are prepared so men and women will not have to give their life for our freedom. And that's something that we can do, and that's a lot what happens here at Wright-Patterson to better protect us for the future, that we do not have to have war. Mr. Turner?
You specifically briefed on...
You're watching Live Now from Fox, always in demand right here, giving you live feeds after live feeds. That's exactly what we do, especially in these most in-demand hours right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to be getting some updates on the Strategic Petroleum Reserves. This is all in an effort to try some way, somehow, to get those gas prices down, even though earlier today, the former President Donald Trump says, don't be surprised if you see about $9 a gallon of gas at some point there across the country. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here.
Will have increased supply by...
Always in demand here for you on Live Now from Fox, talking about gas prices here in this country ahead of Memorial Day as we are seeing record prices once again. Let's listen to a little bit here from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We also have the governor there of Louisiana, as you can see.
Move away from the volatility of oil that may be traded on a market or be affected by petro dictators who do not have our values at heart, who do not share our values. We want to move away from the volatility of these markets and move toward homegrown, clean energy, where the prices are stable and continue to decline. And that's the strategy that the President has moved toward in asking for Congress to pass clean energy tax credits so that we can accelerate our reliance upon the wind and the sun and the technologies that have been identified in the bipartisan infrastructure law, like clean hydrogen, carbon capture, geothermal, other types of energy that we can control. So ultimately, this movement of 1 million barrels per day out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is a way to address our global supply and demand. And we're so grateful to those who are working here, because you can see that because we are on a wartime footing, your efforts have deep impact. The stabilization, the attempt to try to mitigate those wild increases that we are seeing and continue to see, and we're doing our part, and you are leading the way. So thank you so much to the SPR, as we affectionately call it. We're happy, all of us up here, to take any of your questions. We've certainly got some expertise from Louisiana. Wait, it's not on? Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to hear that.
It hadn't been on for a minute.
Please, turn it on.
It's called the Wipe Your Brow Break.
Whew. Okay, well, we can talk loud. I'm happy to keep the air conditioning on. Did they turn it on? Okay.
I can't win, man. Oh yeah, that is noise. I hear that. Can't hear that. Things that we can be divided on. National security is not one. Making sure that we're providing the easiest and cheapest access to fuel for the people that we jointly represent. Those people that pull up to gas pumps, they're not Republicans or Democrats, they're people. And that's how we should treat it in Congress.
Like I said, hi, I'm so sorry. If you already answered this question, I apologize. But my name is Ariel. I'm a reporter with WBLA. And I'm just curious, so there were plans for a notice of sale that was supposed to be announced today. Has that contract been awarded to anybody yet?
No, we just announced that we will be doing another 40 million barrels over the next period of time. I don't know, Doug, if you want to say anything further. So that means that we will be taking in bids for that 40 million barrels and beginning the process of sale.
Yes.
Whoa.
Sorry. I'm a soccer referee too, so so that'll be June 15th through July 31st will be the bidding, the delivery for this 40 million barrels.
Hi, this is questions for the Secretary. Chris Rosado with WAB. You hear time and time again from folks on the right saying that the price of gas today is almost intentional to try and get people to move towards electric vehicles. I'd just like to get your response to that.
That is absolutely false. The price is on the global market, as you heard me tell you what the price per gallon that people across the world are paying. Oil is traded globally. We do want to see a movement toward electrification of transportation, but we know that people aren't in a position, many people are not in a position to buy an electric vehicle today. It is one of the reasons why the president wants to bring down the prices of electric vehicles by asking for tax credits at the dealer to the tune of about $10,000 per car so that it becomes more affordable. But we're not there today. We want to increase supply today to bring prices down, but to stabilize supply and demand. It's the one tool that we have right now.
Hi, this is Tim Pucco at the Wall Street Journal. If I could start with the Congressman, I'd like to hear from you both on where energy prices are right now. Gasoline and diesel have both set new record highs at the pump in recent weeks. And so I'm wondering specifically on the SPR drawdowns, if you think it's working and if it's a worthwhile policy. And then for the Secretary, if you could come in after, there had been a lot of questions just when you all started this venture about whether the reserves could even pump out the oil that you wanted it to pump out as quickly as you wanted it. It seems like that is going well. I wanted to hear about what you learned today and if your assessment is that the actual infrastructure of the reserves is working and will be working effectively enough.
States will have increased supply by 1 million barrels per day. So by the end of this year, we can pull off of the strategic petroleum reserves 1 million barrels a day so that there's equilibrium. But we also know that over the medium and long term, what we must do is move away from the volatility of oil that may be traded on a market or be affected by petro-dictators who do not have our values at heart, who do not share our values. We want to move away from the volatility of these markets and move toward homegrown, clean energy where the prices are stable and continue to decline. And that's the strategy that the president has moved toward in asking for Congress to pass clean energy tax credits so that we can accelerate our reliance upon the wind and the sun and the technologies that have been identified in the bipartisan infrastructure law, like clean hydrogen, carbon capture, geothermal, other types of energy that we can control. So ultimately, this movement of 1 million barrels per day out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is a way to address our global supply and demand. And we're so grateful to those who are working here because you can see that because we are on a wartime footing, your efforts have deep impact. The stabilization, the attempt to try to mitigate those wild increases that we are seeing and continue to see, and we're doing our part, and you are leading the way. So thank you so much to the SPR, as we affectionately call it. We're happy, all of us up here, to take any of your questions. We've certainly got some expertise from Louisiana. Wait, it's not on? Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to hear that.
It hadn't been on for a minute.
Please turn it on.
It's called the Wipe Your Brow Break.
Woo. Okay, well, we can talk loud. I'm happy to keep the air conditioning on. Did they turn it on? I don't know.
And watching live now from Fox, everybody, as we're getting that update from Louisiana on the gas prices, also about the strategic petroleum reserves ahead of Memorial Day weekend there, where a lot of Americans will be traveling. You're watching live now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. You were seeing the Dow slumping today, close to 500 points there in the red. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Heading out to the Senate floor, we're going to hear from Senator McConnell and Schumer here.
The media were saying the sky was falling because of some states' Main Street voting laws. Georgia passed a voting law that was more open than the rules on the books in blue states like New York and Delaware. Texas passed a law that switched off some one-time COVID exceptions, like keeping polls open in the middle of the night. These mainstream laws brought a torrent of hysteria from the far left, from corporate America, Hollywood, and the corporate media rushed to condemn laws they hadn't even read. It was almost completely untethered from reality. One poll a few months back found that less than half of 1% of Americans said voting laws were the country's most important problem. More Americans actually believe current voting laws are too lax than believe they are too restrictive. But the far left bubble became fixated on this non-issue. The manufactured outrage just kept coming. At the peak of the crescendo a few months back, 48 of 50 Senate Democrats voted to break this institution, to ram through a 3-year-old voting takeover bill on a partisan basis. That's how close we came. Now, fortunately, a bipartisan majority saved the Senate as an institution. And now we're seeing hard evidence that, as we all knew, the hysteria was never based on fact to begin with. Georgia's primary election day is today, but we already know a lot thanks to early voting figures. And here was a Washington Post headline a few days ago. Voting is surging in Georgia despite controversial new election law. The story goes on. Record-breaking turnout is undercutting predictions that the Georgia Election Integrity Act would lead to a fall-off in voting. By the end of Friday, the final day of early in-person voting, nearly 800,000 Georgians had cast ballots, more than three times the number in 2018, and listen to this, even higher than in 2020, a presidential year. Turnout is up despite the fact that fewer Georgians are availing themselves of the state's no-excuse mail-in voting. Georgians are getting back to in-person voting, a return to pre-pandemic norms, and doing so in huge numbers. The reporter quoted one 70-year-old black voter who was stunned by the easiness of the voting process after all the disinformation that had been thrown around. Here's what she said. I had heard that they were going to try to deter us in any way possible. So to go in there and vote as easily as I did, I was really thrown back. Shame on the Democrats who pushed the big lie that a grand scheme was afoot to prevent millions of Americans from voting. It was never true. It was just to push their pre-existing policy agenda. The fake hysteria was just a pretext to push a sweeping national takeover of election laws that Democrats had already had on the shelf for a number of years. Now, the rhetoric is proving false right before our eyes. These common sense Republican laws appear to be achieving just what the American people want. The American people want to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. This whole episode proves exactly why our democracy still needs its cooling saucer. This is exactly the reason why the United States Senate exists, so that one party cannot lose its head in a short-term fever and upend massive federal laws on a partisan basis under false pretext. Thank goodness, a bipartisan majority stopped Democrats from destroying the Senate over this fake issue a few months back.
And that was Senator McConnell. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's keep it going, show you the other side of the aisle. Here is Senator Chuck Schumer.
Over the last few months, that too much of the Republican Party has been taken over by MAGA Republicans, who are now dominating the party and Republicans in the Senate, moving the party away from things it has often stood for in the past. The contrast has become clear. Democrats, for instance, want to codify a woman's freedom to make decisions about her own body into federal law. But MAGA Republicans want to take away women's rights by pushing national abortion bans, jailing women and doctors for carrying out abortions, even pushing bans with no exception for rape or incest. In the wake of the Buffalo shooting, MAGA Republicans continue embracing unhinged conspiracy theories like the Great Replacement, which has been a rallying cry for ultranationalists and white supremacists in Europe for years. And all year long, while Democrats have been pushing solutions that will lower costs, MAGA Republicans and the chair of the Republican campaign arm openly support raising taxes on the poor and working families while cheering on inflation as a gold mine. And that was Senator Scott's words, not mine. He called inflation a gold mine. Imagine. Mr. President, MAGA Republicans are showing Americans exactly who they are. An amazing happening this weekend. The Conservative Political Action Conference, the largest conservative organization in America, held their conference in Hungary and welcomed one of Europe's most notorious proponents of replacement theory, Viktor Orban, as their keynote speaker. Again, the Conservative Political Action Conference, a very important organization in the new Republican MAGA Party, had Viktor Orban as their keynote speaker, an autocrat who has whittled away democracy in Hungary. It is sickening to see that 2 weeks after the shooting in Buffalo, Republicans as prominent as Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson spoke at the same event as one of Europe's most prominent white nationalists and authoritarians. It's a scary and otherworldly turn for one of America's two parties to take. I know not all Republicans embrace the views of MAGA Republicans. I know many of them support women's rights and embrace diversity and reject conspiracies like white replacement. I urge these Republicans in the Senate and the country to repudiate the MAGA wing taking over the GOP. I invite the voters to support Democratic candidates as a protest against extremism, so we as a nation can halt the dangerous rise of the hard right. This week, all of us in the Senate will have a chance to take a stand against extremism by voting to begin debate on the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act. For the information of all, I will take the first procedural step on this legislation later today, and members can expect to vote on Thursday on this bill that will crack down on domestic terrorism and extremism. As far as legislation goes, this bill is as much of a no-brainer as it comes. 2 years ago, when Donald Trump was president, the House passed this bill unanimously. Every single Republican was for the bill. But in a sign of how radicalized the GOP has become, nearly every single House Republican opposed it last week, despite one Morning Consult poll that showed that a majority of Republicans and Republican voters support these common-sense measures. Let me say it again. According to one Morning Consult poll, a majority of Republican voters support cracking down on domestic terrorism, yet nevertheless, every single House Republican voted against this bill last week. If you wanted some proof that the MAGA wing of the Republican Party is taking over the whole party, there it is. I hope that given everything happening across the country right now, Senate Republicans will act differently and support this bill. Let me be clear. Democrats' goal is to pass this bill, just as it is with all bills we bring to the Senate floor. But if Republicans keep going down their extremist, obstructionist path, then this vote will still allow the American people to hold their elected representatives accountable. Mr. President, not long ago, views like replacement theory were relegated to the fringes of American society, shared primarily by twisted minds on online message boards. But today, white supremacy, which has been with us for decades and centuries, is now out in the open, and proponents speak about it unabashedly and unashamedly. Many were shocked in 2017 when, out in the open, thousands of white supremacists marched at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville and chanted, "You will not replace us." It was out in the open on January 6th as insurrectionists waved Confederate flags through the hallways of this Capitol, the first time that ever occurred in American history. It's out in the open every time Donald Trump holds a MAGA rally and blames undocumented immigrants for stealing the 2020 election. And it's out on the open on cable networks, cable news networks like Fox, where Tucker Carlson has spread replacement theory in over 400 episodes, and other commentators join in. To be sure, the extremism of MAGA Republicans is hardly limited to their embrace of ridiculous conspiracy theories. Across the country, the hard right is also hell-bent on turning back the clock on women's rights by 100 years, pushing restrictions on abortions that are wildly outside the mainstream. Whether it's a national ban on abortions, which Leader McConnell acknowledges is possible if Republicans win the Senate, or the prosecution of women who pursue abortions, or even banning business that help employees access abortions out of state, MAGA Republicans are openly champion restrictions that would have been career enders just a few years ago, but are now part of the GOP canon. And we cannot ignore who suffers most under these radical restrictions: women of color, low-income families, families that live in deeply gerrymandered states where their views have all been but silenced. Mr. President, this is what MAGA Republicans clamor for: a world ruled by conspiracy theories, national abortion bans, and the greatest curtailing of individual rights in 50 years. A world where immigrants and communities of color are considered replacers, where women are considered second-class citizens and being told what to do with their bodies, where white supremacy is tolerated or even embraced, and where our democracy erodes in favor of autocracy. Imagine again Orban, leading autocrat of Europe, being the lead speaker at CPAC, where President Trump and other major Republicans participated. Who would think we would see that day? Who would think? We cannot let these views become accepted or even the norm in the United States. This week, we can take one step of many to help silence the voices of white supremacy, the voices of domestic terrorism. So I implore my Republican colleagues, if you reject the danger of white supremacy and views like white replacement, you should vote in favor of moving forward to begin debate on this domestic terrorism bill. This is a test. This is about accountability. Republican senators, do you reject the views of MAGA Republicans? Do you reject white supremacy and replacement theory? Taking a stand against domestic terrorism and white supremacy should be the easiest thing in the world. If Republicans can't join us on something as simple as that, Americans will see with even greater clarity how radical the GOP has become under Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans. I yield the floor, I yield the floor.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We are going to be taking a 2-minute break. When we come back, we will take you to New York, where we are hearing from the governor, Kathy Hochul. She is talking about Adult Survivors Act that she will be signing into law, talking about sexual harassment. Let's listen on the other side of the break.
Today is a righteous day because it is a victory for justice, and it is long overdue. So many people have fought for this to finally have their voices heard, including many of those who are with us here today. And I want to thank them for their courage, for their dedication, and carrying on this fight. And I remember back in 2017, I could feel a seismic shift occurring. It was the genesis of the Me Too movement. And people started finally talking about their experiences and holding people in power accountable. And I thank them because those issues need to be raised up, they need to be addressed, and society needs to acknowledge what had happened to far too many people. And I thought then, we're finally putting this behind us. People don't have to live in the shadows any longer. They can come forth with their story without fear of retribution or the shame that's sometimes associated with just being an innocent person and thinking you had something to do with an assault. And I also thought in 2017, it was a time when as Lieutenant Governor, I was championing the fact around the state that it was the centennial of women's right to vote in this state. And I talked about the courageous women who had put their voices forward to ensure that women were no longer treated as the property of men, that they would have control over their body and their decisions, and really have control over their destinies. So that was what I was celebrating. The same time we were talking about how once and for all people who've endured the unthinkable were finally liberated. And so those brave people speaking the truth 5 years ago followed in the footsteps of those brave women, and so has every single person who's come forward since that time. So today we are surrounded by survivors and truth tellers. And finally, we are starting to right a wrong that has existed for far too long. Because when it came to sexual assault, our laws were protecting the abusers more than not, specifically when it came to something known as the statute of limitations, which sounds harmless. Statute of limitations, what could be wrong with that? Except it was a barrier to justice for too long. Because there's so much trauma that comes with being the survivor of a sexual assault. Again, you have that shame. Did I do something wrong? Did I provoke this? What happened? Sometimes there's fear, sometimes there's loss of memory. There's so many reasons why it could take someone years, literally decades, to come forward with the truth about what happened to them. And all of those reasons are legitimate. And none of them is an invalidation of their experience, their trauma, and what really occurred. And through the Child Victims Act, we finally saw people liberated and coming forth. And again, we heard their stories here and in newspapers all across our state and our nation, and talked about what happened when people were minors. But it forgot a lot of people. What about the people who were adults when they experienced this trauma? We didn't do enough to protect those individuals until today. So I'm so proud, in a matter of minutes, that I will sign the Adult Survivors Act with our incredible sponsors, Brad Hoylman, Linda Rosenthal, Assembly member. It creates a one-year look-back window for adult survivors of sexual assault to file a civil lawsuit against their abusers. For this one-year period, lawsuits will not be barred by the statute of limitations or a notice of claim requirement. Also, it'll allow for there to be civil actions be revived that were previously dismissed due to being time barred or failure to file a notice of claim. It will not be dismissed any longer on those grounds. So the trauma that comes with experiencing sexual assault does not arbitrarily adhere to a limit of time, nor can justice be held to a period of time. And going forth after today in New York, it will not. And this is personal to me. My mother was an advocate for survivors of domestic violence for decades. Literally, I was back in high school, college, when my mother became a champion, and they used to call them victims of wife beatings. And the laws were so stacked against the women in those situations. And I remember my mother, who just had no experience in doing this, but she came to Albany to insist that there be hearings in our hometown of Buffalo to allow these stories to come forth and understand why the laws favored the men when there was a situation. Literally, someone could call 911 and ask for police help when there's been an abuse in the home. The police would come to the door, and if the husband answered the door and said, everything's fine here, the police officer legally could just walk away and say, case closed. That is what happened for so long. So for my mother and our family, this was a deeply personal cause. And she understood how to help survivors and understand the impact of trauma on individual lives. And we worked together to form a home for victims of domestic violence so they could have a place of healing and to recover. So we're going to continue supporting those kind of programs, but also New York State is the only state in the nation with a cabinet-level agency dedicated to addressing gender-based violence. So I'm proud today to be carrying on my mother's fight. My administration is carrying on the fight, but in so doing, it's carrying on the fight for all of you. A fight that you did not back down from when times got tough and you just felt there were too many doors closing. You never gave up. And it was that resiliency of spirit that we celebrate here today. So those who thought they got away with horrific crimes they committed, I just have one message. Your time is up. Your victims will see you in court, and you will be brought to justice. Thank you. I'm proud to introduce great champion, Senator Brad Hoylman.
Thank you, Governor. I heard the drumbeat outside, and I leaned over to Assemblywoman Rosenthal and said, "Our people." But it's always nice to have that kind of representation in Albany, and that's what we've seen from sexual abuse survivors over the last several years. I'm State Senator Brad Hoylman. I carried the Child Victims Act with Assemblywoman Rosenthal and helped write the Adult Survivors Act with Assemblymember Rosenthal. You know, today is a watershed moment for survivors in the state of New York. With Governor Hochul's signature on our Adult Survivors Act, we send a powerful message to sexual abuse survivors. We hear you. And we are going from Me Too to We Are. We are in Albany taking steps to address the scourge of sexual violence and abuse throughout the state of New York. And thank you, Governor, for your leadership in that regard. I don't think it's a coincidence that we have a woman leading the state who's helped this bill come to fruition. So thank you so much. We wouldn't be here today, though, without the survivors. It's the courage of their convictions that propelled you to share your deeply personal stories about the sexual abuse that has upended your lives and made today possible. Finally, courthouse doors across the state will be flung open so you can confront your abusers and seek the justice that was too long denied you. To the predators who for decades have benefited from New York's prohibitively short statute of limitations, you know who you are. The Adult Survivors Act will bring you to justice and make New York a safer place for all of us. I'm grateful to Governor Hochul, Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, Speaker Hasty, and many of my colleagues in the State Senate and Assembly, too many of whom are sexual abuse survivors themselves and courageously shared their stories. We also wouldn't have gotten here without Safe Horizon for their heroic effort to push us across the finish line. I'd also like to thank the Model Alliance for their partnership, and Child USA, Professor Marcy Hamilton, who I called the Queen of Statutes of Limitations. After we passed the Child Victims Act, I said to Marcy, what should we do next? And she said, well, you have to address this issue with adult survivors. She helped us write the bill. That's why we're here today. Until 2019, most adult survivors of sex crimes had no more than 1 to 3 years to file a civil lawsuit against their abuser. For many survivors, it takes years to come to terms with the abuses committed against them, let alone to summon the courage to come forward to report the abuse, to confront a boss or a trusted coworker or family member in a protracted court fight. By some estimates, as many as 63% of assaults go unreported. There are many reasons an adult survivor may take years to come forward: shame, trauma, religious beliefs, family dynamics, or an inability to remove themselves from a harmful or unsafe situation. Our pre-2019 statute of limitations were inadequately short to provide many survivors with a shot at justice, and that's why we've changed them going forward. With the Adult Survivors Act, we're giving that shot at justice to the countless adult survivors of sex offenses who were previously denied an opportunity because they didn't come forward at the time. The Adult Survivors Act builds on that important work that we did 3 years ago for survivors of child sexual abuse when we passed the Child Victims Act. To date, over 11,000 New Yorkers and counting have taken advantage of the opportunity provided by the Child Victims Act revival window. But if you were 18 when you were subject to abuse, the Child Victims Act did not provide you with relief, even if you were in the same situation as a 17-year-old. Studies show that most sexual abuse occurs against victims who are between 14 and 27 years. And let's not forget, most young people aren't even off their parents' health insurance before age 27. This legislation, like the Child Victims Act, is not about guaranteeing outcomes. It's about providing survivors with the chance to seek justice. Today, New York recognizes that no matter who your abuser was, whether they are a family member or a former president, you deserve your day in court. The long road to this moment is one of perseverance and justice. This is advocacy at its finest, and this passage tells all survivors that we believe them. This is one of the proudest moments of my legislative career. It has been an honor to fight side by side with so many of you as survivors, as friends, as colleagues, and New Yorkers. And it's a fight we, all of us, should never forget. Thank you very much.
Now we'll hear from Assembly Member Linda Rosenthal, co-sponsor in the Assembly, lead sponsor in the Assembly.
Thank you so much. Can't wipe the smile off my face, so I will keep smiling. Good morning. I'm Assembly Member Linda B. Rosenthal. I'm the chair of the Committee on Social Services, and I represent the Upper West Side and parts of Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. First, I would like to thank our courageous Governor, Kathy Hochul, for bringing us together this morning to witness the moment that the Adult Survivors Act finally becomes law. Today is a momentous occasion. After years of fighting, justice will finally be within reach of countless survivors of sexual assault. Today, survivors who were shut out and denied justice by New York's short statute of limitations will have a choice, something they were denied when their sexual assault took place. And survivors can have faith that our government stands with them in their efforts and our efforts to rebalance the scales of justice. We have learned over the years, fighting first to pass the Child Victims Act and then to pass the Adult Survivors Act, that trauma takes time. Sexual violence is not like other forms of violence. If you get sucker punched by a stranger while waiting in line to buy groceries, no one asks you what you were wearing. If your wallet is stolen, people don't blame you for carrying cash around or having a flashy wallet. You don't blame yourself. The same is not true of sexual violence. Rape and sexual assault cause deep shame. Survivors are routinely blamed and are cast as dirty in the aftermath. Society's first instinct is to disbelieve survivors, despite the tiny number of false allegations made. Abusers threaten survivors, who are often too fearful or intimidated to come forward. The justice system responds slowly, if at all, and we talk incessantly about protecting defendants in sexual violence. There are few who would argue that we need wholesale reform of our laws around sexual violence. Passing the ASA was hard, and I wish it had not been this hard. After we passed the Child Victims Act, I wish the ASA would have sailed through to passage some years ago. The ASA simply recognizes the very unique trauma that survivors of sexual violence experience, and it ensures that they have a path to justice that actually protects them and not their abusers. The survivors who helped lead this coalition should have been spared the heartbreak of reliving the trauma year after year in an effort to convince people that the ASA was needed. After fighting off their attackers and fighting to heal, they should not have had to fight so hard to convince the legislature to believe them. But they did, and for that, I'm eternally grateful. The struggle to push the ASA over the finish line was an epic journey. It's during that journey we learned what we are capable of. Tremendous courage in the face of insurmountable odds. We learned we would fight until there is no fight left because we had right on our side. That when we work together, we become an unstoppable force for transformative change. And it was during the journey to pass the ASA that we built lifelong friendships and support networks that will carry us through the dark times that lie ahead. It's often said that the harder the task, the sweeter the victory. And the victory today is very, very sweet. As we stand here today, we face a future in which the rights of women, BIPOC, and LGBTQ+ people are being rolled back. We are lucky to live in a state like New York that is boldly legislating to protect the most vulnerable among us, including survivors of sexual assault. I want to thank Safe Horizon, Michael Pollenberg and Liz Roberts, Jessica Shafroth from Malkin and Ross, Marisa Hochstetter and her two beautiful daughters, Lila and Sylvie, and Drew Dixon, and everyone out here who made this happen, who fought so hard to make this law come into effect. I also want to thank Brad Hoylman, my counterpart in the Senate, for partnering with me not once, but twice to create lasting change for survivors of sexual assault. And of course, a thank you to Governor Hochul, who wasted no time signing this bill in recognition that survivors cannot wait any longer. Thank you.
You heard from the two sponsors, but I also want to give a warm sense of gratitude to our legislative leaders, Speaker Carl Heastie and Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, and their conferences for coming together, and for those bodies to make sure that they did the right thing. And that's why I was very proud to sign it quickly. We always have a plentiful supply of pens. I'm always ready to be able to acknowledge the great partnership that we have with our legislative leaders. Also, now we have an opportunity to hear from Marisa Hochstetter, and I want to thank her for, again, courage is sometimes a word that's overused, and we talk about heroes and courageousness, but within the depths of someone's soul, they are able to pull on the strength they need to do something they perhaps never dreamed they would be doing. You go about life every day, and you never know who's going to be thrust into a circumstance where they feel at some point in their life compelled to rise up and be a different person than they had perhaps thought they would be. But as a result of that courage, we all benefit. So, Marisa.
Thank you so much. Marisa Hochstetter, I am one of over 230 women who reported abuse by the same doctor. I am a proud member of a broad, diverse, beautiful coalition of people who have fought to support the Adult Survivor Act, and it is a great honor to be here. I want to start by thanking the governor for bringing us here, for making this happen, to Andrea Stewart-Cousins, Carl Hastie, of course, our bill sponsors, Brad Hoylman and Linda Rosenthal, for seeing this through. Today is a big win. It's an important day for survivors. And at a time when women's bodily autonomy, particularly, is under attack, I think it says a lot about the values of New York to be a leader in survivors' rights. The Adult Survivors Act is about giving people options. It is about having a choice about what you do with what happened to you. And whether or not you choose to exercise that right is really up to you. It is a personal decision. But what we're doing by signing the law today is putting the power back in the hands of survivors. And that is symbolic. It is incredibly meaningful personally to me, and I know to many people. I was sexually abused while I was pregnant with my twin daughters, and it is an incredibly full circle moment to have them here today, to see this, to understand. Thank you. To witness this, to witness a female governor signing the legislation, to be a part of this, and to know that it's important to use your voice when you know something has been done wrong to you, that you deserve an opportunity to seek justice. And I'm proud of the coalition, I'm proud of this work, and I'm so honored to be here today. Thank you. Thank you.
And before we get to the bill sign, we want to also hear the story of Drew Dixon, who also used her voice to amplify the voices of so many others, and today belongs to her as well. So, Drew.
Good morning. I'm Drew Dixon. I'm a survivor of rape, sexual harassment, and multiple sexual assaults. And I'd like to thank you so much for having me today. I'd like to thank Assembly members Linda Rosenthal and Brad Hoylman for sponsoring this life-changing bill. Thank you, Speaker Hastie, for bringing it to a vote, and thank you, Governor Hochul, for signing it. I especially want to thank the brave and tireless survivors who have split themselves open, telling their stories again and again to advocate for this legislation. Marissa Hochstetter, Evelyn Yang, Donna Hilton, and dear Allison Turcos, thank you for enlisting me to join this fight. And so many more brave survivors who fought to make this day possible. Thank you, I'm so grateful. But we are here today to celebrate the passage of the Adult Survivors Act, which I regard as a parting of the clouds. This is a rebalancing of the forces of good and evil, and on this day and in this moment, the good guys win. This bill will transform so many lives by empowering survivors to have their stories heard, scrutinized, and at long last, acknowledged. Because when you're raped, a part of you disappears. When you're sexually assaulted or harassed, your entire life becomes a crime scene in which you cower for the rest of your days. The practice of living in a world that doesn't acknowledge your pain is toxic. It's like breathing an odorless, poisonous gas that slowly kills your spirit. When you're compelled to hide your truth to make room for your abuser's lie, you become an accessory after the fact to the crime committed against you. But the ASA will make it possible for every victim to become a witness. By bringing civil suits against their abusers, victims in New York will be able to show up fully in a world that makes space for their trauma and their truth. It took me 22 years before I was ready to speak publicly about what happened to me in the music industry, because trauma takes time. And the last thing I wanted as a 24-year-old black woman was to call out the king of hip hop as a sexual predator. Before survivors can take on our abusers, we must take the time we need to heal, and in some cases to build whole new careers or even whole new lives where we're safer from the potential retaliation for speaking out. The cruel vilification of Amber Heard that every survivor is watching right now illustrates just how much stamina and resolve it takes to come forward as a victim of abuse. So the passage of the Adult Survivors Act is a big deal. This is a watershed moment. The ASA opens the door to a path forward that reflects the reality of a survivor's journey, and not just the reality for survivors like me, whose abusers happen to be famous enough to merit coverage in the New York Times, but for all of us. The state of New York has parted the clouds. In a world full of darkness, this moment is a ray of light. Because of the conviction and integrity of everyone with me on this stage, so many lives will be lived more fully, and so many people will be set free. Thank you.
What a big moment that is for sexual assault survivors in New York to get the backing there in this bill that Governor Kathy Hochul just signed moments ago. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break here as we continue to provide coverage from around the country, including it is primary day, not only in Georgia, but several other states as well. And here's a live look right now just outside of Atlanta here as you can continue to see the voting primary is underway in Georgia as well as other states like Texas. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we have an interesting story to get to out of Chicago, a lawsuit being filed in a heat-related death, and it isn't even the summer months yet in that city. We'll have the very latest on this story coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're going out to Chicago. A lawsuit has been filed against an apartment owner for a heat-related death when the city had unseasonable high temperatures in the high 80s. The heat system was still on, this lawsuit alleges, and the apartment got up to 102 degrees, killing the individual that was inside. Let's listen to the lawyer right here and the defendants as well, the family. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
In the property, and despite complaints from public elected officials, despite complaints from residents in the premises, They refused to address the concerns of our most sensitive and tender citizens, our seniors. And as a result, we had the deaths of 3 independent individuals. Janice Lee Reed, who we represent, Gwendolyn Osborne, and Dolores McNeely. The most egregious part of what happened here is that despite complaints from residents in the building, despite complaints from individuals who went to the management office, despite calls to the management office and the ownership representatives, they did nothing in response to those complaints and left these individuals in what in essence was a brick oven. You have a property that has heat blowing daily throughout the property. You have heat from outside, and you have citizens who have no ability to control the heat and air conditioning in their properties. And they did nothing in response to that other than to complain and say that the air wouldn't be turned on until June 1st. Well, that's not acceptable. And when you ignore people's complaints like this, people who have no ability to control the environment in their own properties, you have tragedies like this. This is much more than just a negligent maintenance issue. This is a specific financial decision that this owner and manager made to not operate air conditioning for money, not protect these citizens based upon the financial cost of operating the air conditioning. And so we expect to hold them completely accountable. We've talked to a number of witnesses. The alderman has been very, very instrumental in pointing out the complaints that she made, her visits to the property, her calls, and all of that went ignored. And now we have this tragedy. And if you think about the response and what it took for them to respond, it's absolutely egregious and deplorable. It took the deaths of 3 individuals for them to turn the air conditioning on. They finally did it on Saturday once they found 3 individuals who were deceased in the property. So this is unacceptable. It led to a tragic loss for the Jackson family, and we expect to hold them accountable in this filing. Any questions?
I do have a question for you, Ms. Rogers. So one of the things I saw in the lawsuit specifically, negligent in one or more of the following respects. I found it very interesting that D incorrectly told tenants that there was a Chicago City ordinance which restricted their discretion in turning on the building's air conditioning. So you're claiming that the building management lied to the residents and to the alderman, who probably should know that ordinance. Can you explain?
Yes, the ordinance is a minimum requirement to maintain a certain level of heat on the property of 68 degrees. And that's because we do have cold temperatures that we experience in Chicago. But that ordinance in no way requires that you not activate the air conditioning until June 1st. That's a misinterpretation of the ordinance. And to tell the residents that is a lie. It is a misrepresentation of what the City of Chicago ordinance and the law requires. What the law requires is that you maintain a safe and suitable premises for tenants, especially when they don't have the opportunity to control their own environment. She couldn't turn the heat down. She couldn't turn the air conditioning on. She couldn't do anything but go to the management office and tell them about the deplorable conditions. And as you will hear from Mr. Jackson and Mrs. Jackson, different areas in that property maintained heat in different levels, and they did nothing about it, and they knew about it. It was well known in the building that the apartments on her side of the building, Ms. Reed's side of the building, were excessively hotter than the other side of the building, and they did nothing to address it.
Could you just bridge us to how it translates to a financial decision for them not to want to turn on the air conditioning or be resistant to it?
Sure. We're talking about corporate ownership of senior buildings, which make financial decisions about whether to install individual heating and air conditioning systems or whether to maintain a global system that they control. We're talking about decisions about whether you respond to to excessive heat conditions outside by turning on the air, which costs you more money. They're deciding financially not to turn on the air because it costs more money. That's what it appears to me. Everyone could tell, and even if they couldn't tell, they were told by residents, by elected officials, we are getting calls about the unbearable heat in the property, and they did nothing to respond until there were 3 deaths. Absolutely unacceptable, not what's required by the ordinance, purely a financial.
All right, unfortunately, you see there that audio did not work out there for the next half of this news conference, but 3 people died in this apartment. Lawsuit now being filed against the owners of that apartment. They're alleging that the heat was still turned on, and there was record temps for Chicago at this particular time in earlier May. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to New York City right now, getting an update from NYPD on their gun violence suppression division as they were able to get some major guns off the street in this long-term gang investigation. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Enterprise Bureau. We're here today to announce that 21 men and 1 teen, alleged members of the River Park Towers RPT organization, have been charged in a 65-count indictment of conspiracy to commit murder, attempted assault, criminal possession of a weapon, and numerous other charges related to multiple shootings in and around River Park Towers complex, which is located in the High Bridge neighborhood of the Bronx. We have another indictment that charges 7 of the defendants with attempted murder, weapons possession, and other charges for an incident on August 17th, 2020, in which they fired approximately 11 shots into a building vestibule and barely missed the head of one of their targets. A third indictment has also been filed for an incident in Rikers Island Jail on April 25th, 2021, when members of the RPT organization and their allies committed a gang assault on a member of the Crips gang. The defendants are charged also with a crime of animal cruelty, which is a misdemeanor. They were live streaming a pigeon that flew into the area and likened the bird to a rival gang member who wandered into their neighborhood. One of the defendants said, if we get 100 views, then we'll kill it. And they reached that number and they beat the pigeon to death with a cane on Facebook Live. These defendants allegedly engaged in gun violence, committing 6 shootings, one of which injured a rival gang member. They allegedly fired wildly on the streets without regard for the lives of anyone else or for their own lives. They allegedly possessed a gun used in shootings that they posed on social media, and they rapped about that violence. I want to thank NYPD for their partnership in this investigation. We are doing all that we can to end the battle or the gun scourge that we see here in the Bronx. But more has to be done to keep our young people, to deviate them from the life of gangs and this senseless violence. I've stood with Chief Essick and many others in the NYPD too often this year about gun violence, homicides, and young men who are under indictment. I'm calling on rappers from the Bronx to stop using the music to encourage shootings and use it to better their own community. This is our Bronx community. I'm asking, and I'm going to call for a summit with these aspiring rappers, with rap stars who come from the Bronx, which we have legendary stars that come from here. This is the birth of hip hop. I'm asking the radio stations and social media outlets, let's all sit down and develop solutions so that we can prevent any further violence. We simply cannot go on like this. As I have said over and over this year, we are losing a generation of young people, black and brown. We're losing them to death and to prison. 6 of the defendants in this case were arraigned before Bronx Supreme Court Justice Judith Lieb on May 20th, 2022. 5 of them were remanded, meaning that they're being held without bail. And the 6th, a 17-year-old, had bail set in the amounts of $250,000 cash, $500,000 bond, and $500,000 partially secured bond at 10%. With an examination of surety, which they have to prove that the money that is put up for the bail was from legal means. 3 of the defendants were arraigned May 23rd, 2022, before Judge Lieb, and all of them were remanded. 8 defendants are incarcerated on other charges and will be arraigned in the coming days. There are 6 remaining defendants who are still being sought. According to the investigation by NYPD Gun Violence Suppression Division and the Bronx DA's Violent Criminal Enterprise Bureau, from on or about January 2nd, 2020 to about March 2022, the defendants were members of or associates of the RPT organization, which operated in and around River Park Towers housing development that is located here in the Bronx between the Major Deacon Expressway and the Harlem River. According to the investigation, the defendants agreed to engage in acts of violence and to acquire, possess, and use firearms in order to maintain and preserve the power and the status of RPT organization. According to the investigation, around the time of the shootings, members would brag about their acts of violence and their easy access to firearms in their music videos while taunting members of the opposition. They also utilize various social media platforms to recruit and gain a following and would taunt rival groups and display firearms on social media. The conspiracy indictment includes 6 shootings and 8 gun possessions. One of the guns is tied by ballistics evidence to 3 shootings, which they talked about on social media while holding a distinctive gun, which was black and tan. At this time, I'm going to ask Chief Essick to come up and speak about the case.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm here today with the commanding officer of the Gun Violence Suppression Division, Jason Savino, to my right. This is the second major gang case in the last 2 months up here in the Bronx. These long-term cases focusing on violent gangs and individuals whose members are involved in shootings, assaults, and gun possessions are how we are going to turn the tide and reduce the gun violence in this city. As I've said before many times, these are very in-depth, complex investigations, and we work very closely with the Bronx DA's office. We present all that evidence to a long-term grand jury, and that grand jury heard that evidence and indicted these 22 individuals. So I just want to thank District Attorney Clark and her staff for a job well done on this case, the case officers, who I'm sure will be introduced shortly, and I'd like to turn over the investigation to the commanding officer, Jason Savino, of the Gun Violence Suppression Division.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you to the DA and your team. Good afternoon. I'm Deputy Chief Jason Savino, and just 6 weeks ago, we all stood right here, this exact same team, with the G-side YG takedown. We promised there would be more. We even called out gang members. We gave them an opportunity to shape up, asked them to do the right thing, or we may see them soon. We let them know ahead of time that we would be doubling down on gang violence. Apparently, some didn't listen. And as promised, we are standing here once again, and I'm proud to announce that today, our beloved Bronx is just a bit safer, with some of the worst of the absolute worst now in custody. But before I go into the investigation, I just want to extend some extreme gratitude just to a couple of members of our team. First and foremost, our case detective, Detective Patricia Caputo, who worked relentlessly, along with so many of our partners, which I'll circle back to, but Patricia really stand out. The tremendous dedication was just so easily seen and just so valued. I also have to mention just briefly our team leaders who supervised the case, Captain Brian McCaughey and Sergeant Vladimir Follett, who provided just such tremendous guidance throughout the case. And I also just want to quickly note that personally, and all of us are just so blessed with an entire team at Gun Violence Suppression Division. We consider and treat the members of our community like our own family. We take our mission in protecting our great people so tremendously personal. So this takedown, as well as those to come, they show NYPD never slows and will remain absolutely relentless in combating gun violence. Let's get into the case. So RPT is an 18-month investigation addressing a violent gang, a blood set that falls under the YG umbrella. The case was initiated to address and combat violence in and around River Park Towers, hence RPT, and even into the High Bridge section of the Bronx. We utilized our next-level precision policing policies and addressed the right subjects. You have to remember, even amongst gangs, there's very few shooters. These are the alphas that endanger not only themselves, but everyone around them. This is who we build all of our cases around. When we speak to our subjects, these are the trigger pullers, those very few individuals that make it downright dangerous for all the great people in our community. And I think it's important to note that when we look at our subjects, we see somewhat of a theme, if you will. Our subjects routinely started their criminal career with different scams. What would they do? They would pick pockets early in their criminal career using a basketball donation ruse, really as a distraction, and pick people's pockets. They then moved on to street robberies, soon after stick-ups or gunpoint robberies, and ultimately moved on to shootings. Why am I noting this? We are seeing this sort of empowerment, if you will, criminality without consequence. Again, criminality without consequence. It can and has the potential to get more severe and progressively get worse. And we see that theme throughout the city. And just to assist in painting a picture, two specific subjects now in custody, in Daniel Collins and Daniel Agamang, combined have been arrested for being in possession of a firearm on 7 prior occasions. Why do I note that? Very dangerous subjects, very comfortable carrying firearms repeatedly. Let's speak to the gang as a whole. In a word, reckless. really as reckless as we've seen. This gang would shoot at their ops in the vicinity of schools, MTA buses, even in close proximity to Times Square. No regard for anyone in the area. We spoke about drill raps earlier. The drills that we're talking about had upwards of 22 million views. Again, 22 million views. They would call out opposing members, primarily Crips, challenging them to shooting, mocking those that have been shot or killed, doing all they can to ignite or insult their rivals. This gang even bragged and referred to their own past shootings, calling people out. Now, let's just take a moment to think about this. Think of the audience that they're reaching. Daniel Collins, I mentioned him earlier, a.k.a. D. Thang, self-proclaimed originator of drill rap. Again, 22 million YouTube views. Our children are listening to this. I want to share a quote from one of the drills. "I'm in love with my gun, bullets hot like the sun. That's on, gang. We do this for fun." Think of the message that ultimately sends. Now, there's references to keeping score on how many opposing gang members have been shot, really shooting for sport, if you will. Displaying firearms was routine, and shooting at other gangs was glorified, and the insults had no limits. This gang actually filmed the destruction of candles at a memorial. Now, think about the ultimate disrespect, all for the gang's clout. What do these insults do? They create an on-site atmosphere. So because of the challenges in and around these drill raps, many teams or ops would also carry firearms. What would that do? As soon as they see each other, they would shoot at each other, hence the frame on site. And I don't have to tell anybody, this creates such a dangerous atmosphere for our public, and we saw this throughout the case, where we have group-on-group shootings, numerous guns, with so many innocent people in and around the vicinity, in close proximity. This is something we are seeing far too often. I can't stress enough, these drills are so much more than just words. This gang, as well as others, acted on the words. So in all, right now, 16 subjects are now in custody as a result of our investigation. These are the individuals that lived in and affected our Bronx neighborhoods. Now these same individuals, with little to no remorse, for anybody for that matter, as they carelessly fired guns and terrorized the great people in the RPT community, are now behind bars. I just also want to mention that this is one of many takedowns our gun violence suppression team has initiated. Now summer's upon us, and our teams are just getting started. We will continue to monitor every gang in this city. We will continue to look at every street in this city. Our team consists of the best, and we will continue to bring down the worst of the worst, those that fire bullets without remorse and endanger our beautiful public. A lot of kudos to go around just to make this happen. Our Bronx investigative partners, Deputy Chief Timmy McCormick, and the Bronx squads, particularly that 4-6 squad and the homicide squad, have been attached to our hip throughout the investigation. I have to mention the security staff at RPT, really as good as there is in the entire city, maybe in the country. Our corrections partner, Vinny Fuca, has really been a godsend. Our DA, Ms. Clark, dedicating your team's partnership and dedication has been tremendous. Wanda Perez, Julie Trevetti, Ron, Jose, just such amazing partners throughout. Our coach and my mentor, Chief of Detectives Jimmy Essick, really entrusted me with the best job in the world. And lastly, and most noteworthy, and I always state this, but I think it bears repeating, thanks to our community. Really, thanks to our communities. This is why we became cops. You called, we answered, and as a result, once again, with more to come, our community is safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Savino. Now we'll take any questions on topic. Juliet. Look, we're starting to work on that now because I don't want to do another press conference with more indictments. I'd rather sit down with them before I have to indict them. We're better than this in the Bronx. And there's a way that you can, these are aspiring rappers that I'm proud of them. I want them to use their skills for good and not for evil. So I think that they will sit down with us. We're working to make that happen. The radio stations, YouTube, all the social media. We have legendary rappers from this county that started hip hop. I think I'm positive that we'll be able to sit down with whoever decides to come. And I don't need a whole lot of people. We just need the core people to sit down and let's figure this out. I'm optimistic that we'll be able to do it.
Can you tell us any rappers specifically that you have in mind you might have to sit down?
I'm keeping my options open. Anybody who wants to come, I'm not going to call out one over the other. We got too many, We have too many. That's a good thing about the Bronx. And that's what's good about the Bronx community. We have so much to offer. We are so much better than this. This is a lot of effort to do what we have to do to keep the public safe. But we can keep the public safe ourselves, our community, if we just decide that enough is enough. Let's put the guns down, let's sit down and let's talk about this, and let's talk about positive ways to uplift the Bronx community because there's so much here to offer.
Have you considered working with some of the nonprofit organizations that do work with young members who have rehabilitated, like Catholic Charities have very good programs?
Mm-hmm. We have worked with everyone, community-based organizations, not-for-profit, anybody that can meet them where they are, we have worked with them. So this is going to be a global thing for the Bronx. I can't put a date on it because we need to make sure we can reach out to everybody who's interested and willing to help. And there's so many because they come to me individually. Now I'm saying it's time for all of us to sit down together and get it done. You had a question?
Yes, just regarding the investigation itself, who is this other gang that the towers were trying to incite? Was there like one gang? Was there others? And also, if you have a little insight into, trying to transcribe or, translate the rap videos to link them to specific, incidents. Because you mentioned also something about a Times Square shooting. So.
Yeah, correct. I mean, that Times Square shooting specifically wasn't mentioned in the drill raps, but when it comes to drill rap, you see these individuals calling out their oppositions. It was primarily Crips. So really, like I stated earlier, you're talking a blood set, fighting with the Crips exclusively, particularly hybrid Crips, where it's just close proximity. A lot of them grew up, kind of taunting each other. But make no mistake about it, they referenced to specific incidents and referenced to specific individuals, and that's what kind of ignited the fires. Yeah, I mean, we're talking relatively young individuals. The guns were obtained during search warrants during the course of the investigation. I mean, obviously, individuals who carry a firearm, we'd like to keep in as long as we can. We just weren't successful along the way. And Daniel Collins has been in. Unfortunately, it was his fourth gun arrest that put him in. Those arrests are open, so now we'll put them together.
Most of the cases were bail eligible. We asked for bail, and either they were put on supervised released or they actually made the bail. So what happens is that we could ask for bail, the judge can set it. If they make it, they're out. But as they continue to do these things, these two, they're now both remanded and they're in, so they can't get out. You want to answer? Well, the investigation continues, right? But I mean, part of what we want to do as the summit and everything else is to reach out to those social media platforms and let them know that they have a corporate responsibility as well. Yeah, they're making money, but if they know that their money is causing the death and harm to people, we want to do all that we can to stop them from doing that. Yeah, can you?
Brian McCoy. If you're referring to the G-Side case from a couple months ago, they are YGs as well. They are very closely aligned, and we do see them together at acts of violence, and we see them together rapping, doing their drill raps. They are extremely closely aligned.
Anyone else?
The guns themselves, what kind of damage can these things do? Why would a criminal use that one as opposed to that one for our gun ignorant crowd?
Which one are you referring to, or just in general?
Yeah, a brief tour of what one gun does opposed to another.
I think most importantly, you know, what are we talking about with guns, right? We're talking about accessibility, you know. So I don't think our gang members are choosing one gun preferably over others as much as accessibility. What I will like to say to answer your question is every single one of these is capable of firing a shot, and every single one of them is capable of hurting somebody. So it's more of a matter of accessibility and, you know, obtaining those firearms to carry out violent acts. Yeah, and once again, it doesn't really have a name. You know, they're all capable of hurting somebody, sir.
I know it may not be this simple, but over the 18-month investigation, can you tell us how many victims or fatalities there were in direct relation to the people that were arrested in the guns used?
Detective Michael Delgado from Gun Violence Suppression. We had one non-fatal victim in this. I believe there was 6 incidents where they actually discharged weapons and no one was struck.
Thank God.
Yes. Thank you.
I mean, because again, this is a case where, thank God, nobody was killed. There was one person shot, but we know what bullets can do. We've been here announcing how these stray bullets have killed innocent victims. We're dealing with the wake and the funeral of an 11-year-old who was not the intended target. All right, so we know what these bullets can do, and that's why it's important to take these down, even if they don't hit anybody. It's just a possibility that they could, and the damage that could have been done. So thank God we didn't have that here.
Can I just clear that up? In this actually charged was 1 non-fatal and 6 reckless endangerments where they fired and not hit. In the overall conspiracy, there was an additional 7 non-fatal people shot with 8 reckless endangerments where people were not hit.
You mentioned that there are a few trigger pullers within gangs, and last time big arrest, this time big arrest. How much of a vacuum does this create, or is there a concern that there'll just be others to step into those roles?
Yeah, no, I mean, what we're talking about, once again, is the alphas. You know, when you speak to the YG umbrella, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of members that fall under those umbrellas. You know, when we start a case and initiate a case, it centers in and around the individuals that are actually trigger pullers and committing that violence. So, truth be told, you know, we've seen the direct reflection that these cases have on a particular neighborhood, you know, where you see when you really cut off the snake's head, if you will, the alphas, remove them, you see violence in that respective area curtail quite significantly, and we expect to certainly see the same with this case.
I think gang shootings throughout the city have held steady. It's about 40%, but we know that's a little larger. We haven't seen a huge uptick in the gang shootings. A lot of other shootings that are non-gang related because of the accessibility of guns. is what we can deem gang related, that gang on gang. But it's probably a lot higher than that. In terms of your question, how are these, on average over the last 6-7 years that we've been doing these type cases, where we've taken these gangs down, you see at least a 55% reduction in the shooting in that area, which is very good. And you see constantly with younger and younger kids shooting, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old kids. We have to find that way to reach out to that next generation of gang members to prevent them. And I think that's what the DA was talking about. We could take them down, they go to jail, it's a shame. The next kid, that 14-year-old kid on the street who's thinking about it, we got to reach him. That's the mission.
Julia?
Are these generally broad daylight shootings in these cases?
A lot of them were in the daytime. And that's what's so, significant about this is that, it used to be some kind of code or something. Now it's just so reckless. They don't care any time of the day or night, anywhere they wish. They just think there's no consequences. We're here today to tell them there are consequences and there's accountability. And this is what it looks like. I don't know what they were trying to do, but I know what the reality is of it, is that those bullets could kill somebody. And if somebody was in the way, they could have got struck. At the end of the day, these are the weapons that caused it, and they're the ones that allegedly did it, and they have to be held accountable. Thank God. Okay, there weren't any fatalities. Thank God there weren't more people shot. But that's why we have to stop it now, because at the other end of that bullet, those things can happen. So this is just as important as if somebody was actually struck or killed.
You brought it up just a minute ago about the 11-year-old girl. Omar Bojang surrendered to the DA's office.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us a little bit about how that may have gone down? I don't know if he's been arraigned or not.
He's been arraigned and he's been remanded. So we're waiting to present those charges against him now.
Any insight about what happened? Like, did he come through a lawyer? Did he just surrender?
He came with a lawyer. He came with a lawyer and his parent. So, and I'm glad, because if you remember last Friday, as I stood with Chief Essick and the mayor and the police commissioner, I made a plea to that parent of him to say, turn him in, because he was in danger himself. Because the oppositions were looking for him, the police were looking for him, the community, everybody was looking. Make it easier and safer on yourself. And I begged that parent to do it. And I want to thank her for doing that, just that. Came with the lawyer, and we respect that. And that's what the process is. Let the process work. So he's in now, he's been remanded, and we will let the process continue. Any other questions on this topic? You gotta be on time. I don't know. Slippery slope.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. So that was the update from New York Police. Their very lengthy one, just updating on these different gang indictments that they are issuing in New York City as gun violence continues to be a major problem in that city and so many others, frankly, across the country. When we come back, everyone, we are going to go out to Las Vegas. There is a special hearing going on with the House Homeland Security. We'll listen in on the other side of the break. We're back out here for you on Live Now from Fox, taking a live House hearing right now, actually happening in Las Vegas today, a special House Homeland Security Committee on international visitors' visas. Let's listen here on Live Now from Fox.
Access with fake credentials.
Ma'am, on the CBP side, I agree with Ms. Burke. Our technology actually has improved our ability to detect imposters, to detect false documents. The facial comparison technology is phenomenal, and it rules out the human error part. So I would say, if anything, this technology has been put in place to enhance security and to ensure that we are addressing those very same concerns.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Rep. Titus, for inviting us. I wish I were there. I wish I had the opportunity to see all of the things that you're talking about, because I don't have that technical vision in my head, so I need to see it for myself. But I do have a couple of quick questions. Mr. Martell, when I first got on this committee, Mr. Thompson used to raise this question of biometrics and inaccuracy as it related to identifying people of color.
All right, everybody, we did lose that feed temporarily. So what we'll do is take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We'll get up there.
Remarkably improved, so that that's not an issue or a complaint. Mr. Martell?
Ma'am, I'm not entirely informed or knowledgeable on that particular issue. I can certainly look into it and get back to you on if there's been any differences with regard to how the technology works based on color.
Thank you. What about you, Ms. Burke?
I also would have to refer to the technical issues and the experts, and would be glad to get back to you with some information.
Thank you. So, Mr. Martell, Mr. Cleaver asked you a question. He said that when he returned from Mexico, no one queried him as to whether or not he had his COVID vaccines or a COVID test. You commented that people coming on international flights have to be vaccinated, but that didn't happen in his case. Is that because he is an American citizen? Or did I misunderstand your answer to this question?
No, you did not miss it, ma'am. That is correct. He is
so you're an American. I'm sorry. You're what's correct?
Ma'am, the vaccination requirement at airports, they are the responsibility is placed on the airline to ensure that any documents that are required are in order. They do that in consultation with the CDC. So upon arrival in the air environment, we would not necessarily ask for that information.
So even the international travelers that you said must be vaccinated in order to come into our country, you don't ask that. By the mere fact that they came in on that airplane, that airlines is already taking care of that issue. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. Last kind of question I have is, and that's for both of you. Are you both really understaffed? And if so, to what degree? I want to know how to be helpful.
Ma'am, from the CBP.
Are you down 500? Are you down 900? Are you down what?
On the CBP side, ma'am, in terms of the staffing, the actual vacancies, I would have to get back to you with those actual numbers. What I can say is that although we support the president's budget as international travel resumes, as passenger counts meet or exceed pre-pandemic levels, CBP could certainly or can always use additional staffing.
Thank you. Ms. Burke, could you respond?
Yes. First, I'd respond locally to say that, again, what we did was to overhire at McCarran so that we could loan people to Reno. So we've balanced out between our state the resources that we need to be fully staffed. from a system standpoint, and I could not give you an exact number, but we have many large cities that have had many of the problems others are having and trying to hire. And so we are under what would be an ideal amount of manpower, and we are doing our best to spread the resources, as I've done in Nevada, across the entire country. So we may have, if somebody has an overage, we may share that with another airport in order to bring them up to a higher level of staffing. And that's kind of our mitigation plan as we go into this summer. But solving that problem long term.
We'd have to pay an additional cost associated with moving that employee, right?
Yes, you would have an additional cost for that period. It's a short-term solution, and hopefully we'll find the longer-term solution with the bill that has been proposed by Mr. Chairman Thompson.
Thank you. I certainly am in support of that bill. Thank you. I think my time is up. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Chair. Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Dimmons, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And look, as a former police chief, I won't confirm or deny how many times I have been to Las Vegas, but I do appreciate Ms. Titus for hosting us today, and so appreciate our witnesses and Chairman, as always, thank you for your leadership. I too represent in Orlando, Florida, one of the busiest airports. I was also assigned to Orlando International for several years as a police captain. I was assigned during 9/11. So I've certainly had an opportunity to work with CBP, as well as involved in the formulation discussions and plans for the TSA. So this subject is, of course, very, very important to me. And, you know, we are so excited about the technologies. It certainly has changed the way that we now do business in terms of employees being able to be much more efficient, I think effective, but also in terms of our level of security. But I certainly believe that our most important resource is and always will be the boots on the ground, the men and women who do the job. And Ms. Burke, I've heard you talk about some of the challenges in terms of pay with some of the private corporations that are much more enticing. I understand that in Orlando, like Las Vegas and Los Angeles, the cost of living has certainly increased. And the general schedule locality pay has failed to reflect local market conditions. So I would think that as persons are looking where they're going to work or where they're going to live, that certainly comes into play. So I'd love to hear from both of you how that to recruit, but I'd also like to hear a little bit more about your attrition rates and what are some of the other reasons that the men and women of your various agencies will stay or leave.
Well, let me go first, if I might. In Nevada, our locality pay is between 17 and 18%. Now, if you are in California, it's much higher. So sometimes we pull people from California that want to work in Nevada, and one advantage we have, it doesn't match the California rate, but we don't have state tax.
And just like that, it's a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate and welcome all of our new viewers joining us in this hour, as it's 1 o'clock out on the East Coast, 10 o'clock here on the West Coast, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. It is primary day in a lot of battleground states right now, including Georgia. This is a live look right outside of Atlanta, where we are taking in just key primaries today to be on the lookout for. Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Minnesota, and Texas. We'll have previews of all of the big races throughout the day. And of course, later tonight, we will be featuring those key results in those big races We'll be featuring it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. And as always, we're keeping an eye on the Amber Heard Johnny Depp defamation trial as it continues. It's now into week 6, everyone, and we have a special YouTube stream, gavel to gavel coverage. Go check it out on our YouTube page, Live Now Fox. Always great to see you there. We have so many viewers every day wanting to see the very latest in that trial, and we always got you covered when it comes to that. All right, also taking a look here at the Dow. It was a good day yesterday, bad day today. It's always up, down, isn't it? This last really 7 to 8 weeks that we've been seeing this downward trend that continues to almost 300 points. They're in the red. Gas prices are up, food prices are up, all ahead of Memorial Day weekend there. So it's going to be much different this year for a lot of families. Just think about it. 2 years ago, we were in the real thick of the pandemic. You couldn't go anywhere. Now you can go places, but you might not have the money to do what you want to do. So we're really in that type of situation right now for so many Americans right now. All right, let's go out to Minneapolis here, where some city staff members coming together. They are calling on the mayor and others to build an anti-racist workplace. That is what they are calling it. Well, let's listen here for a little bit on Live Now from Fox.
Whether it means they're intimidated in the workplace, whether that means that projects that they have worked on and put their blood, sweat, and tears into have been taken away from them, these things should not be happening, and they need to stop now. Today we will be hearing some powerful testimonies from workers at our city whose identities will be known for the first time today. Our public servants do not deserve to continue to come into the halls of power, let me remind you, the people's house, and have to face these conditions. These testimonies represent various departments and diverse identities within the city of Minneapolis. And let me also state that this is not personal against any one person, whether it's Heather Johnston, whether it's the mayor, or any other elected official. This is not personal. When the question is asked, why does everything always have to be black? That question should not be asked to us. We are wondering the same thing. Why does everything have to be about the color of our skin? That is not a question to ask of us. That is a question that we all need to dig deep and reflect on inside of ourselves to answer that question. That should not be on us. The status quo must be challenged, it must be confronted, and our very own city needs to be dismantled from this consolidation of power that continues to isolate, intimidate, and target Black, Indigenous, brown workers of color and their allies. We will no longer tolerate being dismissed, erased, nor devalued. Any elected official who says these issues happened before Heather Johnston, that is an admission of guilt. That is you admitting that these things have been occurring and that you know that they are occurring. Anybody that comes into any position inherits. They inherit whatever issues or problems came with the role. The question and the concern that we all have is what you then do with it. These issues were brought forward 9 months ago. We are under a racial equity emergency at our city and at our county level. When there is an emergency, you send resources. When there is an emergency, there is an urgent response. We have not seen that. And it reminds me of what happened during the uprising when we didn't even send fire trucks to respond to the urgency and emergencies within our community. So if we are under a racial equity emergency, where is the urgency? Why has it taken 9 months? Why has it come to this? That is the question that we have. We are calling for, I am calling for Heather Johnston to not be named as the permanent city coordinator, not because of what she inherited, but because of the way that she chose to move forward, which was to not move forward. And to bring us to the point today where 65 of our workers have signed on to this letter that is enough, that enough is enough. We are not going to tolerate it. And by any means necessary is not a threat. It is a commitment. It is a commitment to each other. It is a commitment to the collective good of our city, which is what we're supposed to be governing for. Not a political party, not personal agendas, but for the better good of all people within this city, whether they work here or whether they receive services or should be receiving services from our city. So with that, I'm going to call up various workers that are going to speak today and share their testimonies, starting with Ms. Gina O'Berry, who is from the city coordinator's office. Gina?
Hello, everyone. My name is Gina Obiri. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an employee in the city coordinator's office. I want to start by saying that I'm exhausted. Like worn down, forget to eat, and drink water exhausted, as are all the amazing folks behind me. As you all know, we and others who could not be here today have given 39 demands to Interim City Coordinator Heather Johnson, Mayor Jacob Fry, and City Council as a starting point to address the toxic and racist culture that permeates every inch of City Hall. One of those demands is that the City Council deny the appointment of Heather Johnson to the permanent coordinator position. Before I continue, I want to take a moment to honor our exhaustion and everything that we put on the line to stand before you today. There's the obvious pieces that we risk by publicly speaking out on the systemic and interpersonal racism that we're fighting against, such as risk of being iced out, demoted, passed over for promotions we rightfully deserve, or even termination. Then there's the less obvious pieces, such as missing dinner with our kids, strained relationships with our partners, the cost of additional therapy appointments, and the friendships that we've lost in learning who truly supports anti-racism in practice. It's been tough, and we continue to choose it because always forward. That's right. I believe Mayor Fry would agree with the following statements. 1, the precision of our solutions must match the precision of the harms that were initially inflicted. 2, for generations, economic decisions across Minneapolis and the country were designed with the purpose of excluding communities of color from the benefits of public investment. And 3, this has underscored the need to center equity and inclusion to recover from those harms. These quotes are taken from Mayor Fry's campaign website. The mayor makes an important point in that the harms Black folks have and continue to endure were designed with extreme precision and effectiveness. Our institution is no exception to that. By design, the culture of the city of Minneapolis operates with expert precision in excluding the voices of and actively harming Black and brown community members and staff. Tomorrow marks the 2-year anniversary of George Floyd's murder by MPD. 2 years. What can we say is different in the city? City Council and the mayor have declared racism as a public health emergency, but what has come of that? How has it been operationalized? It hasn't. While most Black folks don't need a report to validate their experience of this reality, it was oddly encouraging to learn that the Minnesota Department of Human Rights found that the city and MPD engage in a pattern and practice of race discrimination in violation of the Minnesota Human Rights Act. This, too, is by design. With modern-day policing originating from slave patrols and the knowledge of how difficult culture change is for even the most well-meaning of organizations, how shouldn't we shouldn't be surprised. But what I don't want to be lost is that race discrimination happens within every department of the city, both internally with staff and externally in our service delivery. This anti-Black racism is the fabric of the city enterprise, so relegating behavior change only to MPD is extremely narrow-sighted and will be ineffective. It is not only MPD's policies, practices, and culture that need overhauling. It is the entire city. So to undo those precise exclusionary harms that our mayor talks about, it's going to require that equity and inclusion are centered in every decision that is made going forward. Our demands offer many examples of how to begin that work. From his website, I also learned that he holds a strong commitment to community organizing and championed efforts to support employee non-discrimination. So I hope you can understand my frustration by his and Heather's lack of support for a group of their own staff organizing amongst ourselves, because Heather has consistently and intentionally chosen not to listen to our complaints of discrimination and has directly committed harms against Black staff. Moreover, Heather is the subject of an active human resources investigation regarding the complaints described in our 21-page letter that has been making the rounds. Are elected officials comfortable using their vote to support someone with an open investigation of staff mistreatment and discrimination? Coming back to exhaustion, I look forward to a lot of rest at some point, hopefully soon. And while that is greatly needed, I desperately want a reprieve from the exhaustion of constantly having to defend my humanity and that of my community. That exhaustion is all-encompassing and isn't remedied as simply. It's exhausting and dehumanizing to have white folks be the gatekeepers for what is seen as a tolerant amount of racism that black folks should inherently accept. The fact that black staff and our allies have had to come this far just to maybe have our humanity uplifted by the institution that we give so much of ourselves to is crushing. We'll push through the exhaustion and the hurt. We'll repair some of the damaged relationships and eventually celebrate the loss of others. We'll continue to hold non-elected and elected leaders accountable to manifesting the vision, mission, and values that the city claims to uphold. We've come this far with the deck stacked against us. Imagine what we could do with city councils and the mayor's support in meeting our demands. Imagine what we could do with a city coordinator who is capable of leading us through racial trauma and divisiveness, within the organization. Heather Johnson has demonstrated that she is not capable of that, so it's time for the transparent, competitive search process that was promised to us. One last note, and I'll pass the mic. There's no shortage of examples of the city retaliating against those who speak out against the status quo. With that knowledge, we have filed complaints with the Minnesota Department of Human Rights to aid us in holding the city accountable to the pattern and practice of racism that the city enterprise is built upon. Always forward. Thank you.
And now I will bring up Angela Williams, who is also from our city coordinator's office.
Good morning. My name is Angela Williams. I am an AmeriCorps Vista with the City Coordinator's Office. And I stand in solidarity with what we are here to do today. So Mayor Frye knows about the culture and chooses to ignore it. And this is how he keeps, finessing his elections. Okay? So he says anything to gain confidence and then does nothing and ignores the opportunity to make a positive change. His whole position is a farce. Advancing Heather despite staff taking a major risk of signing their names on a letter asking for a competitive, equity-focused recruitment process. And then they have their legal team try to silence the issue. Then they try to underplay the issue by diverting attention to our choice to call Heather out instead of the actual concerns we are raising and calling out both her and the broader culture of white supremacy. He says, Samantha said, this is not personal. This is not personal. This is personal because it like they said, it advances, it progresses the culture of white supremacy. The propensity of the behavior of this city is unacceptable, and that's why we're here right now. That's why it's imperative that people listen to what we are saying. We're not here just to be standing outside to talk. We are here trying to convey a message that something has to be done. Heather Johnston should not be appointed to city coordinator because she hasn't done anything to help change the culture of equity for black and brown employees, period. She won't even help those who want to speak out but can't, threatening their livelihood. So I just want to be clear. This is not personal. So when I say this stuff, this is me speaking the truth of the situation as I see it. So she wants to use the privilege of affluenza. She don't understand why she wrong and why she shouldn't be held responsible. We understand that this happened before, and like was said before, they know what's going on. They haven't addressed it. They allowed it to happen. And if somebody doesn't say something, it will continue to happen. So they have to try to address former and current workplace toxicity. White people inherit racist environments all the time. And if they're unable to address them, they are causing further harm. And not only has she not addressed it, she has contributed to it by being stagnant. So it's time to confront the bully that controls this world. The city has an opportunity to address the trauma of the past 2 years and a system of white supremacy on which it and all government is built. Listening to staff is the bare minimum. But we are giving them that opportunity. They have had that opportunity with Heather for the past 9 months. We hope that their campaign promises of equity weren't empty promises, because we're going to remember this at election time. Community, remember this at election time. No matter how you stand, remember that they come, they make these promises, they get your vote, and then they get in office and ignore you. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, for that powerful testimony. I now am going to bring up Tony Hauser, who is with our health department.
Thank you, Sam.
Yes, thank you.
And good morning, and thank you all for being here today. My name is Tony Hauser, and I am the supervisor of emergency preparedness and response in the Minneapolis Health Department. I am speaking today as a city employee who works in emergency preparedness, and I'm not representing my department or any other organization. I am here to speak up in support of my colleagues, past and present, and acknowledge that my privilege as a white Army veteran, educated woman provides this opportunity for me. Over the last few years, I have seen how the environment in the city coordinator's office has been detrimental to staff. Psychological safety is defined as a belief that one will not be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes. It is clear to me that my colleagues are not working in an environment of psychological safety, and I believe that the city has a responsibility to care for and support our employees by directly addressing the causes of their distress. The toxic culture has directly and negatively impacted our work in public health emergency preparedness and response. Much of what we do in emergency preparedness is dependent on strong relationships with our partners. The loss of dedicated, experienced staff, either through involuntary removals or dissatisfaction with working conditions, means that those relationships are severed, and the institutional knowledge of the work we've done together is lost. We cannot afford for that to continue. As the world has witnessed over the last 2.5 years, it is not an easy thing to respond to a public health emergency. In order to do so effectively, we rely on city staff for guidance, technical expertise, support, and participation. What we ask of them is not easy or simple. Because of this, it is vital to have city leaders who understand the assets we have in our public servants. Over the last few months, I've had the privilege of working with a number of staff from the city coordinator's office on the development of resilience hubs in the city. Once in place, these resilience hubs will...
All right, so we were listening to some Minneapolis city workers demanding an anti-racist workplace there. They feel that there are situations in their workplace where it is detrimental to the way that they are able to conduct business. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Coming up in this next hour, we are awaiting Senate Democrats and Republicans. They are having a policy lunch right now, and they will be speaking coming out of those lunches. So we'll hear from both Schumer and McConnell and their teams in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox, talking everything probably about the primaries today in Georgia and states like Alabama and Texas, and so much more as well. Also, State Department briefing coming up within the next hour here on Live Now from Fox, so we'll be featuring that for you a little bit, the latest on Russia and Ukraine, straight from spokesperson Ned Price. So that'll be coming up in a little bit as well. But when we come back here, after just a short 2-minute break, we'll take you out as TSA gives some special tips to travelers as it is cranking up the summer travel season, all starting this weekend with Memorial Day travel. We'll have all the latest coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to give you top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, this weekend, it is all about Memorial Day travel. Some will be taken to the skies, and some will be going and filling up those high gas prices and taking it by travel of car here. But we want to give an update as TSA is giving some quick tips for travelers that will be taking to the air come this weekend and really all of this busy summer travel season.
It won't take that long. You'll put in the application, make an appointment to get interviewed, and you can do that. And if you're on a pre-check line, you're definitely going to be through in less than 10 minutes and probably less than 5 minutes. So that's a great way to kind of reduce the amount of stress you're going to have traveling. So if you go on the regular queue and here you're going to visit family and friends, it's a great thing. If you take all the items that are going to be in your pocket and put it in your carry-on, okay, that's going to help you get through much quicker. All you're going to need in your hand is your boarding pass and ID. ID is your license or your passport. That's all you're going to need. And of course, you're probably going to have your phone out for those people who have your boarding pass electronically on your phone. So when you follow the line, you get up to the podium, there's going to be an officer going to ask you for these items. They're going to ask you to pull down your mask. Okay, they're going to identify you, make sure you're in the right terminal, make sure you're in the right location, and then you're going to be through. They're going to put you in the line, and then you're going to get screened. If by chance you forgot to check your bag and you have a prohibited item, you're going to end up with a bag check. Please don't do that. That's going to slow you up anywhere from 3 to 5 to 10 minutes possibly to get your bag checked. You're going to wait at the end till we finish checking your bag. And then once there's no problem, we're going to give the bag back to you and you're going to be on your way. So we're looking forward to people traveling. We're very happy here at JFK. The passengers are back, and we hope everyone, if you reduce the amount of stress, it helps our employees at the TSA, and it's going to help you have a more interesting and fun travel. So I think I covered everything.
Are there any questions, or you want to touch them one-on-one?
Really simply, what is the most common product or item that's found in everybody's bag that is like a big red flag?
Well, as you see here, all these gels, liquids, aerosols, anything over 3.4, you have to abandon. Basically, you can put it in a garbage can. That's the #1 item. But when I talk about other items, there are people that are traveling with blackjacks. They're carrying, metal knuckles. It's interesting. People even carry bullets. They're gun buffs. They went to the range. They had a couple extra rounds in their bag, and they never took it out. But they came to the airport with it. So those are some of the interesting items. As you see on the table, there's other very interesting items that.
Fire hydrant.
Yeah. Who would even want to wait? So why carry the extra stuff? So there's plenty of stuff there. You see anything flammable, anything large, you can't carry with you. So. We can go through items separately if you want to take pictures and get a comment on.
There's been maybe a shortage of TSA agents.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. This is nationwide. TSA is hiring. And here at JFK specifically, we need officers. Again, on the website, you can apply for TSA jobs anywhere in the nation, but we love people to apply for jobs here at TSA. We're in desperate need of new and energetic employees.
But will that be a problem this weekend?
We have plenty of officers working this weekend, doing extra shifts and doing overtime, so we'll have no problem this weekend.
All right.
Good.
I want to just expand on something he said, if that's okay. So we were talking a little bit about the fact that liquids, gels, and aerosols are the most common prohibited items that people bring to the checkpoint. If you want to pack a liquid gel or aerosol, it needs to be 3.4 ounces or smaller. It has to fit in a 1-quart size bag, 1 bag per person. So we call that the 3-1-1 rule. 3.4 ounces, 1-quart size bag, 1 bag per person. So why 3.4 ounces? Like, where do we get that from? So actually 3.4 ounces is 100 milliliters, which is an international standard. So all these liquids that you see here on this table could go in a check bag.
So that's your difference. Even if you're bringing a beverage with you, right? So if you've got your bottle of water and somebody got a little left, finish it and bring back the empty bottle. And so you can fill it up with water on the secure side of the checkpoint. It saves a few dollars for you. Or if you're finishing your energy drink, or your other option, of course, is to voluntarily surrender it to a TSA officer. So how do you know if something is a liquid gel or aerosol? If you can spill it, spread it, spray it, pump it, or pour it, it's considered a liquid gel or aerosol. So keep that in mind as well. We also have a free downloadable app. It's called MyTSA, and you can type in the item and it will let you know right away where you should pack it. We have a very active social media team, and they are on Twitter at AskTSA. Take a picture of the item, take a picture of the fire hydrant cap, or just say, fire hydrant cap, can I carry that on? That item is so heavy it could be used as a bludgeoning instrument. No tools over 7 inches. You'll see a handful of tools over 7 inches. That's, again, because they can be used as a bludgeoning instrument. You see over here we also have some charcoal, so flammable items, and you see fertilizer as well. So fertilizer shouldn't go either. So keep those extra tips in mind. Thanks.
What about medicines?
So you are allowed to bring medication. We do make exceptions. Say you have cough syrup, and that's more than 3.4 ounces. That's medically necessary liquid. You let the officer know that in advance. We recommend you remove it from your carry-on bag and put it in the bin, so that'll save time as well.
Can we just get your name and the spelling of your name and
Yeah.
the gentleman as well, please?
Yeah, so his name is John Essig, E-S-S-I-G. I'm Lisa Farbstein, L-I-S-A, F as in Friday, A-R-B-S-T-E-I-N.
Some helpful tips, especially as we are kicking off what is known as the summer holiday travel season coming up on Monday. Do want to remind everyone still to come here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a live picture out of the State Department where spokesperson Ed Price will be giving us a briefing here very soon. I know this is something that is going to be coming on the heels of that 3-month anniversary of the war unleashed on Ukraine by Russian troops. I do want to let all of our viewers know, coming up on the other side of this break, we know how essential supplies, especially when it comes to medical aid, have been to getting to everyone in Ukraine. We do have some folks who are there on the front lines in Ukraine who are helping provide that much needed relief to Ukrainians in need. We'll be speaking with Mark J. Lindquist, a U.S. veteran who's there on the front lines when we return here after 2 short minutes. Russia's war in Ukraine has now been going on for 3 months, but thankfully there's been people around the world responding to Ukrainians in need, especially when it comes to getting everything from daily essentials to critical medical supplies to those who are the most in need. One of those people is U.S. veteran Mark J. Lindquist, who has been checking in with us from time to time. He joins us from Dnipro, Ukraine here today. And Mark, I just have to say we appreciate the work that you've been doing over there. I know it's been a while since we've gotten to talk to you. It's been weeks upon weeks that you've been there in Ukraine. Talk about some of the latest efforts that you've been doing firsthand.
Yeah, I think we're on day 53 or 54 or so of our mission out here in Ukraine, and the whole time we've been pushing further east, closer to the Donbass. We're here in Dnipro, Ukraine, as far east and as close to the Donbass as humanitarian organizations go, setting up supply chain from the Western world, from Poland and from Western Ukraine, getting essential medical aid out to the front lines and frontline hospitals. And the way we judge our successes is bringing what we call high value aid to people. And the way we judge that is how many lives have been saved or could be saved by the deliveries we make.
So when you talk about some of these deliveries, I know we had some of the pictures up. I'm going to pop those up again. What are some of these supplies that people have been asking you for? Because it could be anything from insulin to even some more, specialized heart medication. I know is something you've also done in the past.
Yeah, and a lot of the requests we get are from the frontline soldiers, and we're providing non-lethal aid that saves the life of a Ukrainian. Tourniquets and burn bandages and chest seals and IFAKs, those are individual first aid kits, and things that can save the life on the front lines. But also, like you said, medications like insulin and dialysis machines, things that are in short supply. If you think about how the hospitals in America and around the world were overwhelmed during COVID, you think about, a couple million people moving out of the Donbass into cities like Dnipro. Those hospitals here are overwhelmed as well. So they need double the supplies that they would normally have in a traditional year. And so we're trying to get those supplies from the Western world that are in warehouses that have been donated. We just need the air freight covered and the planes and the ships to head on over so I can get them to the people who need it.
And as we have been looking through some of these photos, Mark, I have to ask, since you've said some people have fled from some of the other cities that may have been impacted the most by Russian troops, they've come to Dnipro. What are some of the stories that they've been sharing with you, and what have you been seeing firsthand there as well?
Well, there's so many people here in Ukraine, in every city, but certainly in the eastern part of the country, that have housed displaced Ukrainians, and it's kind of an all hands on deck attitude. It's really a spirit that I wish that we could duplicate in the United States of America, is just Ukrainians helping Ukrainians and people that they don't even know. But, they're from a town that was either obliterated or was hit by heavy fire. And so folks have fled to these cities where there's relative safety. And what I see every day is I see people helping people. It's just a very inspiring spirit that you see amongst all Ukrainians over here. And I'm just hoping to tell that story back to the Western world to let people know that it is possible. It is possible for unity to come about and be demonstrated in our world today, even in a tumultuous time that we live in.
What I find, too, so interesting is that you had this idea of, hey, I could be of some sort of service. I'm going to go over to Ukraine, starting on the border, Poland-Ukraine border, and then you worked your way into the actual country and then decided, okay, who can I team up with? What do we need to do to help provide the most relief possible? You work with an incredible team of people who I know you don't have time to mention everyone, but who are some of the people who you're working with day in and day out?
So we call it the A-Team. It's just kind of our nickname for us. It's about 22 volunteers from Finland, from Denmark, from America, from Canada. We work closely with the famous Canadian sniper Wally, who has been on the front lines in Irpin and Bucha and out in Izum. And so he is advising us on what is needed most as far as combat medical supplies. We have a combat medic from the U.S. Navy, who is a veteran out of Brooklyn, who tells us exactly what combat medics need. And so when they're rotating back for what we call R&R, rest and relaxation, he'll come back and join our team and make sure that no day is wasted out here. So we've really got a wonderful team of volunteers, and we're all unpaid. We're all just doing this out of the goodness of our heart. There's Carlos right there, our combat medic out of Brooklyn. And it's really inspiring to be able to find people of like mind who focus on the Donbass and know that all these supplies need to get as far east as possible. That's why I've headquartered myself out of Dnipro, which is only 60 miles north of the Russian enemy lines and about 100 miles west of where the Russians stand. And very few humanitarian organizations have the threat or risk tolerance to be out here this far east. If there's 100 humanitarian vans in Lviv, an hour across the Polish border, there's one out here. So it's very essential for us to be here.
That's just so crazy to hear. But again, it is a huge risk the further east you go, because of course then you're getting closer to those Russian troops. Have you been hearing any of those sirens going off? Have you been hearing any of those attacks that have been happening? As you said, you know, you're miles away, but sometimes things miles away can even sound close.
Yeah, the air raid sirens go off here daily and nightly. And of course, you know, they wake us up. And it's, you know, it's an interesting part about the human condition that you can become almost numb to that when you hear an air raid siren and know that a missile probably dropped near you. When we go out on missions to deliver some of these supplies to the front lines or the you know, second line, let's say, we hear artillery and we know it's close. And so there is a threat wherever you go in a war zone. But we, the American military veterans, we know risk assessment and we know how to plan a mission. And so we do it as safely as possible.
Well, and that's been something that you've made sure to reiterate each and every single time. Obviously, there's so many people around the world who have been looking for ways to help, and many of them have tried to show up at the border, and sometimes it just causes a little bit more chaos than needed. But you have really found a system to organize yourselves to be helpful and not in the way, because that's the other problem, is they already have an influx of people who've been moving all over the place during this time.
Right. The last thing you want to do as a humanitarian worker over here is get in the way or take supplies or fuel or needed items away from people who need it most, which are the Ukrainians, right? And so we cram our people into our Airbnb or the apartment that I've rented out here in Dnipro. You know, people are sleeping on the floor. I give my bed to the frontline guys that need a good rest. And we're trying as much as we can to create a small footprint out here. And really what we're doing is we're creating trust and relationships with local Ukrainians who know best about how to help. You can't come in as an American or a Westerner and assume that you know how to help the Ukrainians best. We make sure that we build trust with the locals and ask them.
So, Mark, let's just talk about what you are still in need of when it comes to getting help from those of us who are back here at home, because I know you've been putting it on some of your social media pages, but there really is a huge call for, as you mentioned before, just even sometimes the most daily essentials out there.
And you know, of course, money is the number one thing that you can send. You can go to GoFundMe and search Lindquist, and that's our project there. But really, right now we're moving into almost phase 2 of our operation out here. We need to start moving pallets and shipping containers and airplanes full of medical supplies. I have access to 15 warehouses so far full of donated medical supplies that are just sitting in America ready to go. We just need to figure out the large scale logistics and air freight. So if anybody who's a listener out there has contacts with air freight companies or sea freight companies, we need to start talking to those companies, because many of them are donating that freight. We need to get the requested items that we have on our lists out to the Donbass. We have specific lists from hospitals. We have specific lists from military units. I have relationships inside the government, at the customs, the Ministry of Health, and the high-ranking military officers. We know what's needed. We just need to get it on shipping containers over here as fast as possible.
And just kind of describe to everyone who's watching with us how that works. So you've been communicating with people back home here in the United States. You've also been working with a lot of Ukrainians who are there, helping not only with translation, but also getting messages across as to what areas really are in the need of what kind of supplies you guys have access to.
And that's very essential to our success, you know, because the Western world, I think at first when the war kicked off in February, they just started to send everything they thought of, right? And people would think of diapers, people would think of baby food, but really, everybody's thinking of that, so that's what they send. And some of the specifically requested items, like insulin that you're showing on the TV right now, you know, maybe isn't thought of as often. So can we move some of those supplies from Poland and from Europe into Ukraine? And so we have this specific lists, and that's what we've been doing every single day, is making contact with hospital directors saying, what do you need? Because what you need today isn't what you needed yesterday. And if you needed it yesterday, those requests might have been filled by the Western world, and today's needs might be different. So it's very tedious, but it's very essential to make sure that supplies that aren't needed aren't being stockpiled in a place where they won't be used. And so it's very detail oriented, and it takes, you know, it takes a business mind. It takes a military command staff mind to get to that level of detail.
And I know, Mark, you were talking to me ahead of time saying that, you know, you even have your first day off in 50 days. So talk about you personally, you know, because you said, as we mentioned, you know, you went over there to see what kind of help you could provide. Obviously, you've set up a really great operation in Ukraine, but also it takes a lot to do day in and day out, hearing all of these needs and trying to work the logistics of how to get it to where it needs to go.
So in the military, as a part of the elite military unit I was a part of, I was what you call a first sergeant, and that's the commander's right-hand man or woman who makes sure they take care of the troops and is concerned with their morale and health and welfare. And that's the role that I've tried to play for others out here. And of course, I need to turn the mirror and look at myself as well and say, hey, Mark, you need a good night of sleep. And so out here, I've really tried to provide even the frontline troops, the veterans who have crossed the border and fought alongside the Ukrainians, with things like out of my own pocket, you know, I'll buy an online therapy subscription through a company called BetterHelp and allow that troop to be able to talk through some of these traumas with therapists who are trained professionals. And I'm really keeping an eye on everybody's morale and health and welfare to make sure we can continue to do this work long term.
Well, and as you said, too, you have a huge team of supporters there with you in person. So I know that checking in with them, making sure that they're in the same place you are, not only physically, but mentally, is going to be really important, especially as you said, you're going to continue this mission on until you see a reason to come back home.
And that's what I've been thinking of a lot lately as we move into phase 2 after we've been working so hard for 50 days. And that's what I thought of on my one day off recently is, all right, how do we make sure that we can set ourselves up to do it long term? And one of those things, as we know in the United States military, is you have to have some R&R. You have to have some time to yourself because you're no good if you're burned out and you can't perform the mission. And so, you know, I've been trying to keep an eye on that for our 22-person team. I've been trying to, you know, keep the morale high and you know, my smiling face, you know, encouraging everybody and showing them the work that we do, and so that they can feel good about the time that they've donated here. And so, you know, I really think that it is a lot of the United States military's training that's coming into play here, and I knew that would happen. We're well trained and we know how to take care of a military unit, and so now we're doing it inside of this war zone.
So thinking about these next days and weeks ahead, what are some of the next steps that you guys are going to be working on? Obviously, as you said, you know, just even finding the funding to continue what you're doing is one of the most important ones.
Right. When the money runs out, the mission dies, right? So then we're just relegated to, you know, carrying boxes that are delivered by other people. But what we want to do is we want to move into the phase of shipping containers, 40-foot shipping containers unshipped. We want to move into the phase of planes coming over filled with these supplies. And so it's a heavy lift. It takes a lot of work and connection, but we're up for it.
And I know you're going to keep doing it with the big smile. I think that's something that even back years ago when we first met, that just really sparks that joy to other people. And I'm sure that they've really enjoyed and just appreciated all of the efforts that you guys have been doing. Anything you think important to mention to those who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox? Again, Mark, you're in Ukraine. You're providing all of this relief. Anything you think that we back home here in the United States need to remember when it comes to this war that's now been going on for 3+ months?
I think what I'd like to tell everybody back home is that if you know an American over here, it doesn't have to be me. It could be a Westerner, somebody who decided on their own volition to come over here and lend a hand. You got to support them with everything you got. You got to send them a little text message, even if it's in the middle of the night. Just make sure that you remind people that you're thinking of them back home. Think about how you support the troops when we're at war in Afghanistan and Iraq. You know, you send care packages and you send little notes of love. And so it's so important that Americans are over here because the American military can't cross the border. I talked to the 82nd Airborne that's stationed in Poland, and they're just chomping at the bit to come over here and help, but they can't because they're active duty. So some of us that are American veterans can come do the work. And I just ask people back home to support us, you know, and support us with not only your dollars, but a social media post or a word of encouragement, because we're out here doing work that really nobody has to do, but we've decided it's part of our calling. And I just ask you continue to support us, even with just encouragement.
Well, and like you said, too, you know, it's just a time where they are in need and you really want to do anything that you can to help provide some of that relief. And right now, really calling to that response, responding to that call with all of those medical supplies, all of those essential needs. We do appreciate you doing the work that you're doing, and hopefully you can continue to do so here for everyone who wishes that they could be doing more. And this is the way that we can support your mission, Mark.
Thank you, my friends. Appreciate you. Hello to America. Miss you from Dnipro, Ukraine.
All right, Mark Lindquist joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we appreciate your time that you've given us here today, and do hope that you can continue to provide more relief. We look forward to the next time that we can check in and see how things are going in Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And still to come here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of the war in Ukraine, we are expecting a State Department briefing with spokesperson Ned Price. As I had mentioned before, we are now 3 months into this war, ever since Russian troops invaded Ukraine and unleashed this havoc that has continued to just torture some of those people who are right there on the front lines. Glad we were able to connect with Mark and get that latest update. We'll continue to reach out to him for more updates from Ukraine as we continue to follow the war. We are going to be going into the State Department press briefing once this does begin. We do also still have those cameras staking out for both sides, Democrats and Republicans, from our Senate leaders. As they are wrapping up their lunches, they usually step up to that podium, talk about some of the top issues our country is facing. More to come here on Live Now from Fox in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are live in our headquarters here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to bring you all the top stories, press conferences happening not only across the country, but also around the world. As I mentioned ahead of that break, we do have a couple press conferences we are waiting on. So we do have our State Department briefing. That's supposed to be happening here close to the top of the hour. Plus, our camera crews are ready for those Senate leaders on both Republican side and Democratic side to step up to the podium, talk about some of the top issues we are facing here across our country. Speaking of some of our issues, they've certainly played a huge part in our stock exchange over these last not only multiple days and weeks, but even in the past few years with the pandemic hitting us back in 2020 and then recovering from that pandemic. So inflation still at an all-time high. We are seeing so many things playing a part here into our stock exchange. Down in the red again here today, more than 140 points. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this here. I'm going to put us into a triple box. That way we can still listen into some of our most recent press conferences while at the same time keeping an eye on our Dow and, of course, keeping an eye on that podium out of the State Department. Just earlier here today, we did have NOAA forecasting an above average 2022 Atlantic hurricane season. They are expecting and have named already about 21 storms. So we can expect a lot to be happening here in these next summer months, but then also getting close to those fall months when we really see hurricane season pick up. Let's go ahead and listen into that update from their officials. They were speaking out of New York City here today. We're going to be listening in on Live Now from Fox.
Hosting us here at this site today. Let me take just a moment and set the stage if I can. We just experienced 2 extremely active hurricane seasons, marking the first time on record that 2 consecutive hurricane seasons exhausted the list of 21 storm names. If you go back 2 years, the 2020 hurricane season broke records across the board, and it's the most active season on record with 30 named storms. The 2021 hurricane season, which is the 3rd most active year on record in terms of names of storms, brought us 21 named storms with impacts ranging from the Appalachian Mountains all the way to New England, resulting in over $78.5 billion in U.S. damage. One of those storms, Hurricane Ida, of course, made a huge impact right here in New York City. Hundreds of miles north from where it made landfall, a still powerful Hurricane Ida brought astounding, record-breaking rainfall amounts, up to 9 or more inches in an extremely short amount of time, to much of the tri-state area. Despite early and dire warnings from the National Weather Service, stellar preparation by our partners, the severe flooding resulted in 27 direct drowning deaths, and many of which took place in historically underserved communities. Hurricane Ida emphasized the vulnerability and consequences that tropical cyclones can bring to our coastal and inland areas. But we are encouraged by the continued coordinated efforts of federal, regional, state, city, and local partners to rescue, recover, and rebuild after these events, and as equally important, develop hazardous weather planning and mitigation efforts ahead of the next, which will ultimately lead to a more weather and climate-ready nation. And a decade before Hurricane Ida, Hurricane Sandy brought a devastating 5 to 8 foot storm surge to this region, brought tropical storm force winds, which damaged hundreds of thousands of homes, caused tree and power line damage that resulted in some residents going without power for 1 to 2 weeks, resulted in at least 65 fatalities in the tri-state area. On a personal note, I'm a New York City boy myself, and that storm resulted in the permanent displacement of my then 95-year-old mom from her apartment in Manhattan, and incidentally resulted in more than $80 billion in damages. And of course, that storm wasn't unique. Other notable storms that have impacted the tri-state area included Gloria in 1985, Hurricane Donna in 1960, and Hurricane Carol in 1954. These storms have taught us many lessons. One of the most important is that it's never too early to prepare for the devastating impacts of hurricanes. And while we're here today to preview an outlook of what trends will shape this year's hurricane season, it's crucial to remember that it only takes one storm to damage your home, neighborhood, and community. Preparedness is key to the resilience that we need, and now is the time to get ready for the upcoming hurricane season. So now let's talk about the upcoming hurricane season. NOAA is predicting an above normal 2022 Atlantic hurricane season, which would make this year the 7th consecutive above normal season. Specifically, there's a 65% chance of an above normal season, a 25% chance of a near normal season, and just a 10% chance of a below normal season. For the range of storms expected, NOAA calls for a 70% probability of the following ranges: 14 to 21 named storms with top winds of at least 39 miles per hour. Of these, 6 to 10 will become hurricanes with top winds of at least 74 miles per hour. And of these, 3 to 6 major hurricanes ranked as categories 3, 4, or 5, with top winds of at least 111 miles per hour. Let me say a word about the accuracy of the forecasting and how NOAA's forecasts have improved in recent years to better predict the storms and protect life and property throughout the hurricane season. Since the year 2000, we've seen a 57% improvement in the average 72-hour National Hurricane Center track error in the Atlantic Basin. This can be attributed in part to NOAA's flagship weather model, the Global Forecast System, incorporating things like dropsondes and hurricane hunter flight data into its analysis. Our improved track forecast has allowed us to more accurately pinpoint the area most at risk, which reduces the size of areas that may need to evacuate when a hurricane threatens. This improvement is illustrated in the National Hurricane Center's track forecast cone, also known as the cone of uncertainty, which represents the probable track of the center of a tropical cyclone up to 5 days out. The cone of uncertainty has gotten significantly smaller since 2005. We've also seen improvements in our intensity forecast. Forecasters can now more accurately predict changes to hurricane intensity early in a storm's life cycle. The National Hurricane Center's average intensity error is now 40% lower than it was in 2000. Looking ahead, NOAA will triple our operational supercomputing capacity for weather and climate this summer. This upgrade will allow for more detailed, higher resolution Earth models that can handle larger ensembles of models, meaning more numerous calculations, more advanced physical considerations, and improved capability to assimilate.
As we continue listening in here to our forecast of this coming hurricane season for those on the Atlantic side, let's go ahead and send some of you out to a 2-minute break.
Which is what the forecasters, of course, rely on. So before I close, I'd like to take a moment to give a special thanks to the skilled and dedicated forecasters at the National Hurricane Center in Miami, who work around the clock to deliver timely and accurate forecasts each and every hurricane season. Better systems, better sensors, better satellites, better aircraft, of course, are critical. It really boils down to the people who make the forecasts, as well as the hurricane hunters, both ours and those of the U.S. Air Force Reserve out of Keesler Air Force Base, who fly hundreds of hours each hurricane season to support critical hurricane forecasting and research, and the numerous members of the emergency management community who are so critical to protecting lives and property. And last but not least, the forecasters at the National Weather Service forecast offices around the country who work year-round to provide weather forecasts, watches, and warnings that the entire nation can depend on. I also want to call out the experts at the Climate Prediction Center who develop the seasonal outlooks, run the models, assimilate the data, including the hurricane seasonal outlook, which are used as a tool by decision makers and planners and emergency managers and the public when planning for the season ahead. So with that, I conclude my remarks. It is my pleasure now to turn it over to Mayor Adams. Mr. Mayor.
Remember the good old days when you're lucky if you have one camera to hear this forecast. Now we're glued to the TV. We're worried about hurricane seasons because now the hurricane seasons, they have taken an entirely new meaning. And we are concerned about not only the damage to property, but also lives lost. We have to refocus to this new reality of dealing with the change in our environment and how it impacts us every day. And let's be clear, this information is vital and it's crucial. It's crucial for the men and women who are assigned here, both the commissioner and the deputy commissioner and this entire team, because it allowed us to be prepared. And we cannot thank our federal partners enough for giving this information in a timely fashion, using technology to predict what is about to happen and how the inclement weather could impact our daily lives and responding to emergencies. And this is not new to New York. We know 10 years ago, Hurricane Sandy hit our city. We remember the catastrophic flooding that submerged our city, and 44 New Yorkers died during that storm. As a state senator moving throughout the entire area, we saw how it impacted us. And just last year, the remnants of Hurricane Ida caused torrential rains and flash flooding that killed 13 New Yorkers in basement apartments. I remember being out that night, moving around the borough and city, and saw the Brooklyn Bridge flood for the first time in my entire life, and that sent a clear message. So when it comes to coastal storms, hurricanes, and floods, preparation is everything. And today, this announcement is allowing all of our agencies and New Yorkers to be prepared. That's why we are here today with partners from NOAA, FEMA, and the New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services. It's going to take real partnership for us to combat these unprecedented levels of storms that we are seeing in our city and in our entire country. And I want every New Yorker to be ready. Because once we are giving the information, once the agencies are in place, it's going to come down to New Yorkers also participating in this partnership. New York has 6 evacuation zone areas that may have to be evacuated in case of severe flood issues. Zone 1 includes those communities most at risk, especially low-lying coastal areas and waterfront communities. And Zone 6 is a lower area, a lower risk. But knowing your zone can have you prepared when the information is put out. And every New Yorker should know their zone. I know my zone, City Hall, is Zone 6, and Gracie Mansion is not zoned. And we are going to do our part to make sure that every New Yorker is using a mapping system will know exactly where their zones are located. Second thing that's important is preparation, proper planning, share with friends and families, have food, have supplies, have go bags, and particularly if your loved one may need some form of medicine, you should be prepared to have it in a go bag or ready to put in a bag. Listen to the warnings and make sure you let your neighbors know exactly if they are not aware of the urgency of a particular storm. And know your neighbors. This is a moment where we should know each other, particularly those who are elders or shut in. We should make sure that we check on them and have a line of communication. We can do it block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, partnering with our community boards, our faith-based institutions. We're going to do a briefing with all of our faith-based leaders as we move into this season to ensure that they're part of the deployment plan. New York City, we know we have the best emergency management team anywhere. In fact, they leave here and they move to other levels. FEMA Commissioner Criswell came straight from her role as the Commissioner of New York City Emergency Management Office. We have the best, and they move to higher levels in their profession. And our New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services Commissioner Bray came from New York City's emergency management background as well. We continue to move through the system and help the entire country, if not the entire state. With the leadership and the help, we together can ensure that we save the lives of New Yorkers and be prepared. We must be smart, we must be safe, and we must be prepared. And no matter what happens, FEMA, Homeland Security, Office of Emergency Management, we have the backs of New Yorkers in the state. And so I want to now turn it over.
All right, guys, so we've been listening in here as they try to get every single resident, as you just heard, prepared for what's to come this hurricane season. Do want to show our viewers that we do have up at the podium on Capitol Hill, Senator Mitch McConnell with other Republican senators there standing behind him. We'll get into this press conference. We'll start it from the beginning here for all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox after we return from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned ahead of the break, what we're going to be headed out to is Capitol Hill, where we do have our senators from the Republican side speaking about a number of issues. Remember, today we do have 5 key states who have primaries happening, so voters are back out at the polls once again. They're not only talking about the elections, security surrounding elections and voting, but they're also talking about inflation and high gas prices as well. So let's go ahead and listen into what's being said on Capitol Hill with our GOP leaders.
Since today is a primary day in a number of our states, I thought it might be a good time to take a little look back at where the Senate was a few months ago when we were confronted with the widespread Democratic big lie that in Georgia there was an effort by the Republican legislature and Republican governor to engage in voter suppression by passing a new voter law in the wake of the pandemic year that we all went through as a number of states adjusted their manner of voting, picking up some of the things that were tried during the pandemic year and rejecting others. The Democrats almost broke the Senate over this issue, came within 2 votes of getting rid of the filibuster over this issue. Well, early indications are we have record turnouts in Georgia, record turnouts. The indications are that at least the early voting part of the new Georgia law, more people are turning out than did in the presidential primary, and dramatically more have turned out than in the 2018 primary, which would be apples and apples, 18 to 22. This conclusively proves so far that there's no effort in Georgia to suppress the vote. This was simply an effort to try to intimidate everybody, and a lot of corporate America bought into it, and a lot of other people bought into it, and some of you may have, to intimidate the Senate into federalizing the way we handle elections. It was a big lie, and the big lie is being in the process of disproven in Georgia today.
Well, once again today, Americans are paying the highest price for gasoline than ever before. We're at a new record, $4.60 per gallon average, and remember the day that Joe Biden took office, it was $2.38 a gallon. It's over $4 a gallon in all 50 states. It's over $5 a gallon in New York, over $6 a gallon in California. 92% of Americans will tell you that they are very concerned about the high cost of gasoline. And the president was asked about it. He talked about it in Japan, and he called it an incredible transition. I want to make sure I had it. He called it an incredible transition. The incredible transition that's happening today with energy is we're going from being a nation that's energy dominant to energy dependent. We're going from a nation of prosperity to a nation of poverty. We're going from a nation of wealth to a nation of weakness. There are people hurting all around this country. We're at a 40-year high of inflation, highest gas prices ever, and families are running out of places where they can cut their spending. They're cutting out haircuts, they're cutting out movies, cutting out music lessons for the kids. For people living on a fixed income, for people living paycheck to paycheck, it's no longer about how much does it cost to fill the tank. They can't afford to fill the tank. They can just take so much money to the gas station and see how much gas they'll be able to get. And as a result of these high prices, people are cutting out activities. It's Memorial Day weekend. Picnics and gatherings are being canceled all across the country. And for grandparents who spent the last 2 years in a lockdown because of COVID and couldn't see the grandkids, now we're entering a new lockdown because they can't afford the gas to go and see the grandkids. So that is the incredible transition of Joe Biden, who seems to be quite unconcerned about the high cost. He's basically saying, take your medicine, we're going to get you off of fossil fuels one way or the other. We have the energy in the ground in this country. The president ought to be getting the permits passed, the permission to drill, and the infrastructure, the energy infrastructure that is so desperately needed. Joe Biden is the president of high energy prices.
Let me add just a little more to the Georgia election law. As the leader said, Democrats took the Senate right to the edge on this. Basically, we're willing to federalize the national election process, to take the FEC. We're going to vote on an FEC commissioner today, the equally divided FEC, and turn it into a 4-2 FEC. There's a reason there are 3 Democrats and 3 Republicans on the FEC. I'm a Republican, but I'm voting for the Democrat today because there should be 3 Democrats on the FEC, just like there should be 3 Republicans. But that was part of the law they took. But part of the reason was the suppression laws that suddenly they decided were out there. The Georgia law expanded the number of mandatory early voting days. It codified drop boxes in every county, something that didn't exist at all before the pandemic. It aligned mail-in deadlines with the postal recommendations to be sure the ballots actually got counted that were mailed in. It maintained no excuse absentee voting, which neither Delaware or New York has. 2 big critics of the law were the president and the majority leader. Neither of their states have no excuse absentee voting. By Friday of last week, that was the last day of early voting, 800,000 Georgians cast early ballots. 4 years ago, 300,000 Georgians cast early ballots. And in the presidential, 326,000 Georgians voted in the presidential. Substantially more than 2 times as many people voted under the so-called suppression law as had ever voted early in Georgia before. Hopefully, now remember, this is a law that not only took the Senate to the brink over voter suppression, it was the law that moved the All-Star game out of Atlanta because of legislative suppression that has turned out producing more early voting by far than any other time in the state's history. The goal was to make it easier to vote, which they obviously have done, and harder to cheat, which they hopefully did.
We have a huge crisis ongoing at the southern border, and yet what we see the Biden administration attempting to do is lift Title 42. So we know that we'll see more illegal crossings if Title 42 is lifted. And fortunately, there was a judge that stopped the Biden administration from lifting Title 42. Now, just over the weekend in Yuma, Arizona, they saw an unprecedented 1,250 illegal crossings within a 24-hour period. One day in one location. And we know how hard the folks are working at the border to protect our citizens and our nation. Republicans want the members of the CBP to know and understand we support them, and we thank them for their dedication to our country in attempting to keep us safe in spite of this administration's goals to lift Title 42. So we did put out a brand new video today that thanks those CBP officials for the wonderful job that they do in a very thankless environment with this administration. So speaking about the border crossings, we know in the former administration there was an attempt to build a border barrier across our southern border to protect our southern states and the rest of the nation from these illegal crossings. I actually do have a bill out now that would take the unused, already paid for materials that are lying in the desert. We would take those materials and provide them for the states that apply for the use of those materials to go ahead and finish those border barriers. It is called the Build It Act, and we are hoping to allow those states to go ahead with the work that will help protect our border. Every border is a border state now, thanks to President Biden's reckless, careless policies when it comes to illegal entry into the United States.
A little over 17 months ago, President Biden was inaugurated, and we didn't have the conversations I had this weekend with Floridians. This weekend, they talked about food prices, gas prices, electricity, baby formula shortages, car prices up, home prices up. Everything, every time you go and you go anywhere around Florida, all anybody wants to talk about is why are we seeing this inflation? If you watch all the local TV now, this is exactly what they're saying. Housing prices, inflation, have South Florida residents asking this, is this the new normal? This is not going away tomorrow or in the next 6 months, real estate economist Ken Johnson says. I mean, this is exactly what's going on all across my state. Think about this. This wasn't going on 17 months ago. 8.3% inflation, PPI, producer price index up over 11%, GDP down. We know what we have to do. The Biden administration and Democrats have got to change their act. We've got to balance the budget. We've got to start watching how we spend money. We've got to reduce the cost of living by cutting taxes and fees. We've got to streamline the permitting, reduce regulation. All these things are doable. We've got to get inflation down, and we've got to start buying American products and fix the supply chain. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has no ability to get any of these things done.
Leader McConnell. Leader McConnell.
Chad.
Have you been briefed or heard anything about this plot by this fellow they picked up in Columbus, Ohio, and the plot to kill President George W. Bush came across the southern border? Any reaction to that? And
no, I haven't heard about that until just recently, and don't have any comments on it yet.
Leader McConnell, tomorrow the Senate Foreign Relations Committee will have a hearing about Iran nuclear deal. All members of your party, except one senator, are opposed to going back to Iran nuclear deal. If that deal in fact fails, what do you think the options are for the United States of America in terms of containing the Iran nuclear program?
Well, it's pretty apparent that if the administration ends up negotiating a deal with the Iranians, they will not submit it as a treaty. Without a treaty, it's not a binding agreement on the United States, and therefore the next president could choose to walk away from it. I think I'm pretty safe in saying our allies in the Middle East, the Israelis, the Sunni Arab countries that are allied with us, are deeply disturbed that this agreement might come together because they're pretty sure it will not have anything to do with Iran's malign activities, their collateral activities, which promote and encourage terrorism throughout the Middle East. So I'm skeptical about whether this agreement would be in the best interest of America. We'll have to see whether they submit it.
But if the objective fails.
I hear what you're saying about the record turnout in Georgia. Some Democrats and voting rights activists would argue, well, their efforts are paying off. What would you say to that argument that they're saying that their efforts to double down on getting more voters to turn out are paying off versus what you're saying, which is...
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
What would you say some Democrats and some voting rights activists say that it's their efforts that are paying off that are causing the record turnout in Georgia? What would you say to that argument?
Well, I think it's been disproven. There's no effort anywhere in America, in any state in America, to suppress voting. But, as Senator Blunt pointed out, it's also important to make it not easy to cheat. So what you want to do is encourage voter turnout, make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. And I think it's pretty obvious the new Georgia law achieved that desirable outcome. It's interesting, in national poll data, people think it actually is too easy to vote if you're looking at public opinion. I think Georgia hit the sweet spot. They obviously encouraged and made it easier to vote, but also made it harder to cheat.
Leader McConnell, on Taiwan, is the U.S. policy change toward Taiwan based on the president's comment that we will defend it militarily if it's act right change? And secondly, the fact that Taiwan was not included in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, Jake Sullivan has talked about forming some kind of stronger trade relationship with China. Is that enough consolation for not including in the framework?
Number one, the single most important thing we could do to send a message to the Chinese is to continue to help the Ukrainians defeat Putin. That's the view of the Prime Minister of Japan, the view of the Defense Minister of Japan, that the single most important thing we could do to push back against President Xi is to help the Ukrainians beat Putin in the war that's going on right now. I gather after walking back the President's comments, the administration has basically said that the policy under previous administrations remains the same. My suggestion is to this administration, sell to the Taiwanese the weapons they would need that are appropriate for any potential Chinese invasion. And that is the single strongest thing we could do to help the Taiwanese, just like we're helping the Ukrainians, defend themselves if, in fact, they're attacked. That, in my view, is a serious deterrent. Number one, send a message to Xi by beating Putin in Ukraine. Number two, by selling to the Taiwanese the weapons they need to defend themselves if, in fact, they're attacked.
Senate Republicans are wrapping things up, talking about a number of topics, obviously focused also on what's going to be happening here tonight, the primary elections. Don't forget you can follow us on Live Now from Fox later this evening as we keep you covered on those results as they pour in. A live look here at the big board as we are on the upward trend. Don't want to jinx that, but only down below 60 points. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this, just as we are with all of our news happening across the country. Still to come here after we come back from this 2-minute break, we do have some of our Senate Democrats who will be stepping up to that podium next. We'll be listening in live here on Live Now from Fox in just a moment.
Glad for you. Okay, everybody. Joined by Senators Durbin, Stabenow, and Duckworth. Glad to be joined by them. So, events since Donald Trump lost the 2020 election have made it clear there's an epic battle happening within the Republican Party. Unfortunately, too much of the Republican Party has already been taken over by MAGA Republicans. And how extreme MAGA Republicans have become was on full display this week at CPAC. CPAC, the MAGA Republican event of the year, amazingly had Viktor Orban, one of the leading autocrats, one of the leading anti-democratic people in Europe, who has whittled away democracy in Hungary, as their lead speaker. Is that incredible? To praise Orban, who fights democracy at every turn, and make him their speaker? That shows you where this Republican Party is headed under MAGA Republican domination. The MAGA Republicans, who claim to be defending liberty and freedom, align themselves with elements that are advancing an authoritarian agenda. It's sickening to see that 2 weeks after the shooting in Buffalo, Republicans as prominent as Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson spoke at the same event as one of Europe's most prominent white nationalists and authoritarians. It's scary. It's a strange shift for one of America's two parties and should send a chill down the spine of every American. Democrats are relentlessly and strongly highlighting the differences between our vision for a brighter future for America and the MAGA Republican dystopian, authoritarian view. MAGA Republicans are now dominating their party, and Republicans in the Senate as well, and they're moving the party away from things it has often stood for in the past. The contrast becomes clearer and clearer and clearer every day. For instance, Democrats want to codify a woman's freedom to make decisions about her own body into federal law, but MAGA Republicans want to take away women's rights. They're pushing a national abortion ban. They want to jail women and doctors for carrying out abortions. They even push bans with no exception for rape and incest. Democrats are pushing to repeal Trump's tax law giveaways to the wealthiest few and the big corporations. Senator Scott and MAGA Republicans want to raise taxes on working families by an average of $1,000, while cheering inflation as a political gold mine. That's what Scott said. Inflation is a political gold mine. Can you imagine? MAGA Republicans and Fox News hosts promote deranged conspiracy theories like replacement theory to gin up ratings and turn out voters. The MAGA Republican agenda, in short, is totally out of step with the values of mainstream Americans and with the grand history of America. It would be a dramatic turn away from our march towards freedom and prosperity. I know not all Republicans embrace the views of MAGA Republicans. I know many of them support women's rights or embrace diversity and certainly reject theories like replacement theory. Those Republicans who are not MAGA in the Senate and in the country need to speak up. I urge Republicans in the Senate and in the country to repudiate the MAGA wing taking over the GOP, but all too often, and you've seen it at this podium, there's silence. We can do that this week, when the Senate will have a chance to take a stand against extremism by voting to begin debate, simply begin debate, that's all the vote will be, on the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act. It's a simple question. Should the Senate consider a bill to crack down on domestic terrorism and extremism? Yes or no? We need to take the first step to fight domestic terrorism. We'll see where everyone falls. I know when confronted with the contrast between what Democrats stand for and what MAGA Republicans stand for, the American people are squarely on our side. So we're going to keep up the fight. We're going to keep highlighting the contrast between the two parties. The differences could not be clearer. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chuck. The mass shooting in Buffalo just a few weeks ago was a tragic reminder of the ongoing and persistent threat posed by violent white supremacism and other far-right extremism. I first held a hearing on this subject 10 years ago, in 2012, after the massacre by a white supremacist at a Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. In March of last year, the first official hearing of the Senate Judiciary Committee, which I chaired, the first official hearing was with the Capitol FBI Director Christopher Wray. He testified to the Judiciary Committee about the January 6th attack on the Capitol, and that the threat of domestic terrorism, in the words of FBI Director Wray, was, quote, metastasizing, close quote, throughout the country. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act responds to this threat. It would ensure the Department of Justice, the FBI, Department of Homeland Security work together to track and respond to this threat. It would establish offices to combat domestic terrorism at these departments, and it would require these offices to regularly assess domestic terrorism threats in the United States and to focus on the most significant threat. Crucially, these agencies would also provide training and resources to assist state, local, and tribal law enforcement in addressing the threat of domestic terrorism. This bill would also establish an interagency task force to combat white supremacist infiltration of the uniformed services and federal and state and local law enforcement ranks. In the last Congress, the House passed this Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act by a voice vote. However, the House Republican leadership chose to whip against the bill last week, leading to a largely party line vote on this issue. Even the House Republican co-sponsors of the bill, who joined me in a press conference last year to introduce the bill, voted against their own bill. In order to justify the change of position, some Republicans are falsely claiming the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act would lead to spying on American citizens. One even claimed it was the Patriot Act of American citizens. Think of that for a moment. The director of the FBI tells us domestic terrorism is metastasizing like a cancer across the United States. He points out white supremacists, white nationalists as an example of this extremism. We put in a bill to monitor the investigations and prosecution of domestic terrorism, and the Republicans oppose it. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine how they would scream that Democrats were soft on terrorism, and yet they're doing exactly the same things themselves? It is hard to believe, as Chuck has mentioned, the first president of the Republican Party was Abraham Lincoln from our state of Illinois. He wouldn't recognize the Republicans of today, and he certainly wouldn't recognize the MAGA Republicans and their warped values. It is false to claim this is a Patriot Act. The people who are engaged in terrorism across this country are not patriots and never should be characterized as such. The reality is this bill is just the same one that passed the House in 2019 with very few changes, and it does not provide any new law enforcement authority, creates no new crimes. In fact, this act is a modest bill that simply ensures that we collect the data. I'll make one last point. Why are we making this distinction to collect data on domestic terrorism if it involves white supremacy? Because under the Trump administration, they eliminated the category at the FBI. They didn't want the information coming forward because they knew the reality of the people who descended on this building on January 6th of last year. They knew the reality of the white supremacists that we're seeing manifest their hate in Buffalo, New York, and so many other places. This bill will help keep America safe. How many more cities must face the tragedy and pain of Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, California, El Paso, Buffalo? I hope that these communities and all communities across this nation will join us in a domestic effort to stop terrorism in the United States. Let's be honest about who the terrorists are, and let's make sure that they don't harm another American family.
Senator Stabenow. Hello.
Well, good afternoon. The difference between Republicans and Democrats is that Democrats think our best days are ahead of us, and Republicans think they are behind us, 50 years, or maybe even 100 years behind us. Republicans continue to protect the profits of oil companies that have been polluting our world for 100 years and accelerating the climate crisis. Democrats are leading efforts to create a new clean energy future and the jobs that go with that future. MAGA Republicans want to take us back over 50 years in voting, taking away people's freedom to vote in an effort to consolidate MAGA Republican power. Democrats understand that our democracy means, in our country, every American has the freedom to vote. And they're eager to turn back the clock 50 years on our ability as women to make our own reproductive decisions. On Wednesday, our DPCC is hosting a virtual roundtable on the future of women's reproductive freedom in the states. I hope you'll join us. We'll hear from the governor of Michigan, the Wisconsin Attorney General, and state representatives from Missouri and from Oklahoma. They're going to share with us what's happening for women in their states and how their laws will kick in, whether it's 1849 in Wisconsin or 1931 in Michigan. And there are actually 26 states that will have state laws kick in, and 17 of those do not allow exemptions for rape and incest. So they're going to talk about what that means to the people of their states. Frankly, Republicans are declaring war on progress, and MAGA Republicans want to take us backwards backwards, backwards, backwards in their mind to somehow consolidate power for them. And they're willing to support extremism and violence and whatever it takes as MAGA Republicans. So we are not going to turn back the clock as Democrats. We're going to make sure we keep moving forward on behalf of the American people.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you. I want to emphasize one of the topics that Senator Stabenow has brought up. Even though it is disheartening, we still have to have this debate about whether women should be in control of their own bodies. I am proud to be here with my colleagues to reiterate that Democrats are not going to give up when it comes to protecting reproductive rights, no matter what. Despite previously repeatedly affirming a person's constitutional right to make their own reproductive decisions, the Supreme Court appears to be on the verge of taking away Americans' rights for the first time in history. Overturning Roe won't just put women's rights at stake, it would put so many other rights at risk too, including the rights of families that are trying to have children. You know, laws like the recently passed Oklahoma bill that does not provide, as far as I can tell, an exemption for IVF procedures. They define a fertilized egg as the beginning of life, which means that doctors who, for example, take 3 fertilized eggs and call 1 or 2 that is not viable to implant the single viable egg in me could be sued under these laws and could be convicted of performing an abortion. This is wrong. Because of IVF, I got to experience the joys of motherhood. But with the systematic decades of work that MAGA Republicans have done to undermine Roe and to take away women's autonomy over their own bodies right now, a woman's right to access basic necessary health care is on the line. And I've heard so many of my Republican colleagues say they aren't going to outlaw fertility treatments. Well, the Association of the American Society of Reproductive Medicine last week sent a very urgent bulletin that says, and I quote, "Measures designed to restrict abortion could also curtail access to family-building treatments on which our patients rely to build their families, and that," unquote, "and that could put these doctors who perform these procedures at legal risk." Illinois is already a state where women will drive 1,000 miles to come to us for reproductive choice, and we welcome them. We welcome women who come as far as Texas to Illinois to either obtain an abortion or get whatever help they need. They have to do that because some politicians, especially MAGA Republicans, are putting women, especially women of color, women who are on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum, in jeopardy by working to outlaw abortion because they're the ones who will lose access first. So let's be clear. Shame on people who think it is beyond the pale to regulate firearms. Shame on my colleagues who won't vote to end the gun show loophole, but find it totally fine to regulate our uteruses. I refuse to let my daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than I had, and I won't stop working until we codify Roe v. Wade into law and ensure reproductive freedoms are protected for all women. I am proud that Democrats, and it is Democrats, not MAGA Republicans, who are standing up for women. And I'll hand it now back to Senator Schumer.
All right, guys, as we've been listening in here on Capitol Hill, I do want to take us out to some breaking news that has just been coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. This just showing you a live picture from Uvalde, Texas. We do have one shooter who had prompted a lockdown at an elementary school. Well, they are now in custody. So the Uvalde Police Department said the person was taken into custody shortly after 1 p.m. here today. The school district said they had an active shooter reported at Robb Elementary School, which has an enrollment of just under 600 students. Now, there was no immediate reports of any injuries. Earlier, the district had said schools in the district were on lockdown because of gunshots in the area. Uvalde Police Department dispatcher said this scene was still active. No other information was confirmed at that time. You can see just how active this scene is. When we were just zoomed in a moment ago, you can just tell how many law enforcement agents and authorities are out here. And of course, those flashing lights showing you not only police and sheriffs are on scene, but also first responders like that ambulance that was just leaving this area. So at this time, again, few details have been confirmed. You can see we do at least have our crews there arriving at Texas as they are giving us these live pictures. We do also have a chopper on the way to give us some visuals from up above. So what we'll do here for you is step away for a brief 2-minute break. We'll come back, let you know what we still are seeing here at this scene, as well as they're bringing you more press conferences across the country here for you on Live Now from Fox. Right here live on Live Now from Fox. A look here at Uvalde, Texas, as we continue to get these live pictures in. Do want to reiterate that there's not a lot of information being confirmed by officials. You can see that they are busy on scene here, where they do have one person in custody. They had prompted a lockdown here at this elementary school, but that shooter is in custody. So right now we have heard also from the local hospital. They are saying that there are some students who've been checked into the local hospital, unknown what those injuries are. Now, there is the school district saying that the elementary school has an enrollment of just under 600 students. This is approximately 70 miles west of San Antonio, 70 miles east of the Mexican border, just to give you an idea as to where this location in Texas is. You can see a busy scene here. We've been seeing some of those flashing lights from police squad cars as well as sheriff's department cars and ambulances who have been out here on scene. The good news is they do have one person in custody, but unfortunately, like we said, unknown as far as if there were injuries from shooting or if there was just injuries from, when they had put the lockdown in place. So we will continue to keep our eyes here on this breaking news, update our viewers as we get more information confirmed. So until we do hear more, we're going to keep this picture up here in a double box. We're going to also be listening in. We do have our State Department briefing happening with spokesperson Ned Price. So let's go ahead, listen into that, and I'll be sure to stay on top of any more developments from this breaking news scene here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Can you say what the U.S. policy is? Will the U.S. militarily defend Taiwan in case of an invasion?
As you heard from the president today, as you heard from the president the other day,
in Tokyo when President Biden said, and I quote, "Our policy towards Taiwan has not changed at all. We remain committed to supporting the peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits and ensuring there is no unilateral change to the status quo." That is where we were then. That is where we are today, as you heard the president say again today. What the president said is that our policy has not changed. He reiterated that our One China policy and our commitment to peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, of course, remains. He also reiterated our commitment under the Taiwan Relations Act to provide Taiwan with the military means to defend itself. In short, there has been no change.
But the fact that he's saying that there's that the U.S. would defend Taiwan, I mean, do you think that the Taiwanese should feel more reassured than they were before about the possibility of a U.S. military defense?
The Taiwanese should feel reassured that we will continue to comply with and to fully satisfy our commitments under the Taiwan Relations Act, that we will do so consistent with our One China policy and the other documents, including the 3 joint communiques and the 6 assurances.
Let me follow up on one point there. You tweeted just a couple days prior to this that Beijing is misrepresenting the U.S. position on One China, on the One China principle. The president himself said that we agree with on One China. Could you state what that means? I mean, is there
Sure.
any inconsistency there? Does the United States agree with the Chinese interpretation of that there be One China?
Well, the Chinese, the PRC has frequently attempted to misrepresent our policy in their importantly, to see to it that we put measures in place so that something like this cannot happen again.
I have a couple more issues to raise, if I may. Now, the Palestinians are saying they have turned whatever investigation they have, or results, or story they have, narrative they have, to the ICC. Would that be agreeable to you?
As we said, we want to see a thorough investigation. Okay. We do not believe the ICC is an appropriate venue.
Okay. Now, there are also a lot of other things that have happened in the last 2 weeks, or the last 10 days, including...
Can I just interrupt there? Why is the ICC an appropriate venue for the Ukraine,
Yes.
Ukraine, but not for the situation in Ukraine, but not an appropriate situation?
We believe,
because it's an individual.
We believe that the ICC should maintain its focus on its core mission. And that core mission is to serve as a court of last resort in punishing and deterring atrocity crimes.
So, there are orders for home demolition, there are expansion of settlement, there are killing of other Palestinians, something like maybe 4 or 5 people, including maybe 2 or 3 teenagers and so on. I don't want to go on and on lamenting, but tell us where you stand. There is an article in Foreign Affairs by a former U.S. official and so on the settlement, and it said that nobody listens to you in Israel on the expansion of settlements when you express your dissatisfaction or your disagreement and so on. So when will the United States take a stand? I mean, a real stand. Say, if you do this, we are going to do this. We're tit for tat. Are we likely to ever see something like this?
Said, we have spoken publicly. We also have conveyed very strong messages in private when it comes to settlement activity. And you know better than most that we have spoken out very forcefully, including in recent days, making clear our deep concern about steps that exacerbate tensions that have the potential to move us further away towards a 2-state solution. We remain committed, as successive American administrations have, to that 2-state solution. We believe it's important in its own right, but also because, importantly, it would convey what is really at the heart of our policy. That is to see to it that Israelis and Palestinians alike have equal measures of security, of peace, of prosperity, of dignity. That is not something we can see until and unless there is a 2-state solution to this conflict.
Yes. Yet we have not seen the Israelis, roll back any expansion of settlements as a result of your statements, have we?
Sean.
To Latin America.
Sure.
One more on the peace process.
Sure. We'll take these 2 and then we'll go to Latin America. Kylie.
Sorry,
So CNN came out with a new investigation just today that has evidence that Shireen was killed in a targeted attack by Israeli forces. I'm just wondering if you have a response to it, and what your response is to the fact that a news outlet has been able to definitively come up with what happened here more quickly than the Israelis themselves.
So on the second part of your question, Kylie, at least the coverage I have read has not portrayed this as absolutely definitive. And of course, any investigation that is conducted from afar, I think, would have a hard time claiming that it would be absolutely definitive. We want to see an investigation that is thorough, that is comprehensive, that ends in accountability. I don't have any comments on the allegation you just made, but it is precisely why we want to see these investigations conducted. If that is in fact the case, we would expect to see those responsible held accountable.
And do you view investigations like this by news outlets as something that the Israelis should take into account when they are conducting their own investigation?
Just as when we conduct our reviews, when we monitor any given situation, we take into account all the various inputs. It is information that is available to us as the U.S. government, but also, importantly, inputs including from open source press reporting. Those can be quite valuable, quite insightful, quite useful. So it would be, it is our belief that they should be incorporated. That is the way we tend to operate in terms of our own reviews. Yes.
Thanks.
Still keeping an eye on that breaking news out of Texas, plus listening in here to the State Department briefing. It is all happening live, raw, unfiltered here for our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to be going out to your final 2-minute break of this hour.
Is it the region?
The White House has not announced any POTUS travel for next month. I think, as you probably noticed in a recent readout between President Biden and Prime Minister Bennett, President Biden did offer that he would seek to travel to Israel in the coming months, but we haven't announced any travel formally, of course.
Well, it was a bit more than that. He accepted an invitation. He didn't offer to travel. The Prime Minister invited him, and he said, sure.
He indicated that he looked forward to traveling to the region in the coming months. To the broader question of normalization agreements and the Abraham Accords, we've made the point repeatedly that we support the Abraham Accords. We welcome the normalization agreements between Israel and Arab and Muslim majority countries. We don't have anything to announce regarding additional countries joining the accords or normalization agreements, but this has been a topic of discussion with countries around the world, and we'll continue to engage with Israel and with countries in the region and in some cases beyond as we seek to expand these normalization agreements and look for additional opportunities to enhance cooperation between Israel and its neighbors, and in some cases countries that are farther afield. At the same time, we do not believe that normalization agreements and the Abraham Accords are a substitute for progress when it comes to Israeli-Palestinian peace. This was a point that you heard from Secretary Blinken. You also heard from several of the ministers that took part in the Negev summit in the Negev desert a couple of months ago in Israel. So it will be important for us to continue to seek to make progress towards a two-state solution, just as it's important for us to see if we can continue to build bridges between Israel and its neighbors and other Arab and Muslim majority countries.
Can I go to Latin America?
Sure.
Colombia has an election coming up shortly. Gustavo Petro, who's considered the front runner by many polls, has expressed concern about the conduct of the election, about the counting process, and also about his physical security, saying that from the right wing there may be threats. Do you share, you being in the United States, does the United States share any concern about the elections? Are you confident that the elections will be held on time and peacefully?
We are confident in Colombia's democratic institutions. Ultimately, we're not going to weigh in, of course, on the election beyond that, other than to note this will be a decision for the Colombian people.
Could I actually just jump completely to a different region, to Ethiopia?
Sure.
There's been a roundup, according to various reporting, in Amara, of particularly of people in the media, but also of others. Just last week, I know the Secretary was discussing, saying that there had been some progress in Ethiopia. How concerned are you about this and what it means for Ethiopia?
Well, there has been progress. There's been important progress in terms of the humanitarian truce that has allowed additional provision of humanitarian aid into the Afar region. It is still not at a point where the humanitarian aid that is flowing in is able to meet the requirement, but we have seen an influx, and we hope to build on that by sustaining the ceasefire and continuing to work with our partners on the ground to see to it that that humanitarian aid continues to flow into the region. You are correct, though. At the same time, we are concerned, deeply concerned, about the narrowing space for freedom of expression and independent media in Ethiopia, including a troubling increase in reports of harassment, detention, arrests of journalists, media professionals, and activists. We strongly urge the government of Ethiopia and regional authorities to uphold the rule of law and provide all applicable procedural safeguards for any individual arrested. We also urge the protection of press freedom online and offline, and for the safety of all persons advocating for their rights. Kimar.
Just one thing on Quad and India. So there was no mention of Russia or Russian, neither of those words in the joint Quad statement. Do you know why it was left out? Was that a concession to India?
Obviously, we don't speak to the diplomacy that goes into joint statements, but we have heard from countries around the world, including from the Quad, the importance of key concepts like territorial integrity, sovereignty, the idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific in which the rules of the road are adhered to and respected. Those rules of the road that apply in the Indo-Pacific, of course, apply equally in other regions as well, including in Europe. And so you've heard our fellow Quad counterparts speak to the importance of upholding and respecting those principles around the world.
Does it bother you guys that whenever India is in these groupings that you guys seem to fail to put out a strong statement when it comes to Russia, and in other venues, other groupings, you guys do make an effort to call out Russia as the invader? Do you have any worries that that might weaken Quad?
We talked about this quite a bit in the context of the 2+2 that we had with our Indian counterparts a number of weeks ago now here at the department with Secretary Austin and Secretary Blinken and their Indian counterparts. We made the point then that India has a relationship with Russia that has developed over the course of decades. What we have seen Russia perpetrate in Ukraine is something that has now transpired over the course of 3 months. And of course, our focus and our concern for potential Russian aggression against Ukraine only extends to the past 6 or so months. So we have never thought it realistic or possible to attempt to refashion or recontour a historic relationship that India has had with Russia that has developed over the course of decades in days, weeks, or even months. But the United States is now in a position, owing to a bipartisan legacy that goes back to the administration of George W. Bush, to be a partner for India that we were not able to be when India's relationship with Russia first developed during the Cold War. The United States is now a partner of choice for India when it comes to economics, when it comes to trade, and yes, when it comes to security. We were not able to be that partner of choice before, but we've been gratified by our ability to deepen those links between our economies, between our peoples, between our militaries, and we are confident that those ties will strengthen going forward as well. Sure.
Okay, very quickly. Apparently, Turkey announced the plans, or it's been reported that Turkey plans to establish a security zone in Syria, and that
we've talked about that.
Oh, you did?
We did. Someone I haven't called on. Yes, please.
Have any State Department officials met with Lebanon's Security Chief Abbas Ibrahim during his visit this week? And if so, was there a discussion of Americans missing in Syria?
I'm not aware of any department engagement with him, but we will let you know if there has been a meeting. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Secretary Blinken met with Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilal Bhutto Zardari in New York, and after that meeting, Bilal Bhutto talked about Pakistani economy, which is in crisis right now. Sir, does US plan to do something to stabilize it? I mean, is US helping Pakistan in forthcoming talks with IMF that might help strengthen the Pakistani economy?
I'm sorry, repeat that once more.
All right, guys, going to interrupt here. We do have some breaking news coming to us out of New York. You are seeing a person of interest, the one who did the random New York subway murder, that shooting taking place while the person was waiting for the train just here on Sunday. They were just walked into the precinct. You could see the hands cuffed behind his back. And of course, LiveNOW from Fox trying to stay on top of these latest developments here for you as we continue to follow this story. Do want to show a picture of this person. This is Andrew Abdallah. He was wanted for shooting a fellow New Yorker in the chest, causing that person's death while on a Q train in Manhattan. We just saw him being walked into that precinct, and of course, always trying to keep on top of the latest is what we do here for you on LiveNOW from Fox. A lot of questions still surrounding why did this happen. It seemed to be such a random act of this incident, and now we've seen that person being walked into custody. At least we know that the rest of those who were worried about him being on the streets can now feel a little bit safer here today. So once again, at this time, this just in here to the LiveNOW from Fox desk. We just saw those very few moments of that suspect. Let's go ahead and replay the tape here for our viewers of that car pulling up with that suspect inside. Again, this is Andrew Abdullah. He was wanted for shooting another New Yorker in the chest who was on his way to brunch on Sunday when he was shot at random. So this was definitely something that we'd brought to you earlier here today. Here you're seeing him being taken out of the back of this vehicle that authorities had driven here. And once again, he was walked into the 5th precinct. And if they do any press conferences to follow here, you can count on us here on LiveNOW from Fox to be on top of bringing that here to all of our viewers. Speaking of live breaking news, I do want to continue to just show and reiterate what we here do know at this time. We do have one person who is in custody here in Texas after there was a standoff at an elementary school. Still working on getting more of these details confirmed, but right now Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas was placed on lockdown this afternoon as law enforcement responded to an active shooter who police say, again, he is now in custody. The Texas Department of Public Safety and Uvalde Mayor Don McLaughlin, he told Fox News that one person had been shot and the shooter who ran into the school then became barricaded inside. The school posted on Facebook, there's an active shooter at Robb Elementary. Law enforcement is on site. Your cooperation is needed at this time by not visiting the campus. No information on the suspected shooter was released. We did later have the school say that the students from that elementary school were being transported to the local civic center for reunification. They were still encouraging parents to stay away from the campus, and all of their campuses were under a lockdown status due to gunshots in the area. So district did again tell parents not to pick up their children. Students needed to be accounted for before being released. Robb Elementary is about 80 miles west of San Antonio, and these live pictures are coming in here live, run, unfiltered. This is what we do here. We bring you these different pictures coming into our LiveNOW from Fox desk. We listen to all of the latest reports, bring you the latest information that we can. If we do get a press conference here in Texas, or of course if we get a press conference coming to us out of New York, since we do also have a shot coming to us from that location as well, here's just that picture. Of course, we'll be staying on top of both of those scenes here for you. Let's go ahead and take this opportunity. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, continuing to give you more top stories, breaking news pieces from coast to coast, right here for you on LiveNOW from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just moments ago, this was the scene outside of the 5th Precinct as police have now made an arrest after identifying the suspect who was wanted in the fatal shooting of a passenger on a subway train crossing the Manhattan Bridge on Sunday. Andrew Abdullah was 25 years old. He was wanted in connection to the killing of Daniel Enriquez, who was 48 years old. And you can see here we do have our officials who have apprehended him as he is being walked into that precinct. Right now, happening live outside of the precinct, we do have some folks speaking with the media. Let's go ahead and listen into what they're sharing with us at this time.
They said, I'm going to trust you, Bishop, and I'm going to turn myself in. His attorney wanted them to come to his office. I told them, I don't think that's a good idea. Let's go straight to the precinct. However, the attorney convinced them to go to her office. I told the officers, I'm going to go get him. Please give me the ability and the opportunity to turn this young man in. He understands what he's accused of and what he's alleged of. As we were waiting for the attorney to come downstairs, walking in, there was a charade of officers with guns drawn. And I asked them, I said, he was going to turn himself in. Why would you guys do it this way? So he did not get an opportunity to come to the 5th Precinct to turn himself in the way he wanted to. This man is standing with his innocence. His family has untold paperwork showing that he has mental health issues. As he states, he doesn't remember anything. My heart goes out to the victim's family. I'm a pastor, I do funerals. My heart goes out to the victim's family. My prayers go out to the victim's family. And this is what I echoed to the family, and I said, let's come in and let's surrender. Mayor Adams, we've been in contact all morning, and he was ready to be here for the young man to be turned in. I wish the police department would have done it a little different and allowed what pastors do. This is what we do. And this really hurts me because I thought that we had a relationship, right? And I understand the seriousness of the crime, alleged crime. But we have to have a segue. We have to have a segue between the community and the police department. I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank the mayor for understanding and being a great support to this young man turning himself in. I want to thank Chief Brooklyn North, Chief Harrison, Chief Madrid, all of the commissioners that I spoke with, the sheriff department. I was in contact with the sheriff department. I worked very closely with them. I called all of the supporting forces that would be trying to apprehend this young man.
Has he said why he committed this crime?
No, he did not. Like I said, he does not, as per what the family and him are telling me, he doesn't even remember any of this happening at all.
Was he drugged? Concerns, Bishop? He didn't turn himself in the way you thought. Any concerns at this point, now that he's in the 5th Precinct?
My only concern is that I want them to understand that he wanted to turn himself in. And he was moving towards turning himself in. And I think that this was a big deal because we have a family that's hurting. We have a family that lost a loved one. And when this incident first happened, you know, it just looked like a seamless murder. And this young man said, I want to turn myself in. And I just really wanted him with the integrity, with integrity, just to walk in. Just to walk in as a man of integrity. That's all I wanted. I wanted him to walk in.
How did he get to you? How many conversations did you have with Mayor Adams, and what was the last thing that he said to you in terms of this situation?
Well, we had multiple conversations. I really don't want to get involved into it, but he was very in support of this young man turning himself in, because Mayor Adams is, cleaning this city up. And when to hear that the alleged person who did the crime, is willing to turn himself in, he was glad to hear this. And so that's all I'm going to say about that.
Mayor Adams?
I don't know, ma'am.
Was he picked up at the family home in Flatbush Avenue?
No, he was not picked up at the family home. I met him, we met at the attorney's office outside of what I told the family to do. I wanted them to come here, but the attorney that's on record wanted them to go and meet at her office for whatever reason, and it was completely against how I do things. This is not the first time that someone from either the hip-hop community or the younger community that trusts me to deliver them in any alleged crime. That's how I usually do. I don't go, the attorney used to come here with us, not for them to go there. And I asked them, I said, please come with me here and let the attorney meet you here. But for whatever reason, this attorney wanted them to meet at their office, and that's when they were ambushed. So please, I don't want anyone, by any stretch of no one's imagination, believe that this young man ran. He did not run at all. He did not run at all.
What did he do after?
My name is Bishop Lamar Miller Whitehead.
What did he do right after the crime?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Bishop, what did he say when you told him?
Yes, yes. He has no recollection. As per the family, he has no recollection of the incident at all, and they maintained his innocence. And they have a plethora of paperwork of mental health issues with him. So I pray that the courts do the right thing with this young man, but he is not, as per him wanting to turn himself in, I don't believe he's a villain. And like I said, I really give my condolences to the victim's family. And I think that New York City, we have gained some ground today, because the way it was looking was another heinous act by a terrorist. And I don't feel that he's a terrorist at all, because he wouldn't have turned himself in. And he maintains his innocence as per his family.
Bishop, when you federal charges? He said when you spoke with him and explained why all of this was happening, did he say to you, I have no recollection of it? Or
His family pretty much was speaking on his behalf. So I don't want to get into what he said, but this is what his family has been conversating. His mother, his grandmother, his aunts, uncles, everybody was here in support, and they are just crying and they're startled right now because 8 officers, guns drawn, ran by me and made them get on the floor. And it actually startled me because, my father was killed by police officers because of the color of his skin. And I was shocked, because I thought that we had an understanding that he was going to walk in under his own power.
Your first and last name, sir, please. If you can spell your first and last name.
Bishop Lamore, Lamor, Whitehead, Whitehead.
And Bishop, where was the lawyer's office? Not too far from here?
Yes, it was right. It's on Thomas Street. Yeah, it wasn't too far. I don't know her name. My church is in Canarsie, Brooklyn, 922 Remsen Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. Both Brooklyn and I believe in Manhattan as well.
How did you get involved? I came a bit late, I'm sorry, but how did you get involved in all this?
I'm the pastor of their family.
Oh, I see, okay.
I'm from the Associated Press. I just showed up. So what exactly happened with this man right now? Where
he was coming to turn himself in. And and he was ambushed right before we were going to turn him in by the police officer.
So he's in custody right now?
Yes.
And how did that go down?
By his attorney's office.
Are you upset about that?
Excuse me, allergies.
Are you upset about the way that went
I wish that they would allow him to turn himself in. However, you know, this is a heinous alleged crime, and I guess the officers had to do what they felt was right.
And so, could you tell me about him, and is that the person he is? I mean, he goes to your church?
Well, he doesn't, his family, his aunts, attend my church. When his nephew died, I funeralized his nephew. I know the family really well. I pray with the family a lot. I know them really well. So as far as they're hurt. They're hurt because everybody was on the same page as far as him turning himself in, and it didn't work out that way.
And so what have they told you about how this went down? I mean, they must not have
What did who?
About what happened with the shooting. I mean, they must be absolutely...
Well, I'll let them do, you know, they said that he does not recollect any of that at all. And he does have mental health issues. And so I can't answer nothing else that I don't know.
Do you know what his mental health issues are? Like schizophrenia?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
And they went to get him where exactly? I missed the top as well.
Excuse me?
Where did they go to get him?
Where did who go?
Where did they get Andrew?
In front of his attorney's office.
And that was close by, right?
Yes.
And he's attorney, what's his name?
I don't know her name. I don't know her name.
ABC?
All right, so once again, we're listening in, just some sound coming to us from just outside of the 5th precinct where we saw moments ago this video, SUV pulling up to the door with that suspect in custody now for this subway shooting. And as we had heard before, the suspect had said he was going to turn himself in, but New York police did make that arrest as he was going to an attorney's office. First, you can see him being brought and escorted out of the car into the precinct where he's going to be booked on those murder charges. Again, it was Daniel Enriquez, 48 years old, who was on his way to brunch on Sunday when he was shot. And this, again, was a random attack. Andrew Abdullah, right now, he is in custody for that killing. We do continue to follow this story for you right here on Live Now from Fox. If there's more developments or an official press conference with our authorities who made that arrest, of course, you can count on us to be bringing that to you right here. Again, on Live Now from Fox. Also, just want to mention that we do have more breaking news that has been happening here across the country. Going to take us all down to Texas, where we do have one person at this time in custody after there was a shooting, and then the suspect ran into an elementary school out in Texas before barricading himself in there. I want to just pull up just some of the videos that we do have, especially since we have not only this live picture, but also our chopper up in the air as well. So this is showing you just some more of that police response as authorities are now going to be conducting their investigation into what exactly happened here. This is a live video picture coming to us with Skyfox up in the air of Robb Elementary School. This is about 80 miles west of San Antonio. Now, this is in Uvalde, Texas. There was a lockdown that was placed after the law enforcement there had responded to an active shooter situation. That person is in custody, but right now still a very active scene. You can see crime scene tape up around nearly the entire school perimeter. And so they did say that there was one person who had been shot by this shooter, and then that gunman ran into the school, became barricaded inside before law enforcement was able to apprehend that suspect. So no more information on that suspected shooter has been released at this time. They do have students. Some of them had been transported to a local hospital for some injuries. Unknown what those injuries are, again, since we did hear that that shooting happened outside of the elementary school before they had ran inside. So we're still working on trying to get some more details confirmed with our Fox teams who are there, not only up in the sky, but also there down on the ground. So Live Now from Fox, always on top of breaking news, no matter where it's happening. You can count on us to bring it to you. What we're going to do is step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we do have a press conference that is live. It is happening, and of course, we're going to be on top of it here for you. Attorney Garland is going to be holding this press conference as they have a multinational firm agreed to plead guilty and pay financial penalties to resolve some investigations that they had violated. And so let's go ahead. We'll step away for that 2-minute break. Bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox when you return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have two live pictures here to show to you as we continue to follow the breaking news out of Uvalde, Texas. A shooter is in custody after there was an incident near an elementary school that a suspected shooter had shot one person, then ran and barricaded himself inside of this elementary school, Robb Elementary School here in Texas, that does have nearly 600 students. Thankfully, right now, authorities there do have that person in custody after a standoff, and now the investigation going to continue on here. Our chopper showing us some visuals of what the scene looks like from up above. You can see multiple ambulances and also multiple authorities have responded there. And Live Now from Fox is going to try to stay on top of that latest news here for you. Did want to just mention also, we did just have that New York subway shooter suspect turn himself in. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on all of our sources coming to us from New York City. If we do have officials speaking on that, of course, we'll try to get to that as soon as possible right here for you. What I want to do, though, is change things up from what I said ahead of that commercial break. Going to still bring you some more news pieces as we keep an eye on all of these breaking news scenes. But I'm going to head out to yet another press conference. It took place out of Chicago. We do have Attorney Ben Crump. He's speaking about 3 women who died just a few short weeks ago after their apartment complex, well, they had warm temperatures outside. The heat was on inside. Their apartments reached some very high temperatures, unfortunately leading to those deaths. So 3 women dying inside of their apartment complex after the heat was not working properly. He's speaking about that case. So let's go ahead, listen into that while we keep an eye on all of the breaking news we're following right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, and along with Attorney Laura Mullins and Attorney Steve Levine, we have the honor of representing Mr. Ken Rye, the only son of Miss Gwendolyn Osborne, who you will come to learn was an absolute angel, not just here for the city of Chicago, but all across the nation. She was an angel. We are so privileged to have one of your finest leaders here with us, the alderwoman of this ward, Miss Maria Haddon, who's going to talk about the policies that hopefully can represent positive change from this tragedy. And this was a tragedy. This was a tragedy, as Attorney Levine and I talked about, Attorney Mullins, was completely preventable. I mean, it is mind-boggling that these 3 black women would have to die in this manner in a facility that has promoted themselves as a senior living facility. It has promoted themselves as a building apartment complex where they tell the public, like Ken, trust us to take care of your parent in their more advanced age. I happened to look at the ad a little that they give out to potential residents, Abby, and they said that it's 55 or better. No one under 50 years old will be allowed to stay on the property. And so they were telling Ken and everybody in the Chicago community that we have special skills in trying to help provide for your mother, your father, your aunt, your uncle, people who are advanced age. And Ken feels betrayed. His trust has been betrayed because the James Snyder Apartments apparently put profit over safety. There's no other way to articulate it when you think about having these senior citizens saying we're hot, complaining about the heat, calling about the heat, crying out to do something about the heat, and yet it falling on deaf ears. How cold can you be? How cold can your soul be to know that these people are suffering from the heat and you don't do anything about it? No human being, especially not a person as good as Ken's mother Gwendolyn was, no human being should die in this horrible way, just needing a little air. It's not lost on me that tomorrow will be the 2-year anniversary of George Floyd, who we remember his languishing last words, "I can't breathe." The tragedy here is Miss Gwendolyn only needing a little air. What were her last words? What were her last words? She was not only a great mother, as I understand from Ken, you all know her because she was one of your colleagues. She was a pioneering journalist, not just for African Americans, but also for women. Not only in Chicago, all the women, but all across America. Gwendolyn Osborne was one of the founding members of the National Association of Black Journalists. She was one of the first black women to be on air. I mean, she was a trailblazer in every sense of the word. She deserved better than this, than they gave her here at the James Snyder Apartments in her final moments on this earth. She deserves so much better than this. And we're not saying just because she accomplished all those things, any citizen, any constituent in your ward deserve basic humanity of having air from the air condition. Is that too much to ask? James Snyder Apartments, is that too much to ask? You're going to hear from my most able co-counsels, great lawyers. I know Attorney Levin and I, we represent the family of Rika Roundtree as well, a young lady who was abused within the Department of Children and Families. And so he has a long pedigree of fighting for those who have no voice and giving them a voice. So I'm so proud to be standing with him, and he's going to address you, and then I'll tell you a little bit about this incredible lawyer, Laura Mullins, who will make some brief comments. The Alderwoman will give a legislative update from her perspective to talk about how we're going to get positive change from this tragedy. And finally, you will hear from the only person who is the most appropriate person to be able to speak for Gwendolyn Osborne, and that is her son, Ken Rye. Attorney Steve Levine.
Hi, everyone. My name is Steve Levin, and I think everybody has to ask themselves, what is the fundamental obligation of a landlord who cares for senior people? It's to provide a safe environment. That's what landlords do. Provide a safe environment. To allow an apartment to get to the heat level that they did is like locking someone in a car on a hot summer day. It's inexcusable. And what is particularly shocking to me, there's many things that are shocking, but what's particularly shocking to me is what I've read in the paper from the managers of this building. The managers of this building are relying on a Chicago ordinance that's designed to make sure that people can have heat when it's cold, to say, and this is how they're quoted in the press, to say that they were under a legal obligation to heat this apartment when it's 100 degrees. Is it conceivable that any landlord in the senior housing business could really believe this? Did they believe they had to keep the heat on because the city ordinance requires it? It's absurd. And if that's true, this isn't negligence. This is willful, intentional conduct. This is creating an environment that is so hot that seniors with pre-existing conditions, as you get older, you don't breathe as well. You have pre-existing conditions. How could they think that it's appropriate to allow the heat to get to this level? How could they not intervene? They can read the papers. They know what the weather forecast is. They're responsible for seniors' environments all over Chicago. I think this company operates nationwide. How do they not know this? Why did they not take action? And this was a preventable tragedy, and we lost a true hero in what happened here.
Steve, could you spell your name for the reporters?
Okay, my name is Steve Levin. My last name is Levin.
And the name of the law firm?
And our law firm is Levin and Percani, Perconti. And our law firm is honored to work on this case, to co-counsel this case with Ben Crump and Laura Mullins. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you so much, Attorney Steve Levine. And now you will hear from one of my law partners, Attorney Laura Mullins, who specializes in nursing home cases all across America. And she has a unique perspective to fighting these battles. Attorney Mullins.
Hi, everyone. Name's Laura Mullins. It's something that's so unconscionable that if you live in Chicago, to not have air, which is really a basic need at this point in our day and age. You're entitled to food, you're entitled to water and shelter. And what shelter is? Shelter includes heat and air in these conditions. And anyone who's lived in Chicago for many years knows that in the month of May, it may rain, it may snow, and it may be 95 degrees. This is not an uncommon thing for Chicago. And to have air taken from you after request, you cannot turn on the air because it's not June 1st. I don't know how you say that with a straight face. To have people complain, and not just that it's hot, but they actually kept the heat on during a heat wave in Chicago is mind-boggling, as Attorney Crump and Stephen Levin has said as well. So it's been a true honor to get to know Ken, and I'm sorry that I've not had the opportunity to meet Gwen Osborne, because her resume is unbelievable, and the legacy that she's leaving and the amount of people that she's touched, from the journalism, from the art, she had a career in teaching and in the law. It's somebody like that should not go on in this circumstance that is so preventable in our day and age. I'm almost speechless to say how could this have happened here in our city, in one of our greatest cities. So,
could you spell your name and the name of the law firm?
Yeah, so my name is Laura Mullins, Mullins.
Hold on, Laura.
I can't compete with the truck.
Let's do it again because...
Yeah. My name is Laura, Laura. Last name Mullins, Mullins. And the law firm is Pintus and Mullins.
Thank you so much, Attorney Mullins. And now we're going to hear from the older woman of this ward who, as I understand it, has been dealing with this matter since it first happened and has been unrelenting and calling for a policy change so she loses no more of her constituents in this just completely reprehensible way. I mean, my Lord, these women only needed a little air. And so we thank you for giving voice for them and all of your constituents. Alderwoman Maria Haddon.
Thank you. Alderwoman Maria Haddon, that's M-A-R-I-A-H-A-D-D-E-N, Alderwoman here in the 49th Ward. We're in Rogers Park. The residents here at James Snyder are not new to me. I've only been in office for 3 years, but this is such an active community, a close-knit group of neighbors, and it is a tragedy that we lost Gwen, that we lost Janice, that we lost Dolores to something that could have been preventable. So as a legislative update, we're working with the city, so our Department of Buildings, the policy director for Mayor Lightfoot, my office, we are researching more than a dozen different cities' examples of legislation to look at what we can do here in Chicago to update our ordinance and to make sure that no one will misinterpret it in this way again. To be clear, our ordinance does not require that heat is on in a building through June 1st. It does require that a minimum temperature is set, 66 degrees at night and 68 degrees during the day from about mid-September through June 1st. One of the things we're going to look at, we all know we're experiencing climate change. We've got rapidly changing temperatures and increasingly what we call the shoulder months, right? So this time kind of leading up to around May, even in September. We're looking legislatively at what we can do to either give flexibility in those dates, to give stronger guidance around even maybe maximum temperatures. James Snyder management controls the heat and the air conditioning for the residents here, and I think that that's an important case that we're looking at, especially for seniors, of when you live in a building and you cannot control your heat or AC, what are the obligations for the management companies? So we're looking at what happens here, and we're going to come up with stronger guidance, because frankly, if common sense can't be used to make determinations for health and safety of your residents, that's where government's here to tell you what you need to do. So if we need to be more prescriptive, we will be. We're working on this. We've done the research, and we hope to have something introduced soon. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Haddon, for your common sense leadership. You know, I can't even imagine getting the call like Ken got, because as I was telling Laura and Steve in the car, I'm a son, Ken and I are about the same age. I can't even imagine getting a call saying that my mother died from heat exhaustion in a senior living facility. You know, if Ken had any idea that this is how his mother was gonna die at the James Snyder Apartments, he would have never brought her here. He would have had her with him, but he trusted them, and they betrayed that trust. And so now Ken is forced to come and tell you about his mother and give her a voice, since her voice left this world when they would not turn on the air conditioner. It's very emotional for him. All of us are people who are trained to do this stuff. Ken didn't ask to do this, but he's determined to get justice for his mother. Ken Rye, the only child of Gwendolyn Osborne.
Thank you, Attorney Crump. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Alderperson. Thank you, the media that's here. My name is Ken Rye, K-E-N-R-Y-E. The correct spelling of my mother's name, it's Gwendolyn E. Osborne, O-S-B-O-R-N-E. Spelling is important on her name because it was also part of her bylines over the years for everything that she did in the media. She never abbreviated to Gwen because the editors told her that Gwendolyn gave her more space. She was born on May 19th, 1949 in Detroit. This past May 19th would have been her 73rd birthday. For people who know her, and many of you here do know her, she was a staunch advocate for several different aspects and levels of the community. She was an advocate for civil rights. She was an advocate for media literacy. She was an advocate for women's issues. She actually, as a child, made me volunteer at senior citizens' homes to build that kind of bond with the residents and for my own personal development. People always knew her as a fighter. Born in Detroit, one of her favorite quotes was, "Fight like a girl from Detroit." And so everybody that knew her said that she was the person who would stand up for them, the person who would fight for them. The only thing that helps me try to keep this thing together is just the amazing outpouring from a wide cross-section of folks that she knew in the community. As Attorney Crump mentioned, she was one of the founding members of the Chicago chapter of the National Association of Black Journalists. Sorry. Take your time. She was a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, and the Deltas have just, there's been an amazing outpouring from across the country, from the various chapters across the country that she was active with. And so the moral of the story is that we lost somebody way too early who was actively fighting on behalf of other people. Actively fighting. Some of us had to call and check her voicemail because we were still reading social media posts from her about the different things that she believed in. My mother had a very thorough retirement plan. This was not part of it at all. This was not a part of my mother's retirement plan at all. She moved into a place in a neighborhood that we spent a lot of our lives in. I went to school just up the street from here, played at the beach just east of here. Howard Street, Evanston, very strategic location. The people in the community knew her. They tried to keep her safe. So this was the last thing that we expected that would ever happen to my mother. And so because she was a fighter on behalf of other people, because this is the scenario that we're now faced to deal with, we just have to make sure that this doesn't happen ever again. Like Chicago, after 1995, should know better. We lost almost 800 people in a heat wave. I had a chance to work in the home improvement industry, the HVAC industry. There are so many different types of solutions, cost-effective solutions, that could have been offered. And so in addition to the policy case that you're exploring in the legislative case, we have to look at some of the other resources that are out there. Like there are low-cost, portable air conditioning units, energy efficient, Department of Energy certified. There are apps that can notify people if it's too hot or it's too cold. The same technology that's used for smart thermostats, your Nest units, can be used for building management systems. So this makes no sense.
No sense.
It's not cost. It's not that the solutions don't exist. It's that somebody just did not take the time to find a better way to take care of our seniors. My heart goes out to the other families and to the other families in Chicago that deal with this, because we know that this happens in Chicago every single year, and it has to stop. So I appreciate the support that I've got here, your support, and hopefully we'll see a change soon.
we're going to try to take some of your questions, but I think what Ken said was so profound because it underscored how much Miss Gwendolyn loved Chicago and how much she fought for the right things. And so now we got to fight for her and her legacy to get justice. And Steve, I don't know how much it would have cost to turn on the AC or anything, but it was just insignificant compared to the value of these 3 seniors to have to leave the earth like this. And I know sometimes when you see lawyers, we talk about lawsuits and that kind of thing, but I do believe this is so much bigger, and this is about policy, about trying to use advanced technology, as Ken said, to prevent this from happening. That's the appropriate legacy. We're going to hold them accountable, but what we really want is to have a legacy that says, Alderwoman, this is never going to happen again in your ward in Chicago, where it was so preventable, it was so senseless, and it was so horrific that you lose our angels, because that's what our seniors' mothers and grandmothers, grandfathers, they're angels. The grandchildren, I mean, they get so much from them, and that's been taken now, and for what? That's what we're trying to change, and we're gonna do it for your mother and the others, Ken. We'll take your questions.
Have you named the city specifically in your action here?
A lawsuit has not yet been filed.
Walk up to the mic.
Up to the mic.
A lawsuit has not yet been filed. I don't think we're going to name the city, but the matter is under investigation. This is the fault of the landlord and the management of this property. And a way to judge a society is how they treat their seniors. And we failed in this regard. There's just simply no excuse for it.
Hey, Ms. Mullins, if you could just, you said you're a specialist in dealing with nursing homes and so on and other jurisdictions, hotter jurisdictions, that kind of thing. You ever seen anything like this?
We have not seen any heat-related. I mean, look at hospitals and nursing homes. They have air conditioning. They turn it on. They don't look at a calendar to decide when to turn the air on. It's based upon what your temperature is. So we've handled nursing home cases nationwide. I have not come across in the thousands of cases of a heat-related death, other than somebody who elopes the nursing home and is found outside. We've had those situations, but that's not that's their responsibility for letting a resident leave, not for maintaining the temperature within the building. I mean, this is her home. I mean, how do you have heat exhaustion in your own home in a building that advertises on their brochure that you have control over your heat and air? Well, clearly only if it's after June 1st. So it's really mind-boggling, as we said before.
Can I ask you a question real quick? If you wouldn't mind something like, I'm just wondering if you can react to a statement that the James Snyder managerial team provided to us that said the safety and security of all our residents have always been our highest priority. How does that statement hit your ear?
I mean, you guys actually know better than I do in that situation, right? Because if you look at their history, if you look at the fact that there were days worth of complaints before anything was done, it's kind of hard to believe that statement. You know, you cannot believe that folks knowingly allowed folks to burn up, to heat up in these units, and to not do anything about it, and then to claim that safety is paramount. Huge contradiction. That does not make sense.
The rhetoric doesn't match the reality of this situation. I understand the temperatures in some of the rooms was 102, 103 degrees. And you mean to tell me you don't turn on the air where a senior citizen is in a room that is getting as hot as 100 degrees? That's just inhumane.
Given that, Mr. Crump, do you think there should be criminal liability in this case?
Well, I think that everything should be investigated because Gwendolyn Osborne life mattered. These black women lives mattered. And they should be given equal consideration and equal respect that we would give any other citizen if they were one of the most affluent citizens in Chicago. What would we do if it happened to them? That's the same thing should happen in this situation because Gwendolyn Osborne and those other black women was just as important to us and hopefully to everybody in Chicago as anybody else.
Alderwoman Haddon, you mentioned at the top of your comments that this building and their residents are not unfamiliar to you. Can you speak more about that, whether or not you've had past instances here that might have similar storylines?
Actually, I meant that in a really positive way. These are engaged neighbors, right? They're folks who know each other. They're involved in our community. They reach out to my office, right? They volunteer in activities. So it wasn't with any particular complaint undertones, but more saying like we're a small ward in Chicago, right? Compact, and this is a tight-knit community, and residents at James Snyder have been active and important members of our community for a long time.
So you haven't had problems here, to the best of your knowledge, in your 2 or 3 years?
I would not outside of the scope of a lot of problems that we deal with. Our ward is 75% renter, so a lot of services that we offer to residents are helping and advocating with management companies to make sure that their needs are being met.
How does this management company stack up?
It's hard to compare. I was very angry with the decisions and with what I heard on Thursday. So when actually Miss Lorna over there called my cell phone, a couple residents called my office, and they let me know it's so hot. I came over here because I called here. I didn't get to speak with management directly on site, but did get the answering service and was not happy with the answer that I was given. So I came over to the building myself to work on this. And so right now, I felt like management should have made a different decision. And the argument that they gave that, well, we can't do this, I heartily disagree with. So,
within the scope of your authority, is there any conversation about stripping this management company of their ability to run an operation given these kind of decisions?
People think older people are really all-powerful, you guys. Not within the scope of my authority, and actually not really within the scope of the city's authority either.
The Department of Health certainly can weigh in on
So this is it's not a senior nursing home, right? So this isn't governed by like the State Department of Public Health, which governs nursing homes, right, or long-term care facilities. This is an independent apartment company, right? They do manage senior residences, so it is a 55 and older community. And as we look at the legislation, we are looking through that lens of what might we need to ask more of from buildings who claim to be senior buildings.
Just to clarify, was the heat still on in this building?
They told me it was on Thursday. When I arrived, they told me the heat was still on. Mm-hmm.
Lorna's a resident here, and she's the one who did contact me, and she's coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, how are you?
Could you give us your name and spelling?
Sure. My name is Lorna, Lorna, Barnes, Barnes, and I live in 709 here at the Snyder Apartments. And I want to preface my narrative by letting you know I lived it. Mm-hmm. Not just Tuesday. Last year it happened.
Wow.
See, until you talk to people who actually live here, you're going on preconceived assumptions about what happened. Mm-hmm. I lived it last year. They came up. It fixed it for a while, and then it went back to hot. So how about this? Maybe the whole systemic system is broken. Mm-hmm. Now, it's supposed to be hot this weekend. We'll wait and see. Will it be like last year? Unfortunately, no one died last year.
Unfortunately, my condolences to the families, to you and your mom, Dolores, and Janice Reed. That was my buddy. And I'm saying that to say, I told management, I don't want to die in my apartment. It was so hot, sweltering, torrid, hot. The fans were blowing hot air. It was like an oven. I told many residents, we sat outside, and I told them, I don't want to die because nobody will know that I'm in there. When I found out that Janet had died, I was messed up. It triggered some other stuff that had happened to me in my life. They call it trauma. I'm a survivor of police brutality. I was begging for my life. I don't want to die. And I kept saying, I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to live. I'm 64 years old. I want to live. I have other stuff going on that you can't see, as countless other residents. We held each other. We cried because we knew Janice. Then I find out about your mom. I was a civil rights advocate when my younger years and the work she had done. Oh my God. Janice, the same thing. There's so many women here and men that have given to this city, to this country. And to go out like that, we didn't deserve this, and they didn't deserve to die like that. In an oven, they did not. In their beds. I could only imagine them trying to breathe. I have a breathing problem. I have lupus. I was struggling. I have an inhaler. God help me. So it's only by grace. Only by grace. There go I before the grace of God. It's only by grace because I told them I did not want to die. And none of us deserve this. You, and you. Imagine your mom. Imagine your grandparents. Imagine them struggling to breathe. My mom is gone, but if she was here, I just lost my dad. He was 90 years old. I've been in probate in Las Vegas. And he's gone. And he's 90 years old. And he wouldn't want that to happen to me. So there was a lot of things triggering this with the loss of my dad. 90 years old. He gave to Chicago before he retired to Vegas. On the Nevada of the 8th District Court. Probate. And then I come back. So I'm going to close out by saying I have been in therapy ever since this happened. I have a therapist and I have a doctor. I have a doctor's appointment Thursday and I have a doctor's appointment Friday, and they continue on because trauma does not go away overnight. Thank you, Alderman Haddon, that brought the people for us to talk to. I was first in line. So thank you, media. Thank you, guys and gals, for coming out.
Thank you, Lorna.
Thank you, Mrs. Barnes.
Thank you.
Could I ask, what has the landlord said to you guys after this tragedy, if anything?
Well, you have to understand, what level of management are you talking about? You have supervisors who supervise pathology, and then you have managers. And then you have the people who call the shots. So what level management?
Whoever you might have had contact with.
We're suffering too. We have fans in our office. And they did. And my heart goes out to them because they don't have the power to change anything. They're just workers. And they brought up a fan which blew hot air.
Mr. Levin, you had something to say earlier, I think.
Thank you, Lord.
And you also represented plaintiffs downstate when we had the same kind of problems with the Veterans Home.
Correct, and the LaSalle Veterans Home, another preventable tragedy. But you asked the question, what is the response to a company that says our main concern is safety and security of our tenants? I think the simple answer to that question is actions speak louder than words. And if this was their main concern, and if safety and security is their main concern, they have indicted themselves by that statement. Because no reasonable person could say to allow the temperatures to be 100 degrees in a senior citizen apartment building has anything to do with the safety and security of those tenants. It's outrageous that they're making that statement, and if they really believe it, then they should indict themselves.
Thank you, Steve.
So, Mr.
Any
Crawford,
other questions?
Mr. Crawford, the operators then hiding behind what has been characterized as an absurd ordinance, an absurd law?
I think what they're doing is what we see in many of the high-profile civil rights cases that I've handled across the country, whether, George Floyd or Breonna Taylor or Ahmaud Arbery. They're trying to justify the unjustifiable actions or inactions. There is no way to spin this, James Snyder's apartments. There is no way to justify this. There is no way to condone this. You have to take responsibility that these women's blood is on your hand. Thank you all. We'll keep you updated.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. It is setting up to be a busy 1 o'clock hour, and we'll be providing all of the updates as we get them in real time. We are monitoring breaking news out of Uvalde, Texas, reports there of a school shooting. We are expecting to get updates at the bottom of the hour. Of course, we'll bring it to you as soon as we get it right here on Live Now from Fox. We are also monitoring breaking news out of New York City, where the New York City Police are going to be giving an update, NYPD update, on the very latest of the suspect arrested in the subway train shooting, the murder that happened on Sunday, and we'll be providing that update as soon as we get it right here on Live Now from Fox. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be a busy hour, and we'll take a quick 2-minute break and have the latest updates coming up in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking out to Uvalde, Texas right now. We are awaiting updates and really more information on reports there of a school shooting at a elementary school. So what we are going to be doing is waiting for this update. We are being told that sometime at the bottom of the hour, we should expect some sort of update from officials. You can see we have two live cameras there at the scene with state troopers as well as local law enforcement and others. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye, should be happening in just moments, NYPD update on the big arrest there of the subway train shooting suspect from Sunday. He was arrested today, and we are going to get updates. Should be happening in just moments right here on Live Now from Fox. What I want to do is play some remarks here from the suspect's pastor as he was leading one of the many there that were around when suspect went to the precinct to surrender. So let's listen to that while we do wait for this update out of NYPD.
I said, let's get together and let's turn them in. And they all agreed. Even the young man said, I'm going to trust you. And they said, I'm going to trust you, Bishop, and I'm going to turn myself in. His attorney wanted them to come to his office. I told them, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm to the precinct. However, the attorney convinced them to go to her office. I told the officers, I'm going to go get him. Please give me the ability and the opportunity to turn this young man in. He understands what he's accused of and what he's alleged of. As we were waiting for the attorney to come downstairs, walking in, there was a charade of officers with guns drawn. And I asked them, I said, he was going to turn himself in. Why would you guys do it this way? So he did not get an opportunity to come to the 5th precinct to turn himself in the way he wanted to. This man is standing with his innocence. His family has untold paperwork showing that he has mental health issues. As he states, he doesn't remember anything. My heart goes out to the victim's family. I'm a pastor, I do funerals. My heart goes out to the victim's family. My prayers go out to the victim's family. And this is what I echoed to the family, and I said, let's come in and let's surrender. Mayor Adams, we've been in contact all morning, and he was ready to be here for the young man to be turned in. I wish the police department would have done it a little different and allowed what pastors do. This is what we do. And this really hurts me because I thought that we had a relationship, right? And I understand the seriousness of the crime, alleged crime. But we have to have a segue. We have to have a segue between the community and the police department. I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank the mayor for understanding and being a great support to this young man turning himself in. I want to thank Chief Brooklyn North, Chief Harrison, Chief Madry, all of the commissioners that I spoke with, the sheriff department. I was in contact with the sheriff's department. I worked very closely with them. I called all of the supporting forces that would be trying to apprehend this young man.
Has he said why he committed this crime?
No, he did not. Like I said, he does not, as per what the family and him are telling me, he doesn't even remember any of this happening at all.
Was he
Any
drugged?
concerns, Bishop? He didn't turn himself in the way you thought. Any concerns at this point, now that he's in the 5th precinct?
My only concern is that I want them to understand that he wanted to turn himself in. And he was moving towards turning himself in. And I think that this was a big deal because we have a family that's hurting. We have a family that lost a loved one. And when this incident first happened, you know, it just looked like a seamless murder. And this young man said, I want to turn myself in. And I just really wanted him with the integrity, with integrity, just to walk in. Just to walk in as a man of integrity. That's all I wanted. I wanted him to walk in.
How did he get to you?
How many conversations did you have with Mayor Adams, and what was the last thing that he said to you in terms of this situation?
Well, we had multiple conversations. I really don't want to get involved into it, but he was very in support of this young man turning himself in, because Mayor Adams is, you know, cleaning this city up. And when to hear that the alleged person who did the crime is willing to turn himself in, he was glad to hear this. And so that's all I'm going to say about that.
Mayor Adams,
I don't know, ma'am.
was he picked up at the family home in left Chapter?
No, he was not picked up at the family home. I met him, we met at the attorney's office outside of what I told the family to do. I wanted them to come here, but the attorney that's on record wanted them to go and meet at her office for whatever reason, and it was completely against how I do things. This is not the first time that someone from either the hip-hop community or the younger community that trusts me to deliver them in any alleged crime. That's how I usually do. I don't go, the attorney used to come here with us, not for them to go there. And I asked them, I said, please come with me here and let the attorney meet you here. But for whatever reason, this attorney wanted them to meet at their office, and that's when they were ambushed. So please, I don't want anyone, by any stretch of no one's imagination, believe that this young man ran. He did not run at all. He did not run at all.
What did he do after?
My name is Bishop Lamar Miller Whitehead.
What did he do right after the crime?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Bishop, what did he say when you told him?
Yes, yes. He has no recollection. As per the family, he has no recollection of the incident at all, and they maintain his innocence. And they have a plethora of paperwork of mental health issues with him. So I pray that the courts do the right thing with this young man, but he is not, as per him wanting to turn himself in, I don't believe he's a villain. And like I said, I really give my condolences to the victim's family. And I think that New York City, we have gained some ground today, because the way it was looking was another heinous act by a terrorist. And I don't feel that he's a terrorist at all, because he wouldn't have turned himself in. And he maintains his innocence as per his family.
Bishop, with federal charges? He said when you spoke with him and explained why all of this was happening, did he say to you, I have no recollection of it? Or
His family pretty much was speaking on his behalf. So I don't want to get into what he said, but this is what his family has been conversating. His mother, his grandmother, his aunts, uncles, everybody was here in support, and they are just crying and they're startled right now because 8 officers, guns drawn, ran by me and made them get on the floor. And it actually startled me because, you know, my father was killed by police officers because of the color of his skin. And I was shocked, because I thought that we had an understanding that he was going to walk in under his own power.
Your first and last name, sir, please. If you can spell your first and last name.
Bishop Lamar, Lamor, Whitehead, Whitehead.
And Bishop, where was the lawyer's office? Not too far from here?
Yes, it was right. It's on Thomas Street. Yeah, it wasn't too far. I don't know her name. My church is in Canarsie, Brooklyn, 922 Remsen Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. Both Brooklyn and I believe in Manhattan as well.
How did you get involved? I came a bit late, I'm sorry, but how did you get involved though?
I'm the pastor of their family.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm from the Associated Press. I just showed up. So, what exactly happened with this man right now? Where
he was coming to turn himself in. He was coming to turn himself in, and and he was ambushed right before we were going to turn him in by the police officer.
So he's in custody right now.
Yes.
And how did that go down?
By his attorney's office.
Are you upset about that?
Excuse me, allergies.
Are you upset about the way that went down?
I wish that they would allow him to turn himself in. However, you know, this is a heinous alleged crime, and I guess the officers had to do what they felt was right.
And so, could you tell me about him and the type of person he is? I mean, he goes to your church.
Well, he doesn't. His family, his aunts.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We were showing you that update from not too long ago, expecting a New York City Police Department update pretty soon as well. But we continue to really monitor this breaking news out of Uvalde, Texas right now, awaiting more updates. As we can't tell you right now that at least two people were killed and multiple children hospitalized during a shooting in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, which was placed on lockdown as law enforcement responded to an active shooter who police say is now in custody. The Texas Department of Public Safety and Uvalde Mayor Don McLaughlin told Fox News that one person has been shot and the shooter who ran to rob elementary school had become barricaded inside. Uvalde Memorial Hospital confirmed that two people were brought to the hospital deceased. 13 children were taken to the facility via ambulance or bus for treatment. No information on the suspected shooter or the victim was released at this time. The school is located 80 miles west of San Antonio, and we are waiting for more updates right here, expecting a news update pretty soon right here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as we get that, of course, we'll bring it to you and give you all of the updates in real time right here. But this is obviously one of the major stories that we are following here for you. We got several different shots located there in Uvalde. As you can see, police and other updates right now. We are awaiting for those. So stay right here with us. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here on Live Now from Fox with the very, very latest. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we are covering breaking news here for you live in Uvalde, Texas, as we are bringing you this update as at least 2 people are dead. Multiple children have been hospitalized in a mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas right now. Sources have confirmed to Fox News that the suspect has been killed as this investigation continues right now. We have multiple shots right now that we want to provide to you and just show you where we are expecting this police update. It's a very fluid situation. So many times during these horrible events, especially when it just happened not too long ago, the news and information comes out and it's very fluid. So we are waiting for official police updates, and those could be coming as soon as really any moment from now. And as soon as we see a podium, of course, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are staying in this breaking news coverage right now because of the situation that continues to unfold right now. As you can see, this is a shot just right outside of the school, and we have another one here for you as you are seeing a lot of law enforcement at the Robb Elementary School there in Uvalde as the suspect, as we are being told, has been killed. The investigation continues right now. This is how it all unfolded. Earlier, the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District first reported the school lockdown at 11:43 a.m. local time. It said, please know at this time all campuses are under a lockdown status due to gunshots in the area. The students and staff are safe in the buildings, the district had said in a message to parents. The district asked parents not to pick up their children and that students needed to be accounted for before being released. Parents were notified to pick up their children around 2 p.m. That was as the news was just coming in right now. The school is located 80 miles west of San Antonio. The school district also put out a statement earlier in the day saying there is an active shooter at Robb Elementary. Law enforcement is on site. The school posted on Facebook shortly after shots rang out, your cooperation is needed at this time by not visiting the campus. The Texas Department of Public Safety and the Uvalde Mayor, Don McLaughlin, told Fox News that this was very early in the investigation, but that one person was shot. Now we are learning that that number has unfortunately increased. We now know that at least 2 people have died, multiple children hospitalized here as this really investigation continues to unfold right now, and we are waiting for more updates here on Live Now from Fox as they become available. Of course, we will pass that along to you. We're just waiting for our sources, Fox News or the Associated Press, to give more updates. And as soon as they do, of course, we will provide that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But these are the different shots that we have, of course, available to us as the scene right there. Multiple areas in Uvalde right now that we are showing this breaking news situation, and how scary this must be for parents, friends, and family members that know people that go to this school and are just wondering what is happening. And they will definitely be keeping an eye on the updates that law enforcement will be giving in just moments here to see just what happened. Obviously, a very sad tragedy to begin with, and we are really, our thoughts and prayers are with the family members right now during this very difficult time. And as we get more information, of course, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see FBI is also on the scene as well, as this investigation really just in its very beginning stages here. And so many times, unfortunately, we've been hearing about gun violence here in our country, and then when you mix it in with a school situation and in a situation that happened on campus as well, it brings in a whole nother layer and level of elements here that unfortunately is just very sad, all in the same mix right here. Uvalde Memorial Hospital confirmed that 2 people were brought to the hospital deceased here. We were told that 13 children were taken to the facility via ambulance or bus for treatment. We don't know the status of those children here at this time. And we appreciate all our new viewers here for continuing to join in here live with us here on Live Now from Fox. Really a great example of what we do here when there's breaking news. We bring you the coverage and the different feeds that are coming into our news station and pump them out right to you, live, raw, and always unfiltered here as we are awaiting new updates right now from police in this very tragic situation as it continues to unfold right now, really in real time. Let's just break it all down for everyone in case you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox. The first alert went out 11:43 in the morning local time as the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District first reported the school lockdown. They said, please know at this time all campuses are under a lockdown status due to gunshots in the area. So that is how the first warning came out. There was a shooting near this school, and what we are going to be learning and hoping to get more information for police is how the shooter then made the way to the school and how this incident then played out at the school here, because that was the first report that there was some sort of shooting around the area, and then it went into a lockdown. And then that we were being told from the school district that there was an incident at the school as well, and they were urging parents to not come to the school to pick up any of their students because of this active investigation that police continued to be on the lookout here for a possible suspect or suspects at the time. You just didn't know just how many people actually were involved, and they were trying to get a sense of the area. You're seeing a live look here of other police officers that are at the scene and continuing their investigation with the police tape all around the school. A very bad sign as well. We know that at least 2 people have died in the shooting. The suspect is confirmed to be killed as well. We don't know if it was self-inflicted or if police shot at the suspect. We're hoping to get more updates from that when that news conference happens. Live Now from Fox continues. If you're just joining us here in breaking news coverage right now, Uvalde, Texas is this breaking news alert here where we learned of a school shooting and a school incident that played out earlier this afternoon as Texas authorities said the suspected Robb Elementary's shooter in Uvalde is now dead here, and we are waiting for more updates. We have 2 shots available to us here as police talking about the incident, no doubt about that, but let's show you just another shot here that we have, a little wider shot of ambulances still in the area as well. Police tape all around this school here as this very active investigation continues. The school is located 80 miles west of San Antonio, and the school district first put out that alert about 11:43 local time there, and we're going to be waiting for more updates. It's still a very fluid situation. Every time with incidents like this, the news continues to just come out really in drips here, and we're just waiting for official statements by the police, the sheriff's office, and of course probably the FBI will be making a statement as well from their special agent that is on the scene here. But we continue to wait for more of these updates right here on Live Now from Fox. But a terrible situation playing out in Uvalde, Texas. At least 2 people have died. We don't know if those are children. And we'll continue to wait here for more updates, but at least 2 people dead here at this moment right now. And children have been hospitalized at Uvalde Memorial Hospital as well. This is at the Robb Elementary School right now. And we learned of the situation that played out earlier in the afternoon. The suspect was barricaded inside, and we just don't know really what was happening during those moments of inside of that school. We're waiting for more updates as they become official. Of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to keep this in a double box, triple box here for you. I got another shot here of the FBI as well under this tent, talking to local law enforcement as well, trying to get a better idea too of what happened here in this very tragic situation. I'm going to keep it in a triple box here for you, but I want to also go out to New York City. NYPD is giving an update on the the subway train suspect that was arrested today following the murder of a man on Sunday on the train here. So let's go to that while we do wait for more updates here in Texas.
Run. Your NYPD investigators identified him as the killer of Daniel Enriquez through canvassing by our transit officers, community engagement, social media outreach, and excellent detective work. He was arrested in his lawyer's office this afternoon and is now being prepared for arraignment. The murder of Daniel Enriquez was every New Yorker's worst nightmare. Tragically, it's a scenario that we've seen play out far too many times before. Andrew Abdullah was well known to the criminal justice system, but again and again, his repeat offenses were not enough to keep him off our streets. Back to 2016 and includes charges of felony assault, robbery, attempted murder, and a still open gun charge from 2 years ago. The most basic purpose of the criminal justice system is to keep people safe. And in the only state in our nation where a judge is not allowed to consider dangerousness when setting bail, this was yet another failure of that system. And now Daniel Enriquez is gone. His family and loved ones are suffering, and they rightfully want to know why. Well, there is no valid reason why, because this horrific crime should never have happened. And I said 2 weeks ago, after the shooting of our officer, Dennis Vargas, that we need to right these wrongs. The violence on the Q train last Sunday morning was committed by another repeat offender who was given every leeway by the criminal justice system. We cannot and will not stand for it. Today, a killer is off our streets, and we turn our attention to getting justice for Daniel Enriquez and his family. That's our focus moving forward in this case. And along with the district attorney's office and our other law enforcement partners, that's exactly what we are going to do. I want to turn it over to the mayor, Eric Adams.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks to the good work of the men and women and our partners in law enforcement, we got him, and we got him in a way that he did not cause more injuries to New Yorkers. And I think the Commissioner stated something that's important. We got a killer off our streets, but far too many killers are back on our streets through a revolving door criminal justice system that appears to pit the NYPD and good New Yorkers against the bad guys. We were fortunate to have a thorough police work here, and the Chief of Detectives is going to lay out the history of this person. Any reasonable thinking New Yorker is going to ask themselves, why is this person still on our streets? And that in itself is a tragedy. But the fact is, he is the poster child of many people who believe they can create violence without any repercussion at all. It is too easy to get a gun, too comfortable to use the gun, and there is a pervasive feeling among dangerous people that there's no repercussions for their actions for using the gun. As we stand here today, we also want to have our hearts go out to the family. When you think about an innocent person, he should have been sitting at his desk at Goldman Sachs. He should have been planning outings with his family. He should have been able to enjoy all the things that New Yorkers enjoy. Instead, we are mourning his death. I spoke to his sister yesterday. She was full of pain. just cannot find reasons why someone would take the life of her brother. Hearing her words coming from the Bronx, the commissioner and I stopped to see the parents of an 11-year-old baby that was prematurely taken from us due to gun violence. We see it far too often, and all of this is fueled by America's toxic gun cultures. His loved ones have to experience the loss. New Yorkers have to experience the trauma. As we try to rebound and rebuild our system,